Inaka Yuji, a 27-year-old man, felt tired. He was walking in the city. The thought of work disgusted him. Perhaps he should return to his home village. He stepped onto a pedestrian crossing. Suddenly, a cry was heard asking him to be careful. A huge car was hurtling straight towards him. The driver had fallen asleep at the wheel. His vehicle was moving out of control. The young man froze in place. He was too tired to realize the danger. The next moment, his briefcase flew into the air. Yuji felt a sharp blow. He had been knocked down on the road. He vaguely remembered the old days. Life in the village seemed carefree to him then. He longed with all his heart to return there. The girl with large expressive eyes called him loudly by his name, Alfred. She added that he had fallen asleep again. The protagonist opened his eyes. Rubbing his eyes, he explained that he had merely dozed off. His new name was Alfred Slowlet. He was now 3 years old. His sister, 9-year-old Alina Slowlet, asked worriedly if his eye hurt. The girl wondered because his mother regularly took him for walks. And anyway, she called him by name. They admired their native expanses. Alina asked what was wrong. The boy was deep in thought. In his past, he was known as Inaka Yuji. He was an ordinary clerk from Japan. His life was cut short when he was hit by a truck. All around were vast expanses of countryside. They stretched to the very horizon. Sister Alina held his hand tightly. She said that it was time for them to go home. Mama was probably worried already. She looked at him with unusual seriousness. The boy apologized to her. The girl noted with a smile that he looked tired. She asked if he was okay. After all, he was only 3 years old and he already seemed so exhausted. The boy was thinking about his past life. As a clerk, he felt wildly tired. Now in this world, he had training magic. He actively used it. He felt this power in his body. However, he also realized that after each use, he felt weak. He assumed that sleep would restore it. The girl remarked that Alu should sometimes take care of his body. The boy could not find a suitable answer. He turned to Alina. He said that sometimes she talks about it, and he immediately remembers how she makes him take a bath. The girl smiled widely. She literally glowed with happiness. Putting her hand to her chest, she said that all this came from purely good intentions. The guy felt embarrassed by such a statement. He remembered that she had woken him up the day before. Even his magical training had been disrupted. Alfred noted to himself that he was beginning to think that his sister was a demon. The girl agreed with this. There was magic in the world they were in. This was definitely not Earth. God turned to the boy. He told Inaka Yuji that he passed away, and according to earthly rules after death, many procedures occur. However, for several reasons, his soul moved to the wrong world. God explained that he had never encountered such a case before. The boy was on his knees. He did not understand what was happening. Instead of returning, he was supposed to be reborn. The young man's eyes widened noticeably at this news. He knew he valued his new life, but he was worried about whether this world would be filled with monsters and dangers. God assured him that this would not be a problem. He should not worry. The boy shuddered. He realized that God was reading his thoughts. In a world like this, creatures that attack humans are called demons, just like on Earth. Science is not developed here. It's mostly all about magic. The guy's eyes widened again at this news. If he could really be reborn, he wanted to live a peaceful life. He thought about the magical world, and whether he could peacefully exist in a fantasy world. The god assured him that he need not worry, and he would grant him a valuable specimen. The deity continued speaking. It explained that precisely because Yuji was a foreigner, a special gift awaited him. The hero thought about it. He was like a test subject. He then turned to the deity. He noted that even beyond life, it seemed he had no choice. The deity sighed in response. It confirmed his words. Inak's rebirth was inevitable. The young man fell silent. He then expressed his wish to live a happy life in the new world. The deity noted his transformation. He asked who he would be reborn as. The deity offered him options. Yuji noted that he wanted to be reborn as a child. His wish was simple. He didn't want to worry about food. He didn't want to worry about a roof over his head. That, he said, meant only one thing: his future family would be well off. The hero felt it necessary to express his gratitude. He noted that the deity was worthy of his gratitude. The deity, in turn, noticed Yuji's lack of any great ambitions. It decided to do him an additional favor. The man will be endowed with the ability to use magic. Moreover, ancient spells will become available to him. The guy could not believe it. Having heard about magic, he immediately asked if he could really use it. The deity confirmed that he could. Inaka Yuji exclaimed. He would fly through the sky like a free bird. He would be able to use monsters for his own purposes. They would do all the work for him. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted. He realized that not all monsters would be able to help him. This, strangely enough, began to resemble his former life. But he had only one unshakable goal. He wanted to live happily and calmly. He dreamed of life in the village. He expressed his hope that such a place really existed, and he asked the deity about it. It thought for a moment and asked Yuji to give it a minute. Then it offered him an option. What about a village surrounded by gorgeous nature? And he would become the second son of the local lord. Inaka, without hesitation, asked to be reborn there. The deity added that it would grant him another form of magic, and it asked if he had any other requests. Yuji noted that if the deity did not object, he would need some time to think about it. He sat down on the ground and thought about what kind of ability he wanted. It was incredibly difficult. After all, choosing one of the many was almost impossible. Images flashed through his head. For example, powerful magic like in video games. But then he seemed to wake up. The boy realized that there was a better opportunity to use magic. He was going to live in the village. He needed to understand what kind of disadvantage could arise. The deity gave a hint. The level of culture corresponds to the Middle Ages. He thought about the beasts. The damage to the beasts would be good. He didn't believe that there would be a demon near his village, but there were a couple of such creatures. Inaka wanted to live a normal life. The ability of the deity to read minds was convenient and it could give it to him. Inaka Yuji was lost in thought again. If the culture was so low, then there was almost no transportation. He thought about moving. Perhaps it could be done with magic. He turned to the deity. The protagonist asked if there was magic for movement. He only had time to think about it when a table appeared in front of him. The deity asked if the guy was talking about spatial magic. It explained that with its help one can move almost anywhere. He begged for it. The deity agreed. It noted that this ability would be perfect for the countryside. The deity, as if preparing for the final act, picked up the hammer. It asked Yuji if he was ready for the new world. The young man, standing before the Almighty God, exclaimed in agreement. He looked at the deity. He thanked him sincerely for everything. The deity, with its usual calm, noted that it was not worth it, and it bid him farewell. The next moment, everything around Yuji exploded. He was enveloped in a thick veil of vortex. He felt his consciousness being blown away. He'll need some effort. He'll need to use spatial magic and try hard there. The guy internally agreed with that. He immediately thought about it. How could he use magic? He knew it would take some effort, but he had no idea how to activate it. Little by little, the boy sank into a deep sleep. He had time to think. This is all wonderful. A quiet life in the village awaits him. Inaka Yuji was thus reincarnated in another world. He now has a sister. The young man opened his eyes and sighed heavily. He immediately noticed the unusual brightness around him. The thought of getting up arose in his mind, because if he didn't, he would certainly be late for work. He realized that he was in the body of a baby, a newborn child. He was lying in his bed. He lived in the village of Goliath in the kingdom of Midfield. He, Alfred Slowlet, the second son of a local feudal lord, was only 3 years old. When Alfred was 3, he could walk around his property on his own. He would sometimes sigh heavily, clutching his stomach. He thought about how good it was to finally be able to walk on his own, although he still fell sometimes. The truth was that in his past life, he was a 27-year-old office worker named Inaka Yuji. He was a boy who came to this world after an unexpected accident that led to his death. By the grace of God, he was reborn here in a world where magic existed. Slowlet's family consisted of his father, mother, older sister, and brother. By listening to their conversations and watching them every day, he was able to learn the language of this world bit by bit. Despite being a baby in physical condition, he possessed Yuji's consciousness. By remembering his previous life, he was able to learn to crawl and roll over in bed, causing his mother to exclaim excitedly about how amazing it was. The boy, as he walked, reflected on how difficult it had been to do anything when he could not yet walk. He remembered the maid asking what was wrong, and his sister noting that Al, as a baby, never let go of a book. His family probably thought he was odd because of his love of magical treatises, but it allowed him to practice even while lying in bed. The boy looked at the shining sun. He remembered how, as a baby, his mother would address him, talking about the pleasant wind. Alfred often thought about how clean the air was here, completely incomparable to the air in Japan. As he entered the library, he noted that it was a great time to continue reading his book. Suddenly, someone greeted him from the side. It was Sylvia Slowlet, his older brother, who was reading a book on the sofa. Sylvia asked if Alfred had come to read something too. Alfred confirmed it, adding that although he did not understand some of the words, it did not diminish his interest. He smiled and expressed confidence that his brother would quickly grasp everything. He also offered his help if Alfred had any difficulties. The protagonist thanked him. He noted his self-control and was surprised that he was only 6 years old. Unlike Alina, his older sister, who he recalled could only drag him to training. Sylvia was innocent, kind, and calm. It was very nice. They sat together in the library. The protagonist thought that the weather was really nice today, and maybe he should go to his secret base in the afternoon. Later, while walking, he practiced spatial magic, focusing on movement and concentration. He decided that he needed to clearly imagine the place where he wanted to teleport the pebble he was holding. He shouted out a loud teleportation magic and threw the stone into the air. The stone lit up and fell right onto the table. The boy exclaimed in delight that everything had worked out and began to teleport various objects from his window. He noted that this was incredible and exactly what he expected from God. The boy was very inspired. Tired, he sat down on the windowsill, noting how amazing it was and how much control he now had over it. Looking at his hand, he was glad that he had decided to train to increase his magical abilities. He remembered how he had been summoned into Yuji's body to explain about magical power. He turned to God. He found himself in midair and could not understand why he was there. God informed him that their meeting was taking place in his dream and did not apologize for such a sudden intrusion. The process of reincarnation went without complications. His mother, he remembered, was overjoyed at the birth of her son. The god expressed his wish that the hero would study spatial magic. However, God warned that ancient magic required colossal amounts of magical energy, and at the moment Alfred would hardly have enough strength even for the simplest spells. The young man, hearing this, could not hold back an exclamation of surprise. God gently advised him to calm down, so he was going to give Alfred a special method to increase his magical power. The boy exclaimed that it made his life easier, but then he wondered why God hadn't explained it before his reincarnation. God explained that to increase the limit of magical power, it was necessary to first completely use up the available energy, then restore it and repeat this cycle. To restore magical power, it was enough to simply sleep. Alfred immediately remembered that without knowing it, he had been following this method every day since birth, obsessively depleting and replenishing his strength. Jumping off the windowsill, he mentally noted that with such strength he would no longer have to worry about tedious cleaning, carrying heavy things, and most importantly, he would have a much better chance of escaping from the restless Aliner. He sadly admitted that this was only one of the reasons for his zeal. He walked out of the building, holding his shoe in his hand. He realized that now all that was left for him to do was thoroughly study the rules of spatial magic. Looking at a huge rock lying nearby, he decided that it would be perfect for his next experiment. He tried to lift it, but only sighed heavily, realizing its enormous weight. However, gathering his strength, the boy abruptly picked it up, deciding to act without delay. He cast a teleportation spell. A moment later, the stone suddenly materialized on the table behind him. Alfred clenched his fist in triumph. It was an undoubted success. Then he took a small leaf in his hands and decided to teleport it to the same stone. And again he succeeded. The young man looked at his hands and everything became crystal clear. As he had guessed, the more massive or heavier the object moved by spatial magic, the more magic power would be consumed. This was quite obvious. Alfred looked around, realizing that he would need a living subject for the next stage of the experiment, and began to look for anyone nearby. He noticed a large beetle on one of the trees. Grabbing it, Alfred wondered if it was a rhinoceros beetle. Although it was different from the terrestrial species, he decided to call it a fork beetle and told it to rejoice, because it was the first living creature to participate in an experiment with his long-lost ancient magic. Throwing the beetle up, he used teleportation again. Alfred was incredibly excited, exclaiming that this was an undoubted success. The beetle remained unharmed, successfully passing through space. Suddenly, a sound was heard behind him. Another beetle shaped like a spoon was flying above the main character. The spoon beetle attacked Alfred. The boy started running away, holding the fork beetle in his hands. He thought that maybe it was his mate. He asked the spoon beetle not to hurt him and apologized. The spoon beetle chased him for another 30 minutes. After that, he was able to successfully use teleportation magic on himself. The guy ran away from the advancing insect and screamed that he was sorry. Spatial magic was amazing. A sudden knock behind him caught Alfred's attention and the bowl fell. He tried to use spatial magic, but felt it was difficult. The object only hung in the air for a moment before falling to the floor. A similar sound was heard in the next room. He recalled how he had successfully teleported an object for the first time just 2 months ago. And now, he felt like he was beginning to grasp the nuances of the art. Reaching out his hand, Alfred moved the bowl that was lying on the table, but immediately considered this action somewhat useless. His magic only allowed him to move objects that he was in direct contact with. The inability to teleport parts of objects or people meant that he could not use his abilities for destruction. Alfred thought about the possibility of teleporting living beings, but he understood that for such an experiment, he would certainly need someone's consent. Suddenly, Alina burst into the room, calling loudly for her brother. Alfred flinched, but hurried to greet her. The girl immediately declared that it was unbearably hot outside and he should make some ice. The young man reproached her that she could have knocked since she had scared him half to death. Alina waved him off, promising that she would definitely knock next time. Although he agreed, Alfred was sure inside that his sister would not keep her word. He mentally threatened that if she came in again without knocking, he would teleport something onto her head just outside the door, or throw ice on her clothes, or even block the entrance. In response, Alina punched him in the head. To his indignant question as to why she had done this, the girl explained that he must have been up to something evil and that it was completely irrational. The hero immediately objected that his main role was to be her charming younger brother. Alina asked him where he, so little, had managed to learn such a difficult word as irrational. Alfred admitted with some pride that he had read it in a book. The girl smiled, noting that regardless, she just needed ice and she wanted it very much. Alfred sighed, mentally lamenting the difficulties of being a younger brother, and immediately activated his magic, creating an ice cube. Ice magic was considered the highest manifestation of the water element in this world, and with few ways to cool down, anything that helped to cope with the heat was valuable. Alfred practiced non-stop and achieved significant success. Holding an ice cube in her hand, Alina explained that this was not what she had in mind. Alfred asked what she wanted since she had asked for ice. The girl reminded him of the fluffy and crunchy ice they had eaten last time. The protagonist immediately realized that they were talking about crushed ice, and Alina confirmed his guess. Standing in front of two empty plates, Alfred realized he had no choice but to do as she asked. He activated his magic, and a vortex of tiny ice shards swirled in front of them. They immediately began filling their plates. Alina noted with satisfaction that her brother was doing quite well. Alfred, though embarrassed by her rare praise, agreed. He looked at his hands, realizing that his magic was indeed powerful. The girl soon stopped him, saying that there was enough ice already. When the plates were full, Alfred announced that the crushed ice was ready and that he had a couple of spoons they could use. Alina exclaimed that he always had them ready. The hero responded by admitting that the spoons were actually for his teleportation training. Holding one of the plates, he decided to take a portion to Silvio. Alina, having tried the ice, noted its taste with pleasure. Alfred turned to his sister, offering her to make the ice tastier. The girl turned around and asked him to tell her. He explained that instead of eating the ice in small spoons, she should eat a lot of it at once, assuring her that it would taste much better. The sister remarked that this seemed like a big waste. Alfred replied that it was just a way to improve the taste and suggested that she try it. The girl agreed, but warned that if the method did not work, he would owe her a lot of crushed ice. The guy said goodbye, adding that now she could eat as much ice as she wanted. The girl resolutely took to the ice, eating the whole plate. However, her face was distorted from pain and cold. She screamed her brother's name loudly, complaining of a severe headache. Meanwhile, Alfred was already running away with a portion of ice, mentally noting that this was payback for the fact that his sister had once hit him. Alfred then brought a portion of ice to his brother Silvio, who happily began to eat it. Alfred muttered that now he knew everything. Suddenly a man, Bartolo, the chef and servant, addressed him, noting that he saw him today. The young man asked the cook if he could borrow the kitchen for a while. Bartolo was surprised, wondering why Alfred had not just come in for a bite to eat. Alfred exclaimed that he wanted to try cooking something. The chef was dubious, asking if the young man could cook. Alfred confirmed, citing the fact that he had lived alone in Japan for some time. The chef was astonished by this statement. The young man was adamant, clenching his fists and answering affirmatively. Bartolo, not knowing what to answer, agreed, noticing that Alfred seemed quite serious. He only set a condition that he could not allow the young man to get hurt, and therefore he would be nearby. The boy readily agreed. The chef asked what Alfred was going to cook. The hero replied that he would make spaghetti, and when Bartolo asked about his culinary skills, he again confirmed that he could cook it. Alfred explained that, looking at the melting pieces of ice, he remembered Japanese rice. He asked the chef if he knew what spaghetti was. When he didn't get an answer, Alfred said he was sure that everyone would like Japanese cuisine. That was why they had decided to make spaghetti. He quietly listed the ingredients. Bartolo noted that using wheat opens the door to creating a staple food, and successfully making spaghetti would greatly expand their culinary list. He acknowledged that it was intriguing and urged them to hurry with the ingredients. Soon they started cooking. Together, using all the necessary ingredients, they created a new dish. Alfred diligently cut the dough while Bartolo carefully watched the process. The result of their efforts was a whole serving of stuffed spaghetti. The chef looked at the finished dish in amazement, amazed by their success. He thought about the presentation, but the main concern was the taste. Alfred, confident in his abilities, suggested that they begin tasting immediately. After trying the spaghetti, the protagonist was deeply impressed, because the dish turned out to be incredibly tasty, especially thanks to the tomato sauce prepared by Bartolo, which perfectly complemented the pasta. The time has come to evaluate the chef. The man exclaimed that it was fantastic, and tears came to his eyes, for he could not understand how such a thing was possible. He assured Alfred that in just a few days he would be able to prepare dishes that would surpass their creation today. Alfred asked not to call him Mr., explaining that it was creepy and suggested that he be addressed as before. He noted that he would be dropping by the kitchen more often. The chef happily agreed, inviting him to come at any convenient time. A few days later, the Slowlife household was gripped by a real spaghetti boom, and all the household members were delighted to try new dishes and admire their taste. From that moment on, Alfred decided to make it his mission to expand the culinary menu. Alina confidently practiced with the sword, mastering the art of combat, while Silvio, despite his efforts, did not show much success. Their father watched the training closely. Alfred, watching from the sidelines, noted Alina's diligence. Silvio's reluctance to practice fencing was obvious. He was thinking about how he could protect his younger brother, considering it very important. The father taught them, and the boy at that time thought about his love for reading and studying, which was certainly commendable. He was worried about the idea that when he turned 6, he too would have to take up fencing. Soon his mother came up to him, asking what he was thinking about. Alfred, startled, greeted her. The woman sat down next to him and asked if he wanted to join in on the sword training. The boy waved her off, explaining that he had only come to observe and that a calm, peaceful time was best. Mom laughed merrily, knowing his love for carefree pastimes. Alfred thought that perhaps he looked like an old man, since from childhood he was more attracted to magic than fencing. He admitted that he loved magic very much. At that moment, Alina ran up to her brother, happily announcing the end of training and offering to play. Mom, smiling, remarked to Alfred how active his sister was. Father reminded them that before playing they had to wipe off the sweat and drink water. Alina assured them that they were going to play by the stream where there was water. Hearing this, Mother insisted that they go home, especially Alina as a girl. She agreed. Arriving at the stream, they began throwing stones into the water. Alfred, asking what they would do next, threw his stone and seeing how far it flew thought about his 3-year strength. Alina wondered what they could come up with. Then Alfred, taking the stone, decided to use magic to strengthen his hand. He threw the stone into the water and it bounced off the surface many times. His sister looked at him in amazement. The protagonist turned around, noticing how far the stone had flown, bouncing 7 or 8 times. Alina clenched her fist. She exclaimed that it looked fun. She asked him how he did it, asking him to teach her. Alfred was momentarily confused. He advised her to first find a small stone similar to the one in his hand and showed her how to hold it. The girl picked up the stone, but her throw caused it to sink immediately. No matter how hard she tried, the stones just splashed into the water. She laughed, wondering why they weren't jumping. Alfred noticed that his sister seemed to be having fun. He explained that it was better to use flatter, thinner stones for success and handed her one. The girl, realizing her mistake, looked at the stone resolutely. She swung and threw it with all her might. The stone bounced across the water many times, leaving Alfred in amazement. Alina raised her hands in triumph and exclaimed loudly that she had succeeded. Alfred remarked that it was very impressive and that she had done even better than he had. Well, that was to be expected from his older sister. He thought how nice it must be to have such reflexes. Then he looked at the river, wondering if there were any fish in it. The river of the village of Koliat was beautiful. He walked along the bank, enjoying the nature, and noted the crystal clear water. Suddenly, his sister crept up and loudly asked him what he was doing. The protagonist was embarrassed. Noting that his sister seemed to have played enough with the stones, he suggested that she try fishing. However, Alina, excited about the water, would immediately suggest swimming. Alfred thought about her irrepressible energy. It occurred to him that he should get ahead of her before she came up with something even more unexpected, but he already knew that Alina, obsessed with her power, was always one step ahead. His sister looked at him questioningly. Alfred teleported a considerable distance away, hiding in a cave. He hid, but his sister found him almost instantly, as if her intuition was unerringly pointing her in the right direction. The boy wondered if she was even human. Alina, not showing enthusiasm for fishing, called it boring. The hero noticed that she did not understand the joy of this activity. Then he suggested that in the end they would eat all the fish they caught. This news lit a spark in his sister's eyes. With a cry of joy, she immediately announced that she was running for the fishing rods and disappeared from sight in an instant. Alfred noted her incredible speed and laughed at how she thought only of herself. As for him, he decided to go to the pantry to get some salt, which was necessary for the future culinary creation. Looking into the pantry, Alfred noticed Bartolo holding a small package in his hands. Sneaking up from behind, the boy asked what he was up to. The man, noticing Alfred, asked him not to scare him like that again. Alfred, declaring that he was not guilty of anything, asked about the contents of the package. The cook explained that it was sugar, which he had finally managed to get thanks to an old friend. The boy noted that it was a very valuable commodity. Bartolo apologized, but added that he had to use it for his culinary research and therefore could not reveal the details. This news made Alfred's face darken. He started calling loudly for his parents. The man immediately grabbed him, covered his mouth, and said that he could not allow the boy to tell anyone about this. Slowlife family's maid entered the pantry and opened the door, asking what they were doing. Alfred, moaning and pushing the man's hand away, managed to squeeze out that nothing special was happening. He wondered why Sarah, the least cooperative of them all, had discovered them. She explained that she had come to check on the ingredients. The maid added that the family had stockpiled a lot of supplies and she doubted they could keep track of them. Alfred turned to Sarah. He explained that he had come for the fishing rods and inquired about their location. The girl cleverly replied that Mrs. Aliner had already taken the desired rods, and now Mina was helping her deliver them to the fishing spot. The boy was stunned by this news. He admitted that the answer was masterly, and although it would have easily fooled Mina, it could not have fooled her. Sarah only looked innocently at her young master. Suddenly, the boy turned around and noticed a bowl behind him. Activating the teleportation skill, he disappeared. The girl, shocked, turned around, not understanding what had happened. The hero, appearing next to Bartolo, whispered to him that this was their chance and that they needed to hide the sugar urgently. The man agreed and immediately hid the package in a box, reminding him that Alfred was now in debt and would have to share in the future. Finally, having grabbed the necessary salt, Alfred hurried back to the river. Aliner was already waiting for him there. The winner of the fishing competition, of course, was his sister, and they decided to postpone the tragedy with Bartolo's sugar until the next day. The boy lay under a spreading tree, enjoying the light breeze. He noted the wonderful weather and the freshness of the summer day, recalling the abnormal heat of Japan. Clenching his fist, Alfred concluded that the country life was best. Suddenly, Bartolo appeared before him, inquiring about the boy's strange smile. Frightened, Alfred scratched his head, replying that it was only Bartolo and he was glad to see him alive. The man looked down. Earlier, the young man had become an unwitting witness. At the crime scene, he had tried to hide something very valuable. After recently escaping from the clutches of a demonic maiden, they decided to secretly throw a pancake party. However, mother and sister, smelling the special smell of sugar, were surprised why they were not invited. The secret quickly became clear. The girls demanded an explanation because at the last check they had no sugar. Bartolo, the main culprit, was subjected to torturous interrogations by the ladies. Alfredo, of course, also got his share. The boy asked the cook if he had any sugar left. The cook admitted that he had done wrong and grabbed Alfred. Hearing the word sugar, Mom hurried to them. She looked back and exclaimed that she swore she had heard the word. The maid Mina confirmed that she had also clearly heard sugar mentioned. The girls looked around the garden but saw no one. Meanwhile, the heroes, hiding behind a bush, sat quietly. The door of the house slammed shut. Bartolo noted that he had never seen Mina so observant and advised Alfred not to say that again. Alfred asked if their treasure was safe. Bartolo encouraged him by saying that there was still some sugar, though only a little. The boy expressed a desire to cook many more things. He especially wanted something like processed cheese, since they were already tired of just spaghetti. Bartolo, taking the hint, said that he needed to brace himself and was looking forward to new culinary experiments. Alfred waved to him, pleased that the cook was finally inspired and so unusually cheerful. Alfred, noting the beautiful weather, was wondering what to do. Deciding to read a book, he headed towards the house. Coming out from around the corner, his mother called out to him. The boy immediately became embarrassed, mumbling that he didn't understand anything and didn't know where he was. His mother, not understanding his confusion, said that she wanted to show him something magical. She had approached him earlier, promising to teach him everything related to magic. Alfred thought that he had not yet trained his skills today, so observation would come in handy. The estate was completely silent. Mom asked what kind of magic he wielded. Aliner reminded him that he controlled the elements of water and earth. Alfred agreed, noting to himself that, counting spatial magic, he practiced about 8 attributes. Mom asked him to demonstrate his abilities with any spell. Alfred nodded and used earth magic. A small chair appeared next to him. Seeing this, the mother exclaimed. She wondered where the spell was. Alfred explained that he had said it mentally since he had been able to cast spells without words since childhood. Mom said she understood everything and asked to show him something else. Glowing sparks appeared from his hand. He summoned several small cups and filled them with ice. He saw a small plant. Alfred pointed his finger at it and the flower, obeying his will, split into several petals. The mother's eyes widened in surprise. The boy handed her the cup, explaining that he had been using magic a lot lately to create practical things like this. Thanks to it, his mother acknowledged that Alfred apparently already had mastery of the four elements, including ice magic. Looking at the cup with ice chips, she called him a magical genius, realizing that she probably won't be able to teach her son anything more. It became clear to her that the curriculum needed to be revised. She admired her son, noting his creative approach. She then asked him if he had mastered any defensive or combat magic. Alfred replied that he had enough magic that was useful in everyday life. His mother remarked that this was very much in character for him. A little later, his father broached the subject of Alfred's possible enrollment in a school of magic. The boy shuddered in surprise, but politely declined the offer, explaining his desire to fully enjoy his carefree childhood. Alfred was 4 years old and could finally explore the countryside around the village. Voices could be heard from the big house, checking if they had everything they needed. The children reassured the adults, saying that there was no need to worry. The father said goodbye to his wife, wishing them a safe journey. On the way, the father asked Alfred if he remembered the purpose of their walk. The boy answered affirmatively that they were going to see the village. The man said that according to their customs, the 4-year-old son of the feudal lord should take a tour of the settlement. The hero said that his mother had already told him about it. The father asked whether Alfred had been to the village before. The boy admitted that he had not. The village was not far from the mansion, and Alfred thought that in order to teleport, he needed to clearly imagine the place. Once he was there, he could move to the village at will. There were mountains and fields all around, covered with lush greenery like a carpet, and the road was excellent. The boy was inspired. He noticed the pleasant aroma of the plants and the soil. That was what he loved about the countryside. His father looked at him questioningly. Meanwhile, Alfred remembered the rice mentioned in the book The Adventures of Dumfries that he had recently read. There was something similar to that grain on the eastern continent, but its appearance was not described. Alfred was puzzled by Dumfries' abandonment of his adventures, considering it unforgivable. His father pointed ahead, saying that the village was already in sight. On the endless field rose small houses. This was their settlement. The boy was delighted. Alfred inquired about the crops grown there. He was told that they grew wheat, barley, rye, beans, and various vegetables. In addition, the locals raised chickens, sheep, and sometimes cows. The villagers looked questioningly at the feudal lord. One woman, recognizing the lord, greeted him. She expressed her gratitude for the recently passed on spaghetti recipe, noting that the dish was so delicious that no one could stop eating it. Her father was pleased to hear this. Alfred peered over his father's shoulder, noticing that the villagers were cheerful. The father brought his son forward and said that it was Alfred who had created the recipe for spaghetti. A man in the crowd asked the gentleman how old he was, and he replied that he was 4. The woman noticed that the young man was very calm. He is quiet compared to their own rascals. The father laughed, agreeing that his son, though small, was quite unusual. They decided to continue their tour of the village. The man stroked Alfred's head, wishing him to grow big and strong. Then the hero advised him to try not to be distracted by his wife while working. He froze at these words. He was overcome with panic and bewilderment, asking how the boy could have known this. The woman standing next to him reassured him, noting that there was no point in worrying about it now. Everyone present was amazed at how calmly and restrainedly Mr. Alfred responded, despite his 4 years of age. The village life went on as usual, and many vendors offered a variety of fruits and vegetables. Women sat at the counters, and the villagers bought products. Alfred noted that the market was based on barter. Alfred quickly learned the principles of the local barter-based market. His gaze lingered on a side counter where he noticed several unusual mushrooms. Their variety made him suspect that they might be quite dangerous. Watching the exchange of goods in the square, Alfred concluded that the villagers had economic freedom. His father confirmed his thought, explaining that without such freedom, many peasants would live a life of mere survival. The barter system functions only when there are sufficient resources for existence and exchange. The boy wondered if the barter system was a problem. His father assured him that it was not a problem in Kolyada since their small village was taxed low. The head of the settlement approached them. The headman found out who was standing next to Nord. He expressed his joy at seeing the young gentleman healthy and asked about his impressions of the village. Alfred noted the cheerfulness of the locals. The headman, taking him by the hand, said that he was very pleased to hear this. Mr. Nord, answering the headman's question, noted that the latest harvest had surpassed the previous one, which was evident from the faces of the residents. Thanks to stable weather and abundance, they managed to survive the winter without hunger. The mention of winter made Alfred freeze. The headman invited Mr. Nord to come into his house to discuss a few things. The father asked what his son was planning to do. The boy wanted to explore the village, to which he agreed. After this, the men left, leaving Alfred alone. Alfred, left alone, began shopping, buying many goods at the market. He offered to take all his money. After completing his shopping, he noted that the baskets should be enough and teleported everything to his personal spatial storage. Time does not move in the above-mentioned space, which means that food does not spoil. With this convenient magic, he completed the teleportation and noted that every merchant would dream of having such power. Suddenly, he was called from behind. The boy hurried to his father, asking if he had finished the conversation with the headman. He asked what had caught his son's attention. The boy told him about a merchant selling rainbow mushrooms which he thought were poisonous. The father just laughed at the news. Since they still had time, the father asked Alfred if he would like to try some country food. The owner of the local tavern greeted the young gentleman with a smile, expressing genuine joy with her whole appearance. Mr. Nord asked how the owner was doing, to which she replied that thanks to the spaghetti recipe, they now have no shortage of customers. The man again pointed to his son, emphasizing that it was thanks to him that such success had been achieved. The hostess turned to Alfred, asking if he had any other ideas that they could implement. The young man replied that he had several ideas, but he lacked the necessary tools or ingredients to test them. The woman thought for a moment and suggested that they contact the blacksmith Logan, noting that although he was a peculiar person, his hands were golden. Hearing about the blacksmith, Alfred's eyes immediately lit up. Thus ended his first visit to the village. The boy asked if she was telling the truth. The hostess promised to put in a good word for him. Now, Alfred could teleport to the village at any time. Life became much more interesting. Alfred had some wooden planks and paints he had found during his recent visit to the village in front of him. The boy decided that it was time to use these materials to bring his idea to life. His plan was to cut the boards into squares, then cut them into an 8x8 grid. You need to make small round figures and finally paint one of their sides black. When he finished his work, Alfred proudly exclaimed that everything was ready. He had created a board game called Reversi. He reflected that it would take a lifetime to master this profound game despite its apparent simplicity. Alina suddenly crept up on him and caught him by surprise, asking what he was holding in his hands. Frightened, Alfred asked when she had managed to enter. The girl asked again what was in front of him. He explained that it was a game of Reversi, and at his sister's request, he told her the rules. The winner was the one who had more of his own chips. Alina found the rules quite simple. Alfred suggested that his sister try the game, and she enthusiastically agreed, declaring that she would certainly paint the entire board her color. They sat opposite each other, and Alina noted that she would not hold back. However, as the game progressed, she encountered difficulties, especially when the pieces that ended up in the corner changed color. The girl was extremely surprised when, despite the apparent simplicity, Alfred won a convincing victory with a score of 56-8. Shocked by the outcome, Alina lowered her head, not understanding how this happened. But then, looking up, she exclaimed that it had been great fun and suggested they play another round. Alfred agreed. They played again and again, and each time Alfred invariably won against his sister, who, in despair, loudly asked why this was happening. This is how the day passed at the estate. Tired, Alfred asked his sister to stop, reminding her that dinner was coming soon, but Alina exclaimed that she was ready to play on and was not going to give up. The boy noted that he had already lost count of how many times she repeated these words. Their mother came up to them and, calling them to dinner, asked what they were doing. Alina explained that they were playing Reversi. They are playing a game her brother taught her, where the goal is to capture the opponent's pieces with your colored pieces, and the one with the most pieces at the end wins. Mom remarked that this sounded quite simple and asked if the pieces could be placed anywhere on the board, to which Alfred agreed. Then Mom suggested playing again. They sat down to play again, and from the room came voices full of excitement, thinking about how best to turn the chips. After a while, the guy left the room, leaving them. At the dinner table, Father wondered why Alina and Alina had not yet joined him for dinner. Alfred informed him that they were still playing a game in his room. They are unlikely to come anytime soon. When his father asked him what was going on there, the boy replied that he was not sure that such a formulation was appropriate. The head of the family asked Silvio to find out what they were doing. Alfred warned his brother. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop him. Shaking his head, he told his father that it looked like they would have dinner a little later tonight. A few dozen minutes later, the father himself came to the gaming table to find out what they were all so engrossed in. The father could not believe that his wife had joined the general craze. She apologetically explained that the game was too exciting to stop. The head of the family decisively declared a ban on the game, confiscating the chips and the board itself. Alfred began to think that such a strong passion for the game could lead to addiction, and he had to consider all the possible consequences. He decided to create another set of Reversi, realizing that with such a rush, even if his father relented, his own board would most likely be constantly occupied by his sister and the others. Bartolo approached Alfredo and asked him what he was doing. The boy replied that he was just making things, specifying that he was making chips. They fell to the ground. The man hugging the boy noted that he had already heard about this, and rumors had reached him about an interesting game that had been created. Bartolo immediately expressed a desire to get the same game. The young man, however, did not show much enthusiasm. Bartolo, still holding Alfred in his arms, explained that he knew a man who was fanatically passionate about such things and was overly proud of it. Therefore, he wanted to rein him in and asked if Alfred would help him since they were friends. The boy agreed to help. The hero headed for his storage, but to his dismay, he found that his supplies were exhausted. He decided that he would have to go to the village for materials. He was ready to move quickly, but suddenly an idea occurred to him. After some thought, he realized that he needed to visit a blacksmith to order some kitchen utensils. With their help, he was sure he would be able to significantly expand his menu. He continued his struggle for a comfortable and peaceful life. The screams of Alina, Alfred's sister, calling his name echoed throughout the estate. She suggested going down to the lake because the weather was wonderful. Alfred quickly dodged her, almost getting caught. He was 4 years old. He had recently unwittingly sparked a gambling addiction in the area and was now heading back to the village of Koliat to meet with the local blacksmith, Logan. Along the way, he overheard women discussing their daily lives. Alfred thought with a grin that housewives' gossip always revolved around food or their spouses. He was surprised by the popularity of spaghetti and wondered what kind of stir a pancake recipe would cause. He hastened to hide from these conversations, remembering the recent incident with sugar, and decided that it was better for him not to think about such things. Soon the hero found himself in the forest outside the city, following the directions given to him by Syria. The blacksmith's house must have been somewhere around here. Looking around, he suddenly spotted it and hurried towards the building. Entering, he apologized and called out to Logan, asking if he was there. The sound of a hammer hitting metal was heard in response. The blacksmith stood surrounded by many special tools forging weapons. He abruptly declared that there was no place for children there and that they should go home, arguing that the workshop was not a playground. However, the young man soon realized that he himself was certainly an unusual child. Alfred, without embarrassment, told Logan that he needed him to do something for him. The man turned around and, chuckling, told him not to talk nonsense as he had no time for childish games. Alfred smiled. He lowered his head and said that Mrs. Syria had said that Logan would definitely help. Alfred added that he would probably have to go home and tell her that he had refused. The man turned around and agreed to listen to him. Alfred remembered Syria's instructions about the power of her name and mentally noted the importance of always having a trump card up his sleeve. The blacksmith scratched his head and asked what exactly the child wanted. Alfred asked if he believed him. The man replied that he would at least listen to him. Alfred explained that he could simply use Syria's name to trick him into helping him, but no one in the village would dare do that knowing what would happen. He added that the Syria boys were strong and tough and impossible to defeat. After these words, Logan's expression sank. Alfred noted this sudden change in the man who had been so stern a second ago and wondered what that woman had done to him. They sat down to drink tea. Alfred asked to see the blacksmith's work and specialization. The man demonstrated his assortment, many kitchen utensils and even swords, emphasizing that his strong point was making cutlery. Alfred looked around and noted that the blacksmith could do a lot. Logan, taking a sip of tea, noted that any blacksmith should at least know the principles of creating all this. The young man asked Logan if he could make him a knife and a frying pan. The man understood about the knife, but wondered why Alfred needed a frying pan and whether the round ones he had behind him would work. Alfred replied that he needed a square one, with a handle slightly tilted upwards. The young man reached into his pockets in search of something to write with. Then, using teleportation, he took out a stack of paper and a small pencil. Alfred sketched out the desired object, explaining that the frying pan should look exactly like this. The blacksmith, scratching his head, admitted that he would forge a four-sided frying pan for the first time. Alfred only smiled in response to his surprise. A week later, when Alfred visited the forge again, Logan had already made several square pans. The blacksmith asked the boy what he thought of his work, and Alfred enthusiastically praised them as magnificent and convenient for cooking. Intrigued, the blacksmith asked what exactly Alfred was going to use the unusual utensils for. The boy offered to demonstrate if the blacksmith would lend him his kitchen and some ingredients. Logan confirmed that he had everything. The blacksmith led him into the kitchen, but warned him that he would have to wait a little while the stove warmed up and asked him to be quiet. Alfred agreed and, looking around the kitchen, noticed significant damage to the walls. Deciding to put the waiting time to good use, he activated his magic to help with the repairs. The blacksmith watched the boy repair the wall and was amazed at his ability to cast spells at such a young age. Alfred explained that at his current level he was only capable of simple spells, but promised to repair the remaining holes. Logan suggested that magic might be useful. Alfred confirmed its usefulness, explaining that this was why he tried to train every day. The blacksmith noted that Alfred acted too mature for his age. Watching Alfred cook, Logan noted his skill and asked if he was going to become a chef. The young man replied with a smile that he simply loved to cook. Soon, an unusual square dish of eggs appeared on the table. Then it became completely clear to Logan why Alfred needed the square frying pan. Having tried the treat, the blacksmith was pleasantly surprised, admitting that it was incredibly tasty. Hearing the praise, the young man beamed slightly. Kuznets noted that although he often eats fried eggs, it is this method of layering the eggs that makes the dish so delicious, and expressed confidence that it should be popularized. Alfred, in turn, predicted that this would soon lead to an abundance of orders for square pans. The blacksmith, picking up one, agreed that he should start preparing for this right away. Thus, the hero easily acquired the necessary utensils, but at the same time he got another person addicted to the new dish. Logan asked if the treat would be available at Syria's diner, to which Alfred only nodded affirmatively. After the grueling magical training, Alfred felt a surge of satisfaction. His mastery of earthbending grew steadily, far surpassing his first attempt at building a house, which had been more like a prison cell. He looked forward with pleasure to finding the perfect site in the vast countryside for his future holiday home. A wave of fatigue suddenly washed over him and he collapsed to the ground, realizing that he had completely depleted his mana and was completely exhausted. It had been an incredibly busy time lately, with both Reversi and Tamagotchi-related matters. He found himself in the center of the village. The woman was talking about a Reversi tournament. She confirmed that the competition was held in a diner and that many people had gathered. Alfred asked if they had enough boards, and the woman assured him that Herman, the carpenter, had done his best to make it happen. The carpenter confirmed that he gave it his all, as the locals were starved for entertainment. He recalled how everyone was asking if their boards were ready while waiting for the game to start. Herman admitted that he barely had time to finish them in time for the tournament. Alfred then turned to Syria, who mentioned that she needed him for something today. The woman confirmed that a special match against Alfred was promised as a prize for the winner of the tournament. At first the boy didn't understand what it meant, but then Sally pointed to her daughter Carla, the daughter of the diner owner. The girl introduced herself. She loudly announced that it was time to begin, seating them at the gaming table. Everyone in the diner cheered and wished them luck. Alfred shook his rival's hand. 12-year-old Carla, clenching her fist, noted that she would not give in despite her age. The young man responded by stating that he himself did not intend to give in, both as a person accepted in this world and as the son of a local feudal lord. He will show the villagers a match worthy of praise. He decided to play a good game and activated his serious mode. In an instant, the entire board was filled with black chips. The girl exclaimed and rose from the table, not understanding how it had happened. It seemed impossible. The crowd cheered, celebrating Alfred's complete victory. Everyone was delighted, but the boy himself remained unperturbed. Carla admitted that Alfred was strong, but expressed confidence that she would definitely win next time. The guy replied that he was ready to play with her anytime, laughing to himself. As expected from Sally's daughter, she was just like her mother. The crowd at the diner was asking for treats. The woman asked Carla to help her with all the orders. The protagonist thought about how Tamagotchi had also become a hit. Sally confirmed that thanks to the spaghetti and Tamagotchi recipes that Alfred gave them, they were full of customers every day. He replied that he was very pleased to hear that. The woman assured that there had been more visitors lately, she was short of hands, and it would be nice if he helped. The boy noted that he would simply teach Bartolo the recipe and send him off. The woman noted that the young man was always ready to help. After some time, the boy lay on the ground, realizing how busy he had been lately. He still had a lot to do, but it was all for one purpose, to find a comfortable and peaceful life. Deciding that he had enough to do for the day, Alfred headed home, looking forward to the opportunity to relax for the rest of the day. The boy walked along the corridors, feeling light after a good night's sleep. His thoughts were on the kitchen matters. He was thinking of going to Bartolo's and discussing something. Voices caught his attention. The door was slightly open and Alfred recognized Sarah's voice. She was talking with Mel, the head maid, and the subject of their discussion was the young master. Sarah thought that Alfred's eyes lacked ambition. Mel and Mina joined in the conversation, gossiping animatedly about the young master. The girls noted that Alfred had already mastered magic to perfection, and his culinary inventions were a real hit. They found it hard to believe that he was only 4 years old, and they wondered what else he would come up with in the future. These words inspired the hero. During the conversation, the maids mentioned Tamagotchi, noting that someone had heard that adding sugar could change the taste. The head maid teased Mina, calling her a sweet tooth, and asked how she knew about it. Mina confirmed that she had overheard Bartolo and Alfredo talking in the kitchen. This news stunned the boy. He could not understand how he could have been overheard. He entered the kitchen and called out to Bartolo. The man greeted him. Alfred noticed the eggs and asked what the cook was cooking today. He decided to experiment by mixing different ingredients and asked the young gentleman about his ideas. Alfred suggested adding tomatoes and green onions, which the chef really liked. Alfred then informed Bartolo that he had just overheard Mina's conversation with the other maids, and it seemed that the information about adding sugar to the tamagyaki had leaked out. Hearing this, the man jumped in surprise. Alfred advised him to be careful, and Bartolo immediately decided that it was necessary to immediately divide and hide the sugar, urging him to hurry. The young gentleman compared it to stealing something valuable. The man assured him that everything would be fine. At that very moment, Mina ran into the kitchen, loudly shouting Bartolo's name. She excitedly asked if it was true that tamagyaki would taste even better if you added a little sugar. Everyone froze in awkward silence. Mina looked around the table and saw many ampules of sugar. She was clearly displeased to see them in the cook's hands, but the cook quickly assured her that she had misunderstood and that it was only salt. Embarrassed, Mina quickly apologized. She came closer, dipped her finger into the contents of the ampule, and having tasted it, immediately declared that it was undoubtedly sugar. Alfred and Bartolo only hung their heads dejectedly. The girl noted that there should be much more sugar and she had to find it. The cook hastened to assure her that there was nothing else, and this was indeed the case. Mina assumed that the rest had been hidden and began to search all the boxes. Bartolo desperately begged her to stop. Alfred watched from the sidelines, noting with satisfaction how good it was that he had spatial storage magic. The characteristic sighs and gasps could be heard from the building as 6-year-old Alfred, who had just begun his training. He studied arithmetic, history, and etiquette diligently. The source of this suffering was his older sister Alina, who was currently struggling desperately with mathematics. The girl, holding a sheet of paper covered with writing, exclaimed that she understood absolutely nothing. Alfred, however, noted to himself that mathematics really seemed demonic to him, recalling his past experience as a college graduate. Mother Alina, watching her daughter, noticed that Alina was mastering fencing just as quickly. The girl herself said that she wanted to become the best in the area without losing to anyone. The only exception was her father. This news, however, did not greatly encourage their mother. Alfred, comparing himself with his sister, considered his brother Silvio to be much cooler, especially after hearing about his popularity among the village girls, although he himself brushed off these rumors. The main character was secretly a little jealous of him. Suddenly his mother's voice interrupted him, asking if he understood everything. Alfred grinned, realizing that he could solve all the problems, but doing them too quickly would only lead to more tasks. So he said he just wanted to go out and play. Mom offered to let him out of class if he completed the tasks, which in fact was his main goal. To his delight, his mother warned him that today's tasks were quite difficult, and his sister got the same ones as last week. A moment later, he handed her a sheet of paper announcing that he was done. Mom and sister looked at each other in amazement. The guy wanted to leave the room. Suddenly, he was grabbed from behind. It was Sarah, reminding them that the lesson was not over yet and that their answers needed to be checked. Alfred winced, admitting to himself that he had not noticed her presence at all. After checking, Mom confirmed that everything was decided correctly and Alfred could be free. Alina immediately became indignant, calling it unfair, to which Mom, leaning towards her daughter, advised Alina to start all over again. Alfred walked happily around the house, enjoying the fresh air coming from outside. Soon he met his father, who asked if his classes were over. The boy explained that his mother had let him go early because he had completed all the tasks, and now he was going to play. His father had just finished work and suggested that they go out together to practice with the sword. This news did not please the boy. Outside, Alfred asked if they were going to practice with the sword today. His father assured him that any time was good for training. Taking up the weapon, the young man thought that he appreciated the opportunity to spend time with his father. His father taught him how to hold a sword properly. The hero thought that, having succeeded in his magical training, he should probably improve his fencing skills as well. His father gave him instructions. Alfred obediently followed all his father's instructions until he finally sat down on the ground. His father praised him for doing a great job and for his fencing skills improving noticeably. Breathlessly, the boy expressed his gratitude. The father stroked his son's head affectionately and added that they would continue the lesson in the afternoon. This news did not excite Alfred too much. The prospect of an afternoon training session did not appeal to him. He sighed, not wanting to study. Glancing to the side, he noticed his sister Eleonora training enthusiastically with her brother Silvio. Eleonora looked determined, fully prepared for the upcoming fight, while Silvio seemed to have not yet achieved such mastery. The call to begin was heard, and Eleanor, full of energy, rushed quickly towards her brother. She delivered her blow with skill. Silvio, trembling with surprise, tried to answer. The girl jumped over him with amazing grace, ending up behind him, leaving her brother completely bewildered. Touching him with her sword, Eleanor triumphantly announced her victory and rejoiced. Silvio only painfully rubbed his head, complaining of a bruise. When Eleanor suggested that Alfredo fight her, he showed no desire. His mother could not help but laugh. The young man noted that the day had been peaceful and full of fun. However, his own afternoon session with his father ended as badly as Silvio's. Alfredo suffered a head injury. Both boys came to the conclusion that they were better suited to the sciences than to combat. Deep in the forest among the trees stood a cozy house built by the magic of the earth. Alfred opened its door, thinking that today he finally began to create his swing set. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected sight. An unfamiliar man was lying in the middle of the room. The boy shuddered in surprise, trying to understand who this old man was and how to wake him up. Deciding to act, Alfred shouted loudly that it was time for dinner. The man immediately jumped up, looking around and asking in bewilderment who had said the word dinner. That was how he finally woke up. Both the boy and the stranger looked at each other with equal confusion. The man stood up and asked who he was, to which Alfred immediately pointed out his uninvited entry into his home. The man looked around, not realizing that this was not an ordinary place to relax. Alfred gently pointed out that this was not the way to treat someone else's property. While the stranger was looking with interest at the work inside the house, Alfred introduced himself and asked his name. The man, clenching his fist, finally introduced himself as Rumba, expressing pleasure at meeting him. A black patch was visible over one eye, which gave Alfred the funny thought that the name Rumba was similar to the word vacuum cleaner. Sometime later, the food was already cooking in the pot. The man praised Alfred's cozy home, especially surprised by the presence of a place to bathe. Coming out after ablution, he heard the young man ask if he had washed his clothes. Alfred handed him some ale, for which Rumba noted his hospitality. Taking a sip, the man was amazed, exclaiming that the ale was ice cold. He asked if Alfred had a magical tool to make ice, but the boy simply explained that he had cooled the drink using ice magic. Rumba was amazed by Alfred's abilities, remembering that the princess also had ice magic. The protagonist, serving him a portion of spaghetti, asked if he had arrived from the capital. The man replied that he wanted to satisfy his hunger first. During the meal, Rumba recognized the spaghetti from rumors, explaining that a merchant he knew told him about it. Alfred realized that he was talking about Tryla, who often visited their village. He recalled the unpleasant situation when the maid discovered a secret door with sugar. Sarah and the other women of the village of Clear were very grateful to the guy. However, Tryla, apologizing to the men and fearing the anger of the village women, was forced to give them his snacks for a week, promising to say everything at the next meeting. Rumba asked Alfred about his sadness, but the boy replied that it was nothing to worry about. He then asked Rumba why he had come to the village of Koliat. The man confessed that he was actually an adventurer, ranking fourth among them. He had always had a passion for travel and loved to visit new villages whenever possible. It was Tryla who told him about Koliata when he didn't know where to go next, and he really wanted to visit here. The protagonist thought that this was the first adventurer to visit their village since his birth. This was not surprising, considering that their settlement, with only 400 people, was located far from the capital with a population of 100,000. He asked what he was going to do there since the village was quiet. Rumba was thinking about staying there for a while, and the boy asked where he was planning to live. The man asked if he could stay with Alfred. Alfred did not object, but Rumba was surprised to see that the boy lived there alone. The boy reassured him, explaining that this was only his second home and that he lived elsewhere. Rumba noticed that Alfred was too big for a child. Alfred explained that his main home was a mansion located a few steps away from the village. He added that he was the son of the Slowlife family. Rumba remarked that the name seemed familiar to him. The young man explained that his father's name was Nord Slowlight. Suddenly, Rumba exclaimed that he knew Nord, calling him the Dragon Slayer. The boy laughed, finding the nickname rather stupid. Rumba explained that many years ago, a dragon had ravaged the royal capital, and Nord had played a key role in its subjugation. Alfred was shocked by this news, admitting that he had never known anything like it. The adventurer added that he was in the same group as Nord back then, and they had only fought side by side once. He still clearly remembered his gallant figure. The young man expressed confidence that his father also remembered the adventurer, since such a bright personality was impossible to forget. He noted that he knew of his father's remarkable adventurous past, but he never went into detail, perhaps because of that awkward nickname. Rumba asked Alfred to take him to the mansion, to which the boy perked up, unsure of what to say. Rumba and Alina together are a dangerous team, and Alfred is fed up. Arriving at the estate, Rumba was amazed by the luxury of the interior, realizing where Alfred actually lived. The maid Bode said that she would now call Mr. Nord and asked him to wait. The man did not find an answer. Alfred, with some degree of doom, thought about the fact that he had no choice but to bring Rumba here, because he literally clung to him and did not let go, demonstrating the most pitiful expression on his face. Soon Alina appeared in the corridor and, having greeted the guest, asked about his identity. Behind her stood one maid. Suddenly the adventurer exclaimed, pointing to the woman, that this was the same sorceress who had once been madly in love with Nord. There was an awkward silence as the girl froze and couldn't find the words. Then the woman laughed, recognizing Rumba, and blushing with embarrassment asked him to stop, because it was so long ago. Rumba laughingly noted that she remembered him, to which she confirmed that it was impossible to forget a person like him. Alfred watched his mother with surprise. It was the first time he had seen her so sincere and embarrassed, almost girlish. Her true personality was showing before she became a proper lady. Even though she looked no older than 30, it was incredibly cute. Rumba, noticing the woman's flushed face, did not fail to point out the presence of their son. Alina, remembering this, became even more embarrassed and, clenching her fist, thanked the boy for the company. She suggested that he go into the living room to get some candy, probably wanting to preserve his parental dignity in front of his child. Alfred, understanding her motives and the fact that she was still treating him like a baby, decided to comply and take the candy. Before leaving, however, he turned sharply to his mother. When she looked at him questioningly, Alfred innocently noticed that her embarrassed face was very cute. Alina blushed even more deeply and screamed, and Rumba, patting the boy on the back, burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Pleased with the effect produced, and with the fact that he had once again seen his mother's embarrassment, the boy left the room muttering about candies with his name on them. At that moment, his father, Nord, came out to meet him, noticing that his son seemed to have brought a guest. Alfred, unable to find an answer, suddenly pointed his finger at his father and proclaimed his old nickname, Dragon Slayer. Nord froze, stunned, and one of the maids stared at him in confusion, not understanding the meaning of the nickname. The father immediately called out to his running son, demanding to know where he had heard this nickname. Alfred, knowing full well how awkward it was for Nord, pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. The next day, training began. Rumba fought Alina. Nord, beaming, offered to let Alfred practice with him. After yesterday's memories with Rumba of past adventures, the father was determined to give it his all. Alfred, holding a weapon in his hands, agreed to a mock battle. Alfred deftly dodged, trying to hold on to the weapon, but Nord suddenly tripped him. The boy fell to the ground with a groan. He was indignant that his father was cheating and complained about the excessive intensity of the training. Nord only smirked, denying it. He ordered his son to get up quickly. The hero, confused, thought that this must be a punishment for yesterday's prank with the nickname, noticing a grim smile on his father's face. At once, Alina shouted to Nord to hold on and ordered her son to get up. Alfred realized with surprise that his parents seemed to be in cahoots. He found it odd that his father was so secretive about his true intentions. He noted to himself that his mother, unlike the cunning Nord, should be rooting for her little son. Suddenly, the training stopped. The head of the family announced that this would be their last fight and the boy should give it his all. The boy breathlessly agreed. In the background, Alina and Rumba continued their powerful fight. Alfred thought that soon he would finally be able to spend the whole day as he wanted. He stood in front of his father, who offered to test whether his son could strike. Nord warned that his sword could accidentally touch the boy's head. The hero suspected that his father was teasing him. He decided to respond in kind. Alfred braced himself and assumed a fighting stance, declaring that no matter how many times he was hit on the head, he would never forget that his father was a dragon slayer. Nord just smiled silently. The boy paused, expecting a provocative answer, but his father's silence surprised him. Suddenly, in a matter of seconds, his father struck several quick blows, knocking the boy off his feet. Alfred fell to the ground, losing his weapon. He lay there disarmed, not understanding what had happened. There was no pain, but he had not noticed his father's movements at all. The others merely watched. Alfred looked up at the blue sky, admiring its beauty and noting how wonderful the weather was today. His father stood above him, laughing. Alfred opened his eyes and saw a luxurious ceiling decorated with elegant draperies. Sister Alina bowed before him, joyfully exclaiming that her brother had finally woken up. Rumba stood next to him. The boy was vaguely aware that his name was Alfred, and in his past life he was Inaka Yuji. It felt like he was practicing swordsmanship with his father just a moment ago, but now everything around him seemed foreign and unclear. Alina, overcome with anxiety, grabbed him by the shoulders and began to shake him, asking if he was in pain. Alfred reassured her, asking her not to shake him so hard. The girl stepped back, noting that his gaze was blank, to which Rumba dryly remarked that he always was. The boy slowly stood up, watching the scene, curious as to where the worried faces he had seen a moment ago had disappeared to. Meanwhile, Rumba and Alina were arguing as if preparing for another fight. The man put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said with relief that now that he was awake, he could breathe easier. He added that Alfred would spend the whole day with him tomorrow, and the boy was delighted. Alina was angry, indignant that she had not been able to land a single blow. She recalled their duel. Rumba stood confidently, offering her to surrender, but the girl, burning with stubbornness, declared that she never retreats. The sister called out to her opponent and noted that she would never admit defeat. Rumba only smiled, praising her fighting spirit, worthy of the daughter of a dragon slayer. Alfred, breathing heavily, asked to take a rest, but his father only allowed him to count to 10. Alina flushed and reproached Rumba for his frivolity, since he had looked away from her. He retorted that he never underestimated an opponent, especially one so stubborn. The man advised her to use her agility, her main advantage. The main thing was not to rush into attacks against a more experienced warrior. The girl, slightly embarrassed, admitted that sometimes he spoke quite wisely, although he was annoying. Rumba scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Alina, taking the sword, thanked him and demanded a rematch. Rumba, the man with the black headband, noted that despite her words, he felt the girl slowly approaching her limit. Before the duel began, he unexpectedly offered her a small bet. Whoever struck first would have the right to put forward his own conditions. Turning to Alfred, Rumba added that the winner would spend the whole of the next day playing with the boy. The girl, inspired by this proposal, immediately agreed. Alfred, exhausted, hardly paid attention to their agreement. Soon Alina was lying breathless under a tree, with Rumba handing her a glass of water. She muttered that she was disappointed, but the man reassured her, saying that she had done her best and was very close to winning. Smiling, he reminded her that he would now spend the day with Alfred. Saying goodbye, Rumba said that they would see each other tomorrow. Alina only clenched her fists, promising that next time she would definitely win. Left alone with his sister, the hero reflected on how easily they had made a decision for him without bothering to ask his opinion. Suddenly, his sister turned around, noticing him. She informed him that food and water had been prepared for him, leaving them on a tray next to him. Alfred thanked her. The girl smiled, offering to feed him with a spoon if he was not strong enough. The boy smiled back, wrapped himself tighter in the blanket and politely declined, saying that he could probably manage on his own. The girl clicked her tongue almost inaudibly. Alfred asked if she had done it, but Alina turned away, claiming that he had only imagined it. The protagonist internally noted that such an answer foreshadowed big problems. Whenever Alina said "you imagined it" when she was offended, it was a sure sign of serious trouble. He was sure she was hiding her true intentions, and this was far from the usual nothing of the sort. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and remarked that Al should talk less and rest more. The boy found nothing to say. His sister waved goodbye and Alfred thanked her. Wrapped in a blanket, he finally looked forward to peace and quiet. Walking through the halls, Alina silently admitted how much she wanted to feed Al with a spoon. Alfred realized with annoyance that he could still hear his older sister. Looking out the window, he became immersed in thoughts about his life. He lay there, remembering the frightened faces of his comrades. It was gratifying to him to realize their anxiety. The thought that he could just stay here and laze around seemed like the best outcome for the day. After a concussion, Alfred spent a day inactive, and Rumba visited him to invite him for a walk. The man, beaming with joy, greeted the boy. He asked to be his guide. He finally agreed, promising to show him the village. Their path led through endless fields, where Rumba marveled at the abundance of wheat, which seemed to make his eyes run wild. Alfred confirmed that by autumn the bright green ears would ripen and turn golden. He explained that the wheat was grown here for a reason. It was meant to warmly welcome everyone who came to the village and send them on their way, like a caring mother. Rumba laughed and Alfred smiled in agreement. The boy then suggested going to the square, where there were always a lot of people, and the adventurer agreed. According to him, barter was thriving in the village. Alfred explained that as they approached the square of Kolyada, the buildings became more and more compact. He also said that, according to an unwritten rule, new settlers built their houses and barns away from the center. The location of shops and workshops depended on their purpose. Eateries and hotels that attracted a lot of people were located closer to the center. But noisy workshops like forges were preferred to be built on the outskirts, where their work disturbed the residents less and fuel was more accessible. Logan, unlike others, lived on the outskirts not because of his occupation but by his own choice. That's why the houses near the center belonged mostly to old-timers and those who worked in the service sector. Rumba listened to him, looking around the streets. The man assumed that the village was noisy, and if it were near the capital, there would be many guests. During their walk, they met Herman. Alfred greeted him warmly, and Herman immediately recognized the young gentleman. Rumba also greeted him, but Herman, startled, asked who he was. The boy explained that he was an old acquaintance of his father. Rumba, touching the unusual entrance to the shop, expressed admiration for such work. Herman proudly explained that it was his own design. The adventurer was amazed. He also carefully examined the goods, asking about them. The merchants were eager to explain the features of their wares, emphasizing the uniqueness of the village. Alfred, observing what was happening, noted that Rumba, like a true adventurer, showed a keen interest in every detail. Earlier, while wolfing down spaghetti, Rumba laughed merrily, calling Alfred his savior and admitting that he already thought he would die of hunger. The protagonist, not understanding what was being discussed, asked in bewilderment whether adventurers did not take enough supplies with them on their journey or replenish them in nearby cities. Rumba explained that he usually always buys a large quantity of rations when they run out. However, one day, seeing two starving children in a destroyed settlement, he realized that they needed food much more than he did and gave them his supplies. This news made Alfred's mouth drop open in surprise and his eyes widen. Rumba concluded that this was why he had to reach the village with virtually no supplies, nearly dying of hunger. This is why Rumba slept in the rest house, because, as he explained, he gave his supplies to the starving children. He cheerfully noted that now he was enjoying the delicious spaghetti to the fullest. Alfred, at first unsure of what to answer, expressed surprise at hearing about the slums on the way to the village. Bringing Alfred back to the present moment, the adventurer suggested a snack citing hunger. The boy agreed. Rumba offered him a cherry, but Alfred suggested going to Syria's for lunch. When the boy asked if he had any money, Rumba smugly showed off a whole gold coin. However, Alfred explained that gold coins were not in use in the village. Rumba became visibly worried, but the hero immediately added that the coin would probably come in handy in the diner, especially since Celia had been making an unusually large profit lately. The man expressed surprise when he learned about the snack bar's income. They walked through the quiet streets and headed there. Once inside, Rumba noticed how spacious the place was. The young man explained that due to circumstances, the place had to be expanded. The cries of a man who had lost at Tamagayaki were heard. Alfred recognized him as Roland from the wheat field and asked what had happened to him. The regulars explained that he was, as usual, betting his side dishes in the reversey matches, and one of them noted that Roland did not learn from his mistakes. The young man thought that Roland, like Logan, obviously loved to play despite his losses, and now it was clear where he spent most of his time. One of the pieces fell right at Rumba's feet. He picked it up and asked what it was. Alfred explained that it was a piece for reversey, the game that, along with shogi, had made the diner so popular that it had to be expanded. The boy said that he sold the rights to reversey himself last year, and now the Slowlife family receives a percentage of the number of games played, which provides them with a slow but steady increase in income. Alfred noted that, surprisingly, this world also had a patent system, without which toolmakers would not be recognized for their work. One of the men, noticing Rumba, invited him to play reversey. After some time, they were placing the chips on the field, teaching Rumba the rules of the game. He scratched his head and admitted that it would be difficult for him under such conditions. His opponent praised him for his great spirit and offered to bet Tamagayaki. The hero, noticing how the newcomer was clinging to the food, could not resist asking what Tamagayaki was. They explained it to him by showing him his portion, which he had accidentally taken from another man. There was some confusion, and the man decided to try it by biting off a piece. At this point, one of the guests screamed because he had eaten the entire Tamagayaki at once, even though he thought he would only take a small bite. The man with the bandage noticed that it was a very small bite for such a big man. The empty plate remained in his hands. Rumba suggested that it was very tasty and that he should give him a second one, but he replied that he would never agree and would buy it later. First, they had to play the reverse. If he wanted more Tamagayaki, he had to win first. Rumba asked Al if he was going to take him outside and beat him up. The boy reassured him, explaining that it was about winning the game. The game began and the man carefully thought out his moves, placing the white pieces. The boy gave him hints, noting successful decisions. Suddenly, the man picked up a piece and screamed. He didn't understand why he couldn't place it because there was no room left. Roland explained to him that he had no choice in this game. Soon a series came to them and informed them that Roland could come here every day. She spoke about how things get more tense at night due to people drinking and frequent fights. The woman noted with dissatisfaction that she often has to intervene in conflicts. The protagonist was surprised by the frequency of such incidents and doubted that he would be able to resist Syria. She laughed and demonstrated her fighting blows, assuring him that her husband was coming to the rescue. They began practicing together. The boy asked what would happen if her husband got out of control. The woman would be able to fight him off if necessary. Syria smiled and invited Alfred to step away with her for a moment. She took the boy to the kitchen and slapped him on the head with a spoon, asking him to wash the dishes. The woman's daughter noted that he would never learn his lesson, since he had already said the forbidden words several times. At this point, Roland was approached again in tension, and an argument arose about pouring more alcohol. The men discussed the secrets and mysteries of this settlement, and the boy continued to wash the dishes, wondering why this task fell to him. A week has passed since Rumba arrived in the village. The protagonist introduced a fee for him to stay at his recreation center. The guy said his base was more extravagant than any hotel in the village. Rumba replied that it was a very comfortable place to stay and thanked him. Alfred thought that he had repeatedly refused him when he told him to just stay in the mansion, but he was constantly disturbing his peace. The man asked if it was okay that they didn't bring a leaner with them. If they had brought her with them, it would have been easier to destroy the prey, since they could have attacked from multiple points and destroyed it instantly. The boy replied that he thought he was right. A branch snapped under his foot. The man said that he had to watch his step. From now on, he had to suppress his presence as much as possible. Alfred agreed with him. The boy wanted to learn Rumba firsthand, so they set off into the forest. His steps are silent and free of all unnecessary movements. Suddenly, they see several animals ahead that have fled because of the noise. The man threw a stone and hit the fleeing boar right on target. Alfred was surprised that a man of his build could move so silently. He was wondering how he could hide his presence at his level. Suddenly, the guy was stopped. He asked Rumba what had happened. He replied that he felt a monster, or more precisely a goblin, approaching. Perhaps he got separated from his group. In comparison, the forest surrounding the mansion is definitely much safer than the rest. However, the deeper one goes, the more frequent are encounters with boars, monsters, and their dwellings. Since one of the duties of a feudal lord is to protect the people from monsters and bandits, adventurers and mercenaries are hired, or a vigilante corps is formed to take care of the problems. Alfred saw a goblin looking around ahead. The man asked him if this was the first time he had seen a monster. The guy replied that it wasn't and that he had actually seen one before, looking at it from afar. He met a snow-white monster called a wind wolf. He was lucky to escape that time. He heard that his father and the Vigilant Corps had gone to destroy it. The man remembered that he was the leader of the local Vigilant Corps. Rumba said that the goblin had a small frame. Since goblins are a barbarian tribe, they usually carry some kind of crude blade, but this guy's weapon is a small log. He asked the boy if he wanted to try fighting her with a sword. The boy indignantly asked if he understood what he was asking a 6-year-old to do. He knew his skills when it came to fencing. For him to have any hope of winning, he would have to use magic. The man remembered that he specialized in it. At that moment, they realized that you fucking noticed them. Rumba stood in front of the boy and drew his sword, telling him to stay away. He might end up getting too close. The boy realized that a battle with a monster had begun. Turning around, Rumba was surprised that the guy was not next to him. He was far away behind the trees. The man wondered why he had gone so far. He replied that the closer he was, the more frightening it was. The man shouted at him not to be such a coward. What would happen if he had no way back? After that, he put his sword back in its sheath, which surprised the boy. Suddenly, Al saw the man running towards him, flashing a menacing smile. He realized that he was going to engage him in a fight and he had no choice. After that, he began to use magic. He shouted that he was going to blow the goblin up with magic. He didn't want to hurt him, so he had to get out of the way. Running away, the man said that it was just incredible. A bright flash blinded the frightened monster. The boy used magic called a ballista, directing it straight at the enemy. After that, he looked at what was left of the monster on the ground. He saw purple and realized that it was definitely not a human. It is the duty of the feudal lord to protect the people. He hunted animals many times for survival and food. Hunting is necessary, it is the best solution to problems. And he cannot hesitate, at least it should have happened. He continued to remember what happened, thinking that it was his duty. The man stood behind him. Alfred asked if that was absurd. Rumba replied that the same could be said about his magic. The boy added that he was serious. He thought he was content simply using magic to enrich his daily life. As he thought, it would simply not be for him. No matter the world, the value of life will always be difficult to understand. There was a constant banging noise in the kitchen. The main character was talking about how to mix meat. The man asked him if he was sure everything would be fine after he had cut meat so many times. The guy replied with a smile that everything would be perfect. What he was trying to make now was a ground beefsteak. He asked his assistant Bartolo where the fried onions were. He said they were right there and he also had a bowl of ice. It was like they were doing a cooking show together. The ingredients had to be mixed together by hand. The ice bowl is there to keep the meat cold. Also, it's made of ice, so your hands will be a little cold when you're mixing. Otherwise, the fat on the meat will start to melt because of the temperature of your hands. Since they want a ground beef steak that will hold its shape while cooking, he is going to use the legendary technique. This surprised the man. To do this, he began tossing the mixed meat between his hands about 10 times. This is necessary to release the air inside the flatbread. Thanks to this, the steak will not fall apart during cooking, and the end result will be better. He thought that if he found himself a wife, he would want her to do this wearing a cute apron. He wanted to see her do it. But then he decided that he had enough of daydreaming as he was busy cooking. Bartolo noticed that he now had a very unpleasant expression on his face. It reminded the boy of the time when he was in middle school in his previous life. He still remembered the time he hit a classmate with meat. Alfred remembered that it was necessary to make a hole in the middle of the flatbread. The man did it and asked if it was right. The guy confirmed his words. The flatbread tends to expand a bit as it cooks. Bartolo added that it's hard for heat to get to the center, but the indentation they made should make it easier. Once one side is brown, flip it over and add a little water. Then cover it with a lid so the steak can steam. This will make the center hot and juicy. They cooked a deliciously smelling ground beef steak. Turning to the maid, the man noticed that the aroma was even reaching beyond the kitchen. The girl literally drooled from this smell, which is why the guy started making fun of her. But they just decided to leave her alone. Alfred said that now they needed to put the steak on the table and pour the sauce they had prepared earlier, and then garnish it with vegetables. They decided that it was time for them to eat. After trying it, the boy realized that it turned out well. It was also easy to cook. Apparently the heat was enough. The man was surprised that the meat was very tender, not to mention the juices. The boy was curious to see how long Mina would just watch. He decided to make a few more to make it even better. The man said he thought it would taste a little better if they added some cheese. The boy supported him and decided to try it next time. And instead of onions, you can add carrots or mushrooms. It will be just as tasty. They decided that it was a good idea. The man looked back at the maid and wondered what they should do with the remaining steak they had made. The girl blushed. He added that for the sake of future culinary practice, he would give up his test portion. He asked if it would be okay if he succeeded with her girlfriend. The guy agreed. The blushing girl asked if she could really eat it. Alfred answered positively and she thanked him. She was very happy when she anticipated the food. The smell alone brought her happiness. She was about to cut a piece, but at that moment Alina ran in, delighted by the smell and realized that the boy had done something new. She said that if that was the case, then she needed it too. The men literally froze in place because the scent had come to another terrible monster. Handing the girl the plate he had taken from the maid, the boy bowed and said that he was presenting her with a chopped beefsteak. He asked Mina for forgiveness, but society is cruel. Lower beings must obey their superiors completely. It is a very cruel world. She said it looked delicious and she would share it with her mother. The boy said that after they had eaten, they would like to hear their opinion. She agreed and thanked him. The three of them remained in the room. The boy slowly turned to the girl and said that he was sorry about what had happened. Meanwhile, she was quietly snorting with indignation. The man asked if it was a switch to one of his personalities. Al replied that he should be a nobleman. And he also thought that first of all he was not a nobleman but a younger brother, and this was very important. Bartolo told the girl not to make that face because he would make her another one. She just had to wait a little. She was very happy and agreed with him. The boy thought he felt some chemistry between the two. Meanwhile, Mel came in and asked how much longer Mina was going to stay idle. She said that she hadn't even finished cleaning the hallway. The girl tried to object to her, but she was adamant and took her away. In the end, Mina never got to try the steak that day. Because his sister and mom asked for extra portions, he was very sorry. Bartolo, wiping the sweat from his face, said that it was a very hot day. Alfred replied that after all it was summer, so everything was fine. In truth, he liked the summer. The wheat fields, gradually turning from bright green to golden, were a beautiful sight. The man agreed with him because it looked beautiful. He also added that today was that very day. At that moment, a carriage drove up to them from which a guy got out and apologized for not writing all the time. He thanked them for coming out to greet him. They met him with dissatisfied faces. Alfred said that he had arrived just in time. The boy replied that it had been a long time. He was glad to see. However, their faces scared the boy. Traders are always wary of their surroundings, have a special perception. Traders are people who cannot admit their own mistakes. They cannot forget the horror of the day when Tree told the women about the sugar they had stored. As a result, they had 1 week. It was an experience of bitter torment. 3 said that thanks to the reversion, he was even able to open a shop in the royal capital. He panicked a little when he suddenly inherited his old man's farm. Alfred said that the old man could now rest a little. The merchant replied that since he retired, things weren't so bad. The protagonist was interested in how his back was. The sold copies were beneficial to his development. The interest from the sale goes straight into the family savings. He didn't know what the income was. However, since he could supply the village and the storehouse with a good amount of sugar and salt, he wouldn't be surprised if it was a significant amount. 3 also provided the villagers with chickens and cows to breed. He's sure he's making a lot of money too. The guy has a pretty good business sense, even though he looks like a hard-to-rely-on type. Everything went according to plan. The merchant said that Alfred had always been his customer. He had become so successful only because of his idea. He was looking forward to continuing their partnership. The boy replied that he thought the same and that they should do their best. However, the way they betrayed them that time was unacceptable. He would have to face the mountain of pain they had to endure. Until he felt it, he would not even think about forgiving him. Tree added that he would like to continue the discussion, but because of the long drive he was tired and wanted to wash himself. The guy offered him to use their bathroom. He added that he would go and prepare hot water for him. The joyful merchant thanked him sincerely. There are no hotels in this world. If someone were to stay in a village, it would be easy to find accommodation, but a bath is another story. They are on a completely different level compared to the elite ones that are in the royal capital. They are truly magnificent. Alfred thought that such long journeys were too difficult for a former Japanese who had grown up in comfortable conditions. He told him that he would take him there. 3 remembered that the last time they met, he asked him to check something. There are no difficulties during the trip, everything is going well. And he also remembered about rice. And when the guy heard this word, he rushed at him, asking him to tell him everything he knew. The merchant asked if he meant rice. The guy held him by the shoulders and asked with wild eyes if that meant he had some rice with him. The scared guy agreed with him and replied that there was a small amount. But the guy was interested in how many kilograms he had, or better yet, how many tons he had. But even this was not enough for his needs. The main product of Japanese cuisine, the sole food of the Japanese people, is rice. Without even realizing it, he had been searching for an ingredient that resembled rice in this world for a long time. The average Japanese person consumes about 1 bag of rice per year if they eat it every day. He planned to cultivate his own fields so that he could have as much rice as he wanted. He calculated the size of the fields to grow enough rice for his consumption. At this time, the merchant tried to call him. He wanted to know if everything was okay with him. The guy replied that he was deep in thought. In any case, the guy was interested in how much rice he brought. He replied that he could only bring about 100 kilograms, to which the guy shouted that this was not enough. 3 replied that he should calm down. If he could get more, he would be the first to notify. The boy shook his hands, saying he was glad to have met him. He would first take a bath, and when he came out, he would bring him some chilled ale, after which he would cook him a ground beefsteak. The merchant thanked him for this. He was glad that he could live up to Alfred's expectations that he was a traitor. Reese was the only thing he needed to make all of humanity happy. He gave the merchant some candy. 3 asked what it was. The guy replied that it was a new product, quite sweet and tasty, and would also restore energy. He thanked her and tasted it with delight. Thus the merchant was reborn from a dirty traitor into his comrade in arms. Now he had to figure out how to explain all this to Bartolo. He realized that saying that he brought him rice could not justify him in any way since he suffered the most from what happened. At that moment, Mina came up to him and called him. He asked her what had happened, and she replied that she had just made inquiries with Trial, and he told her that the gentleman had some kind of sweet. The guy replied that there were no more sweets. She said that she had to report this to Mrs. Aliner. The guy grabbed her hand and said that it was just a joke. He handed her the candies with trembling hands, after which the girl asked him to jump up and down for her a few times, like a rabbit. The guy looked at her with a gloomy face. After he jumped a few times, she heard a rustling sound. She asked him if he had anything else. He apologized and handed her more candy. She ate one and smiled. The guy shouted that it was extortion, and no one was around to witness this crime. With an angry face, he went into the kitchen. Bartolo said he had some akala pods so they could be incorporated into the ground beefsteak. You have to be careful with them because they are incredibly spicy. He decided to pay the merchant back with them. The guy said that just adding pods would not be enough. Because of him, the new candies were discovered by Mina. She also took all the candies from him. The man was surprised by this, and the boy apologized and said that it was his mistake. He had let his guard down. Bartolo clenched his teeth. He was mad as hell. They couldn't just cook him food now. They would season it 100 times more, and he would taste the embodiment of anger and despair. The boy screamed at him not to show mercy. At that moment, a girl came in and said she smelled steak, which she loved. They realized that trouble had come and the guy said that they were cooking now, so they were busy. She said that he was not cheerful at all. She asked if they had finished making it and if she could have it. She was a little hungry as she had just finished her morning workout. The guy agreed with her and thought she should hurry up and eat it. She took it and the guy said it was made with his utmost gratitude, so she should enjoy it. Bartolo realized that this was the same steak they were preparing for the merchant and they had to run. At that moment the girl, with tears in her eyes, screamed that it was very spicy. She grabbed a glass of water and began to drink quickly, also trying to catch her breath. After that, she looked in their direction. Remembering his words, she said that now she understands how he really feels about her. The guy tried to justify himself by saying that his little sister is like the spice of life for him. Then he shouted that his sister was the most hot-tempered person he knew. After which, he realized what he had told her. Enraged, she shoved the remaining meat into his mouth. His vision swam as the akala burst into his mouth in all the wrong ways. A little later, he passed out from the sharpness. Meanwhile, 3 served regular food instead of revenge food. One day, he will definitely take revenge. But still, he is grateful to him for the rice. The boy was told that was all for today. He thanked them and going to the wash basin said that he was very tired. They had been training from morning until noon. After washing his face, Alfred said that it was very refreshing. Sarah handed him a towel and thanking her, he thought that, as expected of her, she was very tactful. She had taken care of him since he was a child. He thought she must be about 22 years old now. Because of her black hair, he glanced at her unconsciously from time to time. He remembers talking about it with his mother recently. Black hair is a rare sight in this world. He is used to it since he was born in Japan, but he still feels nostalgic. The boy looks after the girl. He was asked if he had feelings for Sarah. He asked her in confusion what she was talking about, to which she replied that he always looked at her with tenderness. Looking away, he replied that he simply liked black hair. She was surprised by this and added that he was so young but had already developed such a specific preference. Walking down the street, he thought that they would think differently of him now. His inner age was about 33 after all. Seeing Bartolo, he said that there was no need to cook dinner for him today. Bartolo told him that he understood him. While changing, he decided that since the weather was so nice today, how about a little picnic? He went into the outbuilding and walked up to the stoves, giggling. He made Logan make him a Hagama rice cooker. With it, he can make the best rice, it's so nice and fluffy. When making onigiri, he said that after the rice is done, you need to reduce the heat in the oven. Then let it steam for a while. It takes a long time to reach a high level of mastery in rice cooking. Then wrap it in a sheet and put it in storage. In spatial storage, the concept of time does not exist. Therefore, you can enjoy scalding hot onigiri whenever you want. Thanks to the rice cooker, he is one step closer to achieving his goal of an exceptional lifestyle. He once again thanks Logan for it. Now he needs to show him all the good things about rice. If Logan showed great enthusiasm for tamagoyaki, he's sure he'll like rice dishes too. There was nothing that could compare to this combination. He might not have a soup that would suit them, but there was no point in grieving. He wondered if soybeans existed in this world. Then he decided that if rice existed, soybeans must exist somewhere. He just had to find them. He would look for them everywhere, no matter where that path led him. Suddenly he heard a noise that distracted him. He wondered what was going on there. He was working on his lucky plan to recreate Japanese cuisine. At that moment, those who were fighting on the parade ground were being supported. He realized that Alina was training with the Vigilant Corps. She was as full of fighting spirit as ever. He looked at his snacks and decided that he had to run before she found out. He couldn't expose himself to unnecessary danger. Running up to the building, he called Logan. Knocking loudly on the door, he called him, saying that he had food. A man came out and shouted at him to shut up. He asked him what he thought would happen if someone heard him. The protagonist replied that nothing, because in this wilderness except for him, no one lives. Holding out the food, he said that he brought him some rice food. He cooked it using the rice cooker he made him last time. It's very hot, so he has to be careful. The man was surprised that he actually used it and that he came all this way to give it to him. Alfred said that he thought of going on a picnic after giving it to him since the weather was so nice today. The man looked at the sky and said that he would eat later. The guy thought that this was unthinkable. Logan was a gourmet, he would never do something like that. He had to come up with a good excuse for him to eat now. Scalding hot onigiri couldn't be eaten later. He asked the man to go on a picnic with him. The man said he wouldn't go and didn't understand why he'd even thought he'd want to go. The boy said he wasn't fun at all. Logan thanked the guy and said goodbye to him, slammed the door. He decided to tell him what he thought of them next time. The guy listened to what was happening behind the door. The guy decided he was the type to say something about just trying one to see what they tasted like. That's what he heard while eavesdropping behind the door. As he was leaving, he thought that Logan also had this sweet and honest nature. Suddenly, the man jumped out with an angry face, saying that he was still here. Alfred turned around and asked what had happened. The man asked him if they would be selling them at the diner soon. The boy was surprised that he had already eaten everything, but the man asked him to answer his question. The protagonist noticed that he had a grain of rice on his cheek. He thought that all he had to do was be honest with his feelings. He said he didn't have much rice, so maybe they couldn't serve it. The man said they would go well with tamagoyaki. The boy should hurry up and bring more rice so he could try it. Alfred thought that as expected of the gourmet Logan, he could immediately sense that they would go well together. The man said goodbye and said that it was very tasty. He is very easy to read. The boy stretched and realized it was time for a picnic. He went into the forest, looking at the surrounding waterfalls and various meadows. He realized that even though it was a picnic, it was a little sad to go alone. He wondered if Logan would go with him if he asked again. Come to think of it, he doesn't have any acquaintances or friends his age. It's really sad. He wants to enjoy his free time with his friends his age. In that case, he should ask Silvio if he wants to go. Suggest going outside and reading, enjoying the beautiful scenery. If he said something like that, I'm sure he would agree. He was met by locals who greeted him and asked where he was going. The guy said that he was going to the mountains today. They asked him to be careful. He thought it was nice to talk to the people in the village and hoped he could do the same with his friends his age. He heard someone say that everyone was saying that one of the 7 secrets of the village was connected to him. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, which made him very nervous. It was a leaner who asked what he was doing today. Turning around, the guy saw unfamiliar girls with her. One of them recognized him and said that she had heard a lot about him. She was pleased to meet him. He replied that he was the second son of the Slowlife family, Alfred. She happily replied that as expected from the younger brother of the mistress, he was very polite and necessary. The second asked if he was always so polite. Alina replied that it was not always so. The guy thought Emma looked like a kind person. If he was right, she simply adored him. A person forms a first impression within 10 seconds of meeting. He still needs to appease her so that she will adore him. He also greeted the second girl, remembering that her name was Sheila. Suddenly, he involuntarily began to compare his sister to her, because of which she got angry and said that for some strange reason she had the urge to hit him. Sheila asked what she was planning to do today. He said he was thinking of going to the mountains and playing. After finding a nice place with a beautiful view, stop for a picnic. The girl said that was a great idea. Suddenly, they suggested going together. The sister also said that it was a good idea. She had no plans for the afternoon, so she would go too. Since the weather was fine, the main character cooked himself lunch and went on a picnic. Now the girls decided to join him, as well as his little sister Alina. He said he didn't mind, but he was going to the mountains for a picnic and they didn't even bring food with them. The sister said she could tell him the same thing, he thought, but that it was because he had a spatial storage for food. She told the girls that she would go ahead and ask Bartolo to cook dinner for them. The girls said that it sounded delicious. The guy was surprised by the way she spoke to them. She can actually use elegant language when she's around her friends. He expected her to be more rude. She asked him what he was thinking about, but he said nothing. Meanwhile, the cook was panicking and wondering if he had enough ingredients and time to cook food for 4 people. Finally, the 4 of them were able to go on a picnic. My sister said it was cool there, even though it was summer. Emma said she felt a lovely cool breeze touching her skin. She took the guy by the hand and said that the locals were pretty cool and asked if he was okay. He blushed and confirmed it. Alina said that he had been practicing fencing for a long time. Such a slight deviation was nothing to him. The girl pulled her hand back and apologized. Looking at his hand, the boy thought that his sister Emma's hand was very soft and feminine. She said that the calluses on her hand were most likely unpleasant, since she had been fencing for several years. She said that the lady could somehow keep up with the vigilant core and was a master at swinging her blade. They both hoped to be as strong as her one day. The boy understood her. He was asked if he had only started training with the sword this spring. He replied that he did not train every day, although his father and sister were quite energetic. Emma added that they were very strong. Every time they competed, she lost. The protagonist thought she was very cute. Sheila suggested stopping for a bite to eat. Emma told her they were almost there, but the girl kept talking about it. Finally, we reached a place with a beautiful view of the mountains and fields. Sheila suggested that we hurry up and open the bento. From there, they could see the entire village. They stood and enjoyed the pleasant view in the breeze. However, Sheila kept insisting that they needed to eat quickly. They all gathered together and started eating. When they opened the containers, they saw that it looked very attractive. Bartolo had done a great job. The boy thought his lunch contained too much tamagoyaki. Most likely it was because they were short on ingredients and it was still noon. He decided to replace the excess with food from the spatial storage. Meanwhile, the girls admired how delicious it was. They were interested in what this white thing was in their container. Alina replied that she had never seen anything like it before and asked the guy what it was. He told them about onigiri and how to eat them properly. I tried it, and the girls realized that it was very tasty. They started discussing among themselves what they were. He simply said that it was a new recipe that the chef had developed. It would be unpleasant if people continued to think that he had invented it all. Later, he lay on the grass and realized that he had hit the nail on the head. Good food and beautiful scenery go very well together. Suddenly, he heard a cry that scared him. He asked his sister what kind of strange bird it was. She replied that you can meet it when you climb to a height. She told him about the unique feature of the bird, which can not only fly but also run on the ground but often stumbles. The guy asked how long she was going to use the sophisticated tone. She answered that every girl has her own secrets. Emma noticed that Alina loved her brother very much. When they were going up the mountain, she walked quite slowly, often looking back to check if everything was okay with him. These words embarrassed her and the guy was perplexed. He thought she was always the type to just frown at her, so he didn't understand. She said she just wanted to make sure he wasn't holding them up. He thought he understood her. Her tone was as sharp and cold as usual, but compared to last time, there was a gentle softness coming from him this time. The season of gathering for fellowship has arrived, turning the village into an active, buzzing hive. The busy harvest time continues, but it is great as families come together and work together. Even though part of the harvest will be paid to the family as tax, the smiling faces continued to shine. At the village tavern, the boy noticed that everyone was very busy. The woman replied that he was right. After all, they had a big harvest this year, not to mention the festival was in 5 days. The boy realized that it was that time of year. The girl told him that the gathering was slowly coming to an end. She was sure that in the next 3 days they would already begin to hear festive cries coming from the village square. They are also having a reversey tournament this year. She asked him if he would participate this year. He said yes. The protagonist said that it was very lively here now. Syria replied that she was glad about it, but it was also quite noisy in their mansion. The boy remembered the bustle that was going on there. In addition to providing food for the villagers, they also had to prepare for the guests. Lying on his bed, the guy thought that it was very noisy there. He used fire magic to warm himself up. On such a cold day, he just had to stay in the cozy room. His sister ran in and said it was time to practice with the sword. He grabbed the pillow and said that it should knock. It was cold today, so he wasn't going anywhere. She said that it wasn't right if he didn't practice, he wouldn't be able to improve. He asked how the preparation was going. She said that there shouldn't be any problems, but even if nothing worked out, they would have extra time to train. She said with displeasure that he had better remove the irritated expression on his face if he didn't want her to help him. The boy stood up and said he would come when he changed. She told him to hurry up. After that, she thought about her appearance. The boy was freezing when he went outside. His sister shouted at him not to be idle. It was a bit cold now, so he needed to move a bit to warm up. The boy agreed with her. However, he was amazed that they were wearing light clothes. They looked like the schoolboy they went to school with. He tried to look cool by wearing short sleeves despite the fact that it was winter. He always replied that he was not cold. The guy asked them if they were cold. Silvio replied that he got faster when he moved, so everything was fine. At this time, the father came and suggested starting with a short run around the mansion. The main character ran ahead of everyone. Alina tried to find out what he had said earlier. Silvio suggested finding out during the duel. She replied that he was simply a genius. Father said that they should have warmed up by now they should practice swords. Everyone agreed with him. The boy thought that only 5 months ago he first picked up a wooden sword. He recently began to hear the whistle when he swung it. It was so pleasant. His father told him that his swing still lacked power. He should use his body weight when striking. He noticed his brother's movements. They were very clear and precise. It was so like him. He was always the one who thought things through before acting. Previously, the main character often asked questions regarding fencing. He is definitely completely serious. On the other hand, his sister is not like that. He noticed her swings. It was just his guess, but the wooden swords they use shouldn't be sharp. He was scared by her looks. Suddenly, she used something that caused a bright flash of light to appear in front of her. The guy didn't understand what she did. He saw that with one swing of the ball, she cut the leaf into 4 parts. She says directly that if he angers her, he will end up the same way. Her father told her that it was only the middle of a warm-up. He reminded her that sword technique was not something to play with, and the girl apologized. The protagonist noticed that she was very obedient. It was simply unbelievable for him. The man told him not to get distracted either. The guy thought that there were too many people with paranormal abilities in this village. Then they were told to spar. The boy thought that his opponent today was his brother. He shouldn't have said those words then, he should take them back. Silvio said it was just sparring and he didn't need to look so angry. Alfred replied that he'd better get ready anyway. The protagonist immediately began to attack, surprising her opponent, who said that he could really do something like that if he tried hard enough. He replied that, as expected, his defense was good. He added that in order to fight against his little sister, such a skill was necessary. He decided to use it as a defense later. Silvio suggested that in that case he should ask his dad to come and show him a better example, which made the protagonist scared and said that if he did that, he would stop sparring right then and there. Suddenly the protagonist heard the sound of metal and thought that a wooden sword should not sound like that. If you look closely, it seems that they are now pouring their magical powers into the swords. Alina can use fire magic, but she's not very skilled at it. It would take up to 3 fireballs to even slightly hurt enemies like the goblin or wind wolf. Magic power only increases when you use it up completely. He tries to get this across to her every day, but he doubts she listens. He had heard that his father could use wind magic, however, he had never seen him use it before, even if their blades were imbued with magical power. This was a sparring match he did not want to interfere with. After that, the father announced that they had finished the lesson. The boy came into the house and decided to heat up the bath. Before he was born, water was heated with a magic tool. Now he uses magic to heat the water faster. If they used fire magic, they could do the same, but he doesn't trust his little sister's magic skills at all. Then he caught a cold because he tried to heat the water. To get revenge, he filled his brother's bathtub with enough bone-chilling water. Then he called him. He told him that he had just prepared the bathroom, he could go first if he wanted. He thanked him and said that he would go as soon as he got a change of clothes. The protagonist thought with glee that now he would be in very cold water. He dissolved a huge block of ice with the help of fire magic. The cold steam coming out of the water will look exactly like hot steam. He won't understand anything, but as soon as he gets in, he'll freeze. This is for what he told Alina earlier. He couldn't wait for it to happen, but suddenly he heard angry screams coming from the bathroom. The screaming man realized whose doing it was. The boy was horrified when he saw his older sister running towards him in a towel, looking very angry. The boy thought she was just a demon. He hid behind the door and thought that he needed to calm down, but he couldn't do it, trembling with fear. The girl stuck her foot in the doorway and said that if she could break his neck, then victory would be hers. That day, he was able to see the whole world flash before him. The mannequins were dressed in ornate outfits. Tree said that all the outfits came straight from the kingdom, so he was quite confident in the selection. They invited him for a little shopping day. Mom was happy that there were a lot of clothes. Through selling Reversi, he was able to make all sorts of connections. Since his father and brother were busy preparing for the upcoming Harvest Festival, to avoid having to be Alina's sparring partner, they invited him to buy clothes. However, he thought it was such a pain. On the other hand, the little sister shows more interest in weapons than in clothes. She has almost no femininity. The boy thought that his clothes were more extravagant than he had originally imagined. The materials used for sewing were of very high quality. He could not imagine people wearing such clothes in the royal capital. 3 showed him where the men's clothing was. The boy noticed how the collars of the clothes were decorated, lifting one of the shirts. The merchant replied that recently there had been a fashion for adding embroidery decorations along the neckline. The protagonist said that he needed clothes that were easy to move in. Al said the coat and robe looked cool. Eliner said they didn't suit him at all, but he hoped he could wear them when he was older and looked like his father, or so she told him not to hope. He saw the clothes that they decided to offer him to wear. He decided that it was cruel because he also wanted beautiful clothes like his brothers. They told him he couldn't take it just because he liked it. There were certain types that could only be worn once he had earned a rank, so he couldn't wear it. He was interested in the one they couldn't wear. The merchant said that he brought her at the request of Lady Alina to teach him the ranks and titles associated with clothing items. The protagonist was touched by his mother's actions. He held out one of the items and said he wanted it. She said it was beautiful but too plain. He added that he thought it suited him. Alina said that she was quite sure that these colors would not suit him at all. However, when she looked at him, she realized that they suited him, so she sent him behind the screen to change. Alina, meanwhile, did not understand why the sword in her hands was included in the number of decorations. Wouldn't it be better to use a sharpened blade as decoration and not this toy? The guy thought that he understood how she felt. But some nobles are pompous people by nature. Alina told Alina that all she does is look at swords. She should get herself something more feminine. She replied that she didn't want to do something like that. Looking at himself in the mirror, the protagonist decided that it was not bad. He looked at it, realizing that it was comfortable and easy to move in, and the color was good. Then he realized that it was not at all cute when a guy does that. The guy pulled the screen aside and said he had changed. Everyone present looked at him with strange expressions on their faces, and he didn't understand what was going on. They told him that it really suited him. They asked him to turn around and show himself from different sides. In the end, he was forced to try on different sets of clothes. They tried on and bought 12 in total. Then their mother wondered what to do with Alina. She doubted that the girl would be able to choose on her own. Alfred asked her if she was going to change. The girl replied that she was not going to. He reminded her that she was in the men's department. Alina said that something like that might suit her, but she should choose at least some women's clothes. She sent her to the fitting room. The protagonist thought that the merchant was quite tactful. There's nothing to be done when it comes to Alina. While she's changing, they have to pick out a few things for Mom to try on. She spots one of the shirts and says it would suit his sister. He replied that she could guess her children's tastes at a glance. She smiled and replied that she was their mother. She explained what she thought of Alina's style of dress. The girl came out and was told that the clothes looked great on her. After that, they started handing her the next outfits that she had to try on. The boy wondered if this would help him cut down on his morning workout. He handed his mother the dress and said it would look great on his sister. She agreed, which upset the girl. Her mother told her that if she didn't speed up, she might not make it to practice. The girl sadly replied that they probably wouldn't even buy half of it. Pointing to one of the dresses, Alina said that if she tried it on, she wouldn't have to try on the rest. This shocked the girl and she literally started shaking. The guy asked if this dress would suit his sister. Mom answered that it would. She told the girl that she doesn't have to try on the dress if she doesn't want to. There are plenty of clothes here that she can try on. The protagonist supported her. The girl screamed that she would try on that dress. Alina immediately called Sarah and asked the merchant to tell her more about the dress. 30 minutes later, the men were called back into the dressing room. They saw the girl wearing the dress. They told her admiringly that she looked great, better than ever. After that, Alina decided to try on another dress. They said that it would be the last one. Alfred suggested that the merchant have fun before he left because he would have time to train. 40 minutes later, they were called again. The protagonist realized that trying on these dresses had taken a significant amount of time. It was already past noon. Entering the fitting room, he was very surprised. Alina stood before him, dressed in a long, light dress. He did not immediately understand who was in front of him. She told him angrily that it was her, but he shouted that it was an imposter. The girl asked to take off these clothes. But after that, Alina unexpectedly suggested trying on new clothes for training. The girl was sent back to change, where she quickly began to take off all the items of her evening dress. She also returned to her usual hairstyle. So she changed back into the tracksuit she usually wears. Alina regretted it because she was so cute. Alina grabbed her brother's hand and told him that they were going to practice with the sword. In the boy's opinion, the elegant figure that was there before was good, but the lively and energetic little sister was also not bad. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared from behind the boxes and blinded the protagonist. What he saw amazed him. Unexpectedly, he managed to buy some sweet potatoes. When his father and brother were going around the village, the villagers called them. They were worried about them and told them not to stress, and they also wondered if anything unusual had happened. Since they had collected a large quantity of fruit, they asked to take some. The brother said that they had already collected enough for the harvest festival, but the father replied that everything was fine. The villagers are very eager to share their harvest, their way of showing that everything is fine now. Besides, it also shows that the household here is in order. The boy agreed with him. In the end, they left with a full carriage. And so it happened that there was no room left in the pantry. Since he has some sweet potatoes, he must bake them. If you prepare them with the wrong herbs, you will not be able to appreciate their taste. He once used leaves to start a fire, but it was difficult to control the flames. But there is no microwave oven in this world, so he simply had to use the stones to create his own. Having created what he needed, he decided that it would do. He wanted to try something new today anyway. After that, he found a big suitable vase. There is nothing inside and it is not too dirty. Everything will be fine when he cleans it. He wondered how he was going to carry it to the garden. It would be easy if he used enhancement magic, but the vase was a little dirty and he was wearing the new autumn clothes they had bought the other day. So he decided to use teleportation magic on her. She moved, and he realized that this was exactly what he wanted. He decided that he would move her slowly so that no one would see it. The last step was to move past Dad's office. He looked around, saw no one, and used the teleport. At that moment, he was asked what he was doing. But he didn't see her anywhere, so he didn't understand how she noticed him. Maybe he was hallucinating. He realized with fear that his sister noticed him. The brother asked her what happened. She answered that Alfred was outside the window. He said that he did not see him anywhere, but she answered that she was able to determine the presence by hearing footsteps. This shocked the protagonist. Silvio looked out of the window and was surprised to see a guy. However, the main character was not happy about it. The girl asked him what he was doing in such a place. He answered that he was just passing by. He thought he could find something interesting. His sister rarely notices his lies, but he had better not make up simple excuses, lest they interfere with the preparation of sweet potatoes. She asked that if he had a lot of time, he could help them with the paperwork. The guy thought it was rare to see her doing paperwork. I wonder how they make her do it. The guy replied that if she just didn't want to do arithmetic, there was no point in him helping her. Silvio said that it would be bad if someone else did the work for her. She replied that looking at numbers was very boring. However, otherwise she would have to do needlework with her mother. She replied that they had to go and continue. The boy wondered if she really valued sword training that much. His brother told him that they would see each other later. The protagonist thought that people who work hard are wonderful. He is sure that they have a bright future. Now he needed to put some coal and some metal things to hang the potatoes on. He didn't have a special device, so he decided to make do with a regular brazier. After that, his baking pot was ready. He placed the potatoes inside and lit the coals with fire magic. Next, he covered the vase with a board he had taken from the spatial storage. Now all he could do was sit and wait, thinking about sweet potatoes. There were about 40 minutes left before they were ready, so he decided to go practice his magic. He started using magic of different elements. It may look simple, but it is still a training in magic control and a fun one at that. Using earth magic, he was able to create a large dinosaur. He realized that this will never get boring. The more he trains, the more results he sees. His sister has the same attitude to fencing. He shouted that it was impossible and that they were two completely different things. Fencing would not help attack a target that was far away, not to mention that a sword did not allow teleportation. Time flew by quickly and about 40 minutes passed. In this world, time is known by the ringing of bells. People are used to living without clocks. He simply follows his internal clock. The village is a quiet region where all sorts of people live, but even so, there are plenty of people complaining about the delay. He remembered the sweet potatoes. It was time for him to see what had happened. He smelled a sweet aroma and knew that nothing had burned. The sweet potato flavor should have intensified a bit. When he picked it up, he realized it was very hot. So he took out his gloves from the spatial storage and decided that he would not make the same mistake again. He was pleased to notice that the potato was softer than he thought. Now it was time to try it. It was very tasty. It was different from the sweetness of sugar, a taste that can only be achieved by using real potatoes. The flesh also had a pleasant texture. He did the right thing by baking it. It was a very tasty snack. At that moment, his family came, wondering what he was doing. The protagonist asked if they had finished their work yet. The father replied that it was all thanks to help. The brother wondered why he had brought the vase. Its presence here shocked the father because it had been a gift from the Viscount. The protagonist did not understand why such an important object was kept in the barn. He had just used it to fry sweet potatoes. The thought of his social status shocked the boy. The girl thought about the pleasant smell she felt. They tasted it and realized that this baked potato was incredibly sweet and the skin was also tender. The father said that since the vase was not very valuable, he was not angry with him, but he would explain everything to him later. Then he asked if he could try. Alfred realized that they wouldn't be angry with him. Everyone was smiling contentedly. In the end, the boy is sure because of the baked or potatoes, why else? But he did not receive a not very long lecture for the offense. But his father asked him not to take anything out of the barn without permission. The protagonist watched as the maids ran around the kitchen with groceries and prepared to set the table. He realized that everyone was very busy. Today was the beginning of the harvest festival. Everyone in the village was looking forward to it, so there was a lot of noise because of the Reversi tournament. The harvest festival is the only day when all the residents can rest and relax. During the festival, everyone has fun for 3 days after the beginning, without worrying about work. If the harvest was bad, the celebration will be small, but this happens suddenly. They pray that the next year's harvest will be just as abundant. In addition, this year is the anniversary festival. Thanks to the income he received from the invention of Reversi and other things, the harvest festival becomes terribly extravagant. Bartolo greeted the boy. He noticed that he looked very loaded. He replied that he had been tasked with preparing food for the festival. This time there would be many noble guests. The boy remembered the Viscount whose pot he had used for the sweet potatoes. His father had said that the vase was not very valuable, so it should be fine. Then he realized that the tournament was about to start and he had to go. He walked slowly along the road between the fields and suddenly noticed that the fields were completely empty. He stopped looking at them. Not long ago there was a lot of wheat here. The harvest was really abundant. In his past life, when he was still a city dweller, he had no time to enjoy the beauty of the changing of the year. He was always busy. But now he thinks he can afford it. He is very happy that he was reborn in such a village and in this world. Soon he came to the village and saw that the city street was filled with people, stalls, and decorated with flags. The village was unrecognizable. There were so many people there. He saw some of them for the first time and realized that they were travelers. Such liveliness makes this village even more beautiful. There is a feeling of unity in the air. He walked into the diner and said hello. Even though they had added another building, it was still very crowded. He called out to Roland, who was glad to see him. The guy wondered if more people would come. The man replied that about 20 more people should come. The protagonist doubted that anyone else would be able to squeeze through here. If it came to a fight, they would simply force them to play outside. Alfred realized that it would be difficult to play a match here, and the spectators could hardly see anything. He turned to Syria. He asked if it would be okay if he put some chairs and tables outside the diner. She said it was okay. If he could reduce the number of these dirty guys, he would only help her, and she was counting on him. The boy said he would do it right away. The man was outraged by her words, but she looked at him with a heavy look, because of which he decided to go and help. The guy used magic to place several tables near the diner. Roland said that magic was cool. The man next to him noted that even he couldn't use magic of that level. Roland said that his fire magic could only light wood, and that at best 3 times at a time. The boy replied that it was ridiculous to compare himself to someone like Mr. Alfred. After that, they started arguing about the capabilities of their magic, trying to prove who had more capabilities. The guy thought that it would get even worse if they started a fight. The people around started betting on which of them would win. They laughed, saying that they always had fun with each other. The girls also started discussing their ideas about them. Syria yelled at them all to be quiet. If they wanted to fight, they should fight through reversey. Everyone around them started apologizing in fear, something to be expected from every woman. After that, the men decided to settle everything through a game. They were sure that they would not lose. A little later, Roland and Wester were eliminated in the very first round of the tournament. The main character easily made it to the next round. As an inventor, it wouldn't be cool to lose in the first round. The food stalls had already started selling lunch, and the second round was scheduled to begin in the afternoon. People were excited for the next game. Watching the games, they discussed how they would act in this or that situation. The guy thought that the spectators become more advanced by watching the matches. The men who had fought earlier were discussing their losses. The protagonist thought that they were actually getting along quite well. Those present were also enjoying the snacks that were offered. The surrounding people were also discussing the capabilities of the tournament participants present. Alfred thought they were annoying. He noticed the boy Wester had lost to. He didn't remember every villager, but he hadn't met these people before. For some reason, he felt uneasy around them. Suddenly, Herman called out to him and said that his opponent in the second round was the man who ate tamagoyaki. When they were ready, they could begin. The guy asked for another helping. The girl asked him how much more he was going to eat. He better have some money to pay for all this. The man showed how much money he had. The protagonist was amazed at how much money he had. Few people in the village could have that much. But the girl added that even so, he couldn't eat too much because he had to leave some for others. He said he would be content with what he had already eaten. He approached the manager and asked if this child would be his next opponent. He confirmed and told him to start when they were ready. Looking at each other, they introduced themselves and were ready to begin their round. Both were full of confidence. In the midst of the Harvest Day celebrations in the village, the second round of the reverse tournament begins. Al, the second son of the feudal lord, is up against a mysterious man named Melnar. As a result, everything ended with an unconditional victory for the main character, and he moved on to the third round. His opponent surrendered. The protagonist realized that his opponent was not so good. The man said that as he thought, the power of the real creator is different from other people. The game only recently reached the place where he lives. He asked him for a plate of tamagoyaki again. The girl said that he couldn't have it and that he could order something else like spaghetti. The guy shared that he still wanted to eat. Usually after a loss, people feel irritated or disappointed, but he looks absolutely calm and relaxed. For some reason, the guy thinks that he and Rumba would make a great team. A guy came up to him and said that their game was really exciting. He learned a lesson from such a spectacle. He introduced himself as Yulina. If they ever played, he hoped they would have a good match. After that, he ordered some fruit water from the girl. The guy thought that he had heard these exact words before. After that, he won all his matches one after another and reached the final of the tournament. His opponent in the final was Yulina. The guy replied that he was calculating and was ahead of his opponent by 2 or 3 steps. He decided that he would be difficult anyway, so he had to focus on the final. but he still couldn't compare to his brother. The people around started thinking about who would win this match. Their opinions were divided on whether the main character would win. After that, they started betting on who would win. They bet different amounts, each on his own favorite. The opponents wished each other a good match. The final of the reversion tournament was declared open. Yulina asked if the guy would mind if he chose black. Al agreed with him. Taking the chip in his hands, the main character thought about what strategy to pursue. This will definitely be a battle of wits. They began to gradually put their chips out. Despite how much everyone was waiting for the final, it went quite smoothly. The people around them discussed their match, not understanding why they made certain moves. None of them gave up. People started judging the number of stones on the table. The protagonist thought that he was now strategically placing his stones for the future. Suddenly, the main character's opponent noticed that the guy had limited the squares in which he could place his stones. He forced him to play according to his own scenario. Now it would be difficult for him to do anything, because all the most important points had been captured. Those present did not understand what had actually happened. They were told that the main character had led the enemy into a trap. He had made it so that no matter where he placed his stones, he would still take the right place. This did not give the enemy a chance to win. In the end, Yulina said that he could not find any way to win. The match ended with a score of 51 points to 13. It was announced that it was a clear victory for Mr. Alfred. The opponents thanked each other for the past game. Al thought that he simply lacked experience. If he had worthy opponents, he could already be as good as his brother. At this time, people realized that their bets were over. The main character was about to have a snack and Melnar offered to treat him. Yulina also joined them at the table. The guy wondered if they knew each other. The guests began to order, choosing the dishes and drinks they would eat. The waitress announced that spaghetti was Alfred's invention. After the drinks were brought, they decided to celebrate the victory of the main character. They drank their drinks cheerfully. Yulina said that he was just a child. Therefore, he should not drink inappropriate drinks. They gave him a glass of fruit water. He stood up and said he wanted to show everyone a trick. He would go into a box he made using earth magic and try to get out of the box without breaking it. The people watched him as he entered the box. The report began. The guy decided to exceed their expectations, casting spells like a real magician. Suddenly there was an explosion and the box was destroyed. Those present wondered if he was okay and did not understand where he had gone. Suddenly they saw that he was behind them. It was just amazing for them. While they were counting, he teleported to the kitchen and then simply used earth magic and entered the door. The amazed people began to ask him how he did it. However, the second time it will not be as spectacular as the first. They treated him to a drink and asked him to tell them the secret of the show as a thank you. However, the guy said that it wouldn't be the same if he told them. The drink wasn't cool enough, so he used ice magic. Yulina noticed these amazing actions. He couldn't imagine that he could also use ice magic, just like the ice princess of the kingdom. They were told that this is what the people call the princess of the kingdom. They have no choice but to call her by this famous name. The boy asked what others call her. They answered that they call her an ice doll, but calling her that is somehow too much. The main character clarified why they call her that. She couldn't walk since birth. Rumor has it that because of this, the disappointed people around her did not treat her very well. However, when she mastered ice magic, people's attitudes began to change and they began to welcome her with open arms. Because of their shameless behavior, she began to lose faith in the people around her and even her own family. Sometimes it is very sad to see the true nature of a person. The guy felt sorry for her. He asked about these rumors about the royal family. Are they too detailed about it? Is it really gossip among ordinary people or not? The men present responded with a calm smile that they were not ordinary people. This shocked the protagonist, and he wondered if it was true what they meant and why they decided to visit such a remote village. Yulina asked him not to be so polite. They were close friends of Nord, the Count and the Viscount. They had come here to check on how things were going in this village. The boy remembered what he had been told earlier. The man said that they heard something from the villagers while he was performing. He more precisely already declared whether the guy was the second son of Nord. He confirmed his words. The Count said that as expected he had good manners, but he liked his stupid side better. They put the coins on the table and decided to leave. The boy asked where they were going. Yulina replied that they were going to the mansion. His wife should have arrived by now, and he felt bad about making her wait. The boy was surprised again. On the street they saw a carriage with his family crest. Al said it looked cool. The bigger carriage must be Melnar's. Its crest had swords on it. The Count replied that even the coats of arms could not compare to the coat of arms of the Slowlet family, since it depicted a dragon. He that it is absent for the nickname of Dragon Slayer, he cannot hide the fact that he has a coat of arms with a dragon. Remembering this, the protagonist laughed. The men said it was too rude. The count said that if he had such a nickname, he would suffer every time he was called that. They couldn't stop laughing. Their father came up to them and asked with a scary face who was the dragon slayer here. Everyone froze at his appearance. The men immediately stood up and greeted him. Al thought that even though they were now dressed in the clothes of ordinary villagers, they simply radiated an aura of nobility. He invited them into the house. The men said that the second son was very polite. He thanked them for the compliments. The father told his son to stop. He informed him that after such a performance, he could not leave so easily. He must wait for him in the garden and make sure to take the wooden sword with him. After that, they approached the room and knocked on it. When they entered, the girls greeted them joyfully. The girl threw herself into her husband's arms. The guy thought it was Yulina's wife. However, she looked very small. It was hard to tell anything about her. Watching them, he did not understand where the diligent, intelligent man who was earlier had disappeared to. He understood the Viscount's preferences. They were interrupted by the news that the girl had not yet introduced herself. She said her name and bowed to them. Those present also began to introduce themselves to her, and the guy kept thinking about how she looked. He told her that he was glad to welcome her to their home. She thanked him for his hospitality and smiled. He understood why Yulina liked her. Later in the evening, they thanked the hospitality and discussed the food they had tasted in the village. The protagonist decided to return to his room. The guy noticed that Lineria went after him. He didn't understand why he was doing this. She said that she wanted to talk to him. He replied that he didn't mind, but his room was rather small. He didn't understand why she looked as if she was looking forward to it. He felt some kind of uneasiness. While she was looking for him, he had this feeling when his sister appeared next to him. But since there were only the two of them here, the reason must be Lineria. He changed his walking rhythm and now the presence was far behind him. This feeling did not leave him. Finally, they reached the room. The girl came close to him and stroked his head. At first he froze and then he screamed in fear. He said that this situation puzzled him too. However, the girl continued to talk to him, not attaching any importance to it. She said he was cute, and before she knew it, she really wanted to stroke his hair. He asked her if she liked kids. She said she wanted a little brother here. In his previous life in Japan, he had 3 sisters, which is too many. As the youngest in the family, he didn't understand what they wanted and ended up being turned into a toy. But now the situation did not change. He said that he always wanted a younger brother too. After that, she asked if he wanted to become her child. This surprised the main character. The main character was confused by the offer. He said that she should have children with her husband and added that they could go to his room. When he entered, he used fire magic to heat up the room. The girl was amazed by his abilities. He replied that it was because he had practiced a lot. She replied that she could use wind magic too and asked if there were any tricks. He suggested that she use magic when the opportunity presented itself. However, she was more interested in how to use offensive magic. He explained some of the nuances and possibilities to her. She replied that his point of view was quite interesting. After arriving in this world, the protagonist thought about how magic could be used in everyday life. Over time, he came up with various options. But basically, he can protect himself with it. The girl saw the game on his table. He thought that after the tournament, he was no longer in the mood to use it. She replied that they had even reached the capital. He realized that the merchant had distributed it. She said that her father could afford one when she was at the height of her popularity. She was very happy about that. Al was surprised that even such people played his game. His sister came in and asked if he had heard what his father had said. He had asked her to knock when she walked in. She said she would definitely do it, especially since they had guests. Even Miss was surprised by this. He thought even if she knocked, it was still too rude to enter the room even if she was his sister. The guy asked if Lineria was related to the royal family. She said no way. He was worried about what might happen if he was rude to the royal family. They were curious about how she became the wife of a viscount. She replied that it was love at first sight. After that, the girls started gossiping about how it happened. She said it was 7 years ago. The guy apologized for his rudeness and asked how old she was now. She replied that she had turned 16 this year. The guy began to reflect on the fact that these events took place when she was only 9 years old. She added that at first her father did not take it away. But then she made him change his mind and entered into a serious relationship with him. The main character decided that it was perfect. The girl said that this love story was like a fairy tale. Al replied that she simply lacked feminine strength for this to happen to her. He remembered all the girls who lived in his house and whom he had met. His sister was not happy that he said that. She tried to understand what he meant by female power. In the end, she hit him. He didn't understand why she did that. She replied that a voice in her head told her to hit him. Lineria noted that they certainly got along well. Meanwhile, her husband arrived and said it was time to leave. Noticing his brother and sister, he asked if something had happened. She replied that they had to leave. In the morning, the main character was lying in bed and thinking that he really wanted to sleep, and absolutely did not want to get up. He wondered why the futon was so beautiful. No matter what kind of magician he was, he would never be able to defeat it, if it was so comfortable to sleep in any weather. However, if he got out, he would be attacked by cold air. He had to leave his comfortable place to go to the toilet. He absolutely did not want to do that. Thoughts did not leave him because he had to go through a cold corridor to get to the right place. He had to move on. Just now the morning sun was shining on him, which simply burned his pupils. He just opened his eyes. She will be a toilet and looks quite difficult. He realized that it was very cold. He continued to think about what would happen when he got out. But the desire was growing and he had a pride he had to keep. When he crawled out from under the blanket, he realized that it was very cold. He decided to use teleportation. He instantly found himself in the right room, happy that his pride remained intact. After some time, he woke up again and realized that it was just a dream. He thought that today was the second day of the harvest festival. It must be very cold there. He jumped up and checked to see if the blanket was okay. There was a knock on the door and they asked if he was awake. He replied that he was still asleep. He started screaming for them to go away and not to touch him while he was trying to sleep, even though it was his brother. After that, his sister started knocking, saying that she knew he was already awake. He wondered why he hadn't locked the door yesterday. She looked in and told him to wake up. He smiled sweetly so that she wouldn't wake him up. However, she grabbed his face and told him that this fake face wouldn't fool her. She kept waking him up, telling him that it was already the next day of the festival and he had to get up. Finally, she hit him on the head. She said that a woman's intuition told her to hit him. The guy was outraged by what was happening. She said that the Count and Rumba personally called him. He didn't want to use his brother as a shield. She said he would break if he did. If he understood that, then they had to go. As he dressed, he hoped there was no mark on his forehead. Elena told her brother it was time for practice. Al thought he'd better get ready for practice today. She suggested that he have breakfast first. He thought that he was not so hungry in the morning, but to maintain his life, he had to maintain his body. Mom greeted them and said that they were as active as ever. He asked if he had something on his head. She laughed and said that his head was not deformed. At that moment, the maid brought breakfast. Al thought that he could rely on her. Her observation was as good as his mother's. He noticed that she laughed. He decided that it was a rather short and cute sneeze. She was a lady after all. They tried to ignore sneezes. At the table, he decided that he would ask Sarah about it. He didn't understand where she had gone and decided to continue eating to lift his spirits. The food was very tasty and penetrated every part of his body. At that moment, Mina came in and started laughing when she saw what was on his forehead. Mom also started laughing loudly because it was impossible to hold back because of this imprint. The upset boy ran away. When he went to the mirror, he saw that he had no handprint left. It was just an absurd grip strength. Instead of laughing, they should have told him so. He decided that he would definitely return the favor. But before that happened, he had to finish his breakfast. While he was eating, Elena said that she was very sorry that she had laughed at him before. He replied that he had more important things to do. Cut to the table, he thanked her for the treat. Mina reported that the handprint on his face had almost disappeared. He shouted that he was still angry. When he arrived at the training ground, he started yelling at his sister. However, when he saw her face, he bowed and apologized for being late. He was nervous because of her gaze. He looked like a trained animal. Elena told him to stop saying weird things early in the morning. They needed to stretch. After that, they ran along the way. Rumba came and asked how he was doing. He replied that he was doing well and apparently the man was too. He offered to arrange a match. The boy replied that he was in no mood to fight him. He did not look like a man who could control himself. The Count also offered him a fight. However, the boy thought that he was exactly the same as his father. He replied that he was also teaching his child to handle a sword, so he shouldn't worry. Al decided that if he had a child, he would at least know how to restrain himself. Rumba insisted that he wanted to fight too. The Count said that it was too dangerous to send him against a child. The protagonist listened to their reasoning with apprehension. Elena told them to stop messing around and continue their warm-up. They were wasting their time. The protagonist noticed that his brother was sexually enthusiastic. He's always very serious, but today his gaze is faster than usual. He looked like the one who should win. Their enemy is their sister, so they have one problem. If he was with him and told him about it, even against his little sister, they would have a chance to win. He decided that together they could defeat him. However, Silvio thought that he would make him take his words back. At this time, their father came and announced a general meeting. Since they had finished warming up, it was time to have a little fight. To assess the strength of the fighters, they will fight in a round-robin format. This is a great opportunity to see if Al can fight against Count Melnar. This decision horrified the protagonist. He thought that he needed allies to fight. However, his brother and sister were happy with everything. The first match was announced, in which the brothers fought. They took their stances and the men began to think about which of them would win. They discussed their capabilities, discussing who was stronger. The protagonist thought that they were talking too much. Meanwhile, his brother immediately began to attack. As their swords met, the boy realized that his mood today was different from what it had been before. He realized that his brother was quite aggressive today. In terms of the number of swings, he would definitely lose to him today. He didn't understand why his brother looked so disappointed. He was able to deflect the blows because he had learned to parry his sister's attacks. The onlookers did not understand why they were fighting like that. The Count said that they had something personal against each other. The protagonist was interested in what they were talking about and Silvio caught him. However, his brother attacked again. Al realized that it was to lure him into a trap and deliver an arcing blow from below. He's back in the starting lineup and this fight is tougher than the previous ones. However, his brother looks more exhausted than he does. At that moment, the fight was declared over. It was only to find out their true strength, so it didn't matter whether a blow was thrown or not. The happy boy fell to the ground and said that his brother was too aggressive today. The father replied that it was true because he was the older brother. Most likely, he just didn't want to lose to his younger brother. Father said that Silvio is a hard worker, so the main character needs to work harder to achieve something. So he forbade him to use magic during the match. The boy asked to allow at least a simple one. However, the father was adamant. He announced that in the next match he would fight against his sister. The girl was pleased with this. The father added that he was the only one left. The happy girl ran to him, offering to start quickly. The guy looked around in panic, looking for his brother. He asked for his help, but he wished him to give it his all. The guy realized that he had been deceived. The girl asks him if he is ready. The expression on his face does not match the bloodlust she is radiating, so he is afraid. He would have to fight her alone. The Count decided that he had no chance in this fight. He had no chance even if he were immortal. Alfred imagines himself as a hero, facing the Demon King in single combat. The trainees are given the command to begin. However, the fight is not destined to last even a minute. To the astonished gasps of the spectators, Alina almost instantly drops her brother to the ground. The father says that the match is over. The hero lies on the ground. He thinks bitterly about how cruel it was. Alina says that it is because he is too weak. The boy gets angry. He replies that it is because he used up all his stamina in the first match. Count Melnar watches him closely. He asks Nord to take a moment. Alfred breathes heavily and thinks about how tired he is. Someone calls him. The father gestures for the boy to come closer. Alina drinks water with pleasure. She and Silvio rest under a tree. The girl boasts that despite the long training, she is not tired at all. The boy answers with a smile that his sister does not mince words. Alina notices that the Count is explaining something to Alfredo and asks what they are doing, to which he receives the answer that the man is helping the boy train. Alina gets angry and says that it is unfair. The father asks if she and her brother would like to ask him to help them practice after graduation. The girl happily agrees. The hero grips the sword's hilt and says that he now understands how to do it. Count Melnar asks if the boy understands what his shortcoming was. Alfred replies that he does. He now feels that he can handle the weapon easily. The hero thinks that this is to be expected from the fighting Count. Besides, he also has experience in teaching his child. The man suddenly suggests applying the new knowledge in practice and calls Rumba. He offers the adventurer to be the child's opponent. Rumba beams with joy and says that his time has finally come. The hero does not share his delight. The adventurer swings his sword and suggests that they begin. The boy nervously clutches the sword in his hands and stumbling asks to stop. The swords clash and Alfred barely manages to stay on his feet. He thinks about how strong his opponent is. And then he gets a remark about how he just broke his position. Rumba quickly delivers blow after blow. It seems to the hero that everything will end here for him. Count Melnar asks if the boy really thinks he can improve and fight with the best warriors with such skills. Nord agrees with the assessment, but notes that this does not mean that Alfred wants to be a knight. The Count notes that he has the talent to become an adventurer at least. This will be ensured by his unwavering will to survive, which he is demonstrating right now. The man says that his son has already told him that he will never become an adventurer. The hero thinks that this is one of the most terrible conversations. The next day has arrived, the last day of the harvest festival. The boy groans tiredly. He ended up spending the whole day in his room. Alfred meets Bartolo and greets him. The cook notices that the boy looks shabby. He adds that today is the last day of the harvest festival. The guests are already starting to leave and it will be a bit lonely here. Alfred agrees. Count Melnar sets off on his journey. He invites Nord and his family to visit him next time. The man replies that as soon as he gets to visit the capital next time, they will definitely stop by. Darius tells the hero that he definitely needs to go with him. The boy agrees. Already getting into the carriage, the Count notices that the hero is almost at the age when he will have to appear at parties with the nobility anyway. But then again, they will probably see each other before that happens. Alfred is thrown off balance by the mention of parties. He turns to his father and asks if it's true, but his father just smiles strangely. The boy thinks what a pain he is. The Viscount and his wife are also getting ready to return. He thanks Nord for his hospitality and offers to come to their lands when the time comes. The guests will certainly be greeted with open arms. Nord agrees and says that Alfred will accompany him. The boy awkwardly agrees. The hero hopes that all these speeches are in fact not serious and their words are due to simple politeness. But Lineria looks so happy. The carriage finally drives away. The boy waves after them. He keeps thinking about the parties of the nobility. It would be nice if there were a lot of friendly people there. If so, it sounds funny. But more importantly, the time has come. It's time to enjoy the last day of the Harvest Festival. Silvio enthusiastically says that it is simply wonderful here today. Alfred asks if his brother is happy that they have come, to which of course he receives the answer yes. The hero reminds that his brother was going to spend the whole day in his room reading books, even though it was the last day. Silvio apologizes. Alfred asks if his brother really loves books. Silvio replies that with books he can travel to many different worlds. That's why reading is so much fun. He can look at and understand the values and ideals of different people. And he feels that his way of thinking is getting better too. The hero sums it up. That's why the boy was going to lock himself in his room and bury his nose in a book. He notes that real-life experience is also important. Silvio says he can't help but agree, but even stories have their positive sides. Alfred asks what the book is called. His brother replies that it is called The Sea Princess and the Three Dragons. The hero says that he has only recently read it. Silvio is surprised and asks not to reveal any important plot details. He is looking forward to reading it later. He also says that he didn't expect the younger one to read something like a heroic story. Alfred replies that unlike the main characters of these stories, he can't do such dangerous things. Silvio says that this is probably what attracts him to stories like this in the first place. The hero thinks about how surprisingly he perks up when the conversation turns to books. He notes that if it comes to dangerous situations, they can simply be left to Alina or his father. Silvio remembers that his sister got up early again today to practice alone, and it seems that Dad's blood is not as pronounced in the son's compared to her. Although at first glance you can still see the resemblance. Silvio asks if the boy has noticed that he himself has traits that make him more like his mother. Alfredo is offended and asks if he is as fickle and treacherous as she is. And besides, he is not that evil. The brother asks who he is calling evil. Silvio smiles, and the hero thinks that he still doesn't look as good as his mother. The boys are enthusiastically walking around the village, looking at what is happening around them. Silvio says that there are probably many of their people there, and he asks excitedly if the first day was the same. Alfred says that there were fewer people on the first day, and today is a banquet. It's time for the feast. The children discuss how their father probably won't mind lots of food and alcohol for them. People gather around the fire to sing and dance. It's a time for everyone to just eat, drink, and have fun. This time the food will be prepared and provided by the Slowlife family, so everything is free. The cook says they did a great job. The maid thinks it's just in time. Alfred is told that this year, due to the family being supported by Trials Trading Company, things will be much more extravagant than in previous years. So says his father. The boy remembers Trial. He understands that this is all because of the profit he received from selling Reversi. The hero remembers that the clothes the guy wore were also becoming more and more extravagant. This indecently large income angers him. The boy says that because of this merchant he and Bartolo had to endure a lot of suffering. Silvio tries to calm him down and says that although he doesn't know what happened, there is no point in worrying so much about it. After all, it is a holiday now. The hero thanks his brother and says that he managed to calm down a little. Silvio says that this is good. Alfred says that he is so excited that he wants to drink. His brother points out that there is a cart with fruit water nearby and invites them to come and have a look. Someone is peeping at them from around the corner. Alfred notices something strange. Silvio suddenly disappeared somewhere. Looking around, the boy thinks that maybe his brother is lost. The hero overhears a strange conversation. A girl tells her friends that she recently met a cute blonde guy who was holding hands with someone short and brown-haired. The girls decide to look for the guys they saw. The description is suspiciously reminiscent of the brothers. The friend asks the narrator where her husband is now, to which she receives the answer that her husband can wait, and she wants to find the blonde. The girls leave. Alfred silently follows them with his eyes. The boy wonders if they knew the other girls he saw earlier. The hero thinks that they could have gotten information through the Fujoshi network instead of running around aimlessly. That way they could have found Silvio much faster. Alfred decides to spit on everyone and continue wandering around the village. He walks along the streets, approaches different stalls and tries treats. The boy likes this kind of pastime. He thinks about whether to take a walk in the eastern part now. But again he hears the conversation of those girls. They are still searching. They speculate about where the boys could have gone. One of them says that someone saw them in the eastern direction. Now the girls are also going to the east. They run off to search again, and Alfred turns around and quietly leaves. For some reason he hears a voice that tells him to head to the western side. The hero decides to listen to it. Alfred meets an elder. The man asks how the harvest festival went this year. The boy replies that he likes everything, everyone is so lively and the food is delicious. The elder says that there is an arm wrestling tournament going on right now in the village square. The hero pushes through the crowd to get a closer look. Now he can see one of the wrestlers flexing his muscles. Alfred recognizes him as Roland and is surprised at how muscular he is. The boy also knows his rival. Alfred notes that Wester is the kind of guy who looks skinny and frail before he takes off his clothes. However, even he has to have his limits. Spectators look at the competitors, amazed by their physical fitness. Some wonder how it is possible to pump up such huge muscles. A guy in the crowd shouts excitedly that even an orc can't resist those muscles. His neighbor says that he would like to be in such a strong embrace. This raises questions among those around him. The opponents are preparing for the fight and cracking their joints. The spectators cheer and place bets. Alfred remembers that the same thing happened at the Reversi tournament. It seems that the men in this village like to place big bets. There aren't many entertainment options in the countryside, which is probably why they enjoy this kind of thing so much. The girls discuss the fight behind the boys' back, from the appearance of their opponents to their own preferences. The hero is not particularly surprised. The guys discuss why the arm wrestling tournament that takes place every year is so popular with women. But even those whose wives enjoy watching the action don't know the answer. There seems to be a rule passed down from generation to generation that forbids women from giving the reason. However, the narrator is sure that this should not worry men. The interlocutor agrees with him. Alfred thinks that there are things in this world that are better left unsaid. The referee gives the signal and the fight begins. The boy loses interest in what is happening in the square and thinks about what he should do now. But then he notices familiar beautiful blue hair. He recognizes Emma as the owner of the hair, but the girl immediately disappears somewhere. The hero rushes after her, pushing passers-by aside. People on the street greet him, but Alfred only apologizes as he runs and asks to talk next time. Turning the next corner, the hero calls Emma. She is standing in the company of some other boy. This frightens the boy. Alfred rudely asks who she is walking with here. The boy asks no less harshly who it is in front of him. Alfred replies that calling someone a rude word when you see them for the first time is rather reckless, to which he receives a reasonable remark that in fact he was the one who started it. The hero covers his mouth, ashamed of having spoken his thoughts out loud. Emma asks her companion to calm down and speak more politely, because before him is the second son of the feudal lord, Mr. Alfred. This outrages him. The girl asks him to stop again, slapping him on the back of the head. She says that she is very sorry for her younger brother's behavior. Now the hero understands who it is. Thor says he doesn't care whose son the boy is. He doesn't like his new acquaintance and he won't talk to him any other way. Emma tries to smooth over the brewing conflict by pinching her brother's cheek. Under the pressure of his sisters, the boy is forced to calm down and apologize. He introduces himself and says that he is 8 years old. Alfred returns the greeting and they shake hands. The boy continues and says that he is 6 years old and that he has an older sister and brother. The mention of a sister makes Thor perk up. He asks the hero to step away for a minute. Thor pins the boy against the wall of one of the houses, raising more and more questions. He tries to say something but can't find the right words. He blushes and says that in general the interlocutor understood him. The hero is angry and he says that he has no way of knowing what he wants to convey there. The boy continues to mumble something and Alfred demands that he stop mumbling. Finally mustering up all his courage, Thor ardently asks Elena if she has a lover, which shocks the boy. The meaning of what he heard gradually dawns on him. It turns out that the interlocutor wants to know if his sister has anyone. The hero asks if Thor is serious, to which he bursts into a speech about how beautiful Elena is. She really is beautiful. Due to regular training, she has a toned, slender body, and her facial features are simply beautiful. Alfred intends to dispel illusions about his sister and tell her what lies behind her sweet appearance. He asks Thor what he liked about her. She doesn't know how to express love, and he has his own sister. Words are not enough, and the lover passionately declares that it is impossible not to be charmed by such a kind and beautiful smile. Thor declares that he is a much stranger hero here because he calls Emma sister. Therefore, he himself needs help. The boy gets angry and asks if he understands that appearances are deceiving in this case. The words about Aliner's kindness seem like a cruel joke, which he directly states. And anyway, Aliner is the complete opposite of Emma and doesn't even come close. Now it's Thor's turn to get angry and he asks what Alfred is talking about. He's just never seen Emma get angry. Having failed to reach an agreement, the disputants stare at each other. They exhale tiredly. The hero tries to explain that his sister is very hot-tempered and cruel. Thor objects that his sister is careless, sloppy, and untidy. It seems that they completely miss something important. The boy continues talking, clearly trying to tell how his sister dishonestly puts on beauty. Suddenly, he is interrupted. The girl asks what they are whispering about. Someone echoes her, saying that he would also like to listen, and asks the boys to tell about it. Alfred and Thor turn around. It seemed that the girls in question were watching the last moments of their arguments closely. And Silvio. Realizing this fact, the boys are horrified. Alfred tries to divert attention and tells his brother that he has lost him. He tries to leave, but Aliner deftly grabs him by the collar. The hero notes that this is their father's fighting technique. Likewise, Emma pulls her brother closer, and he looks like he would give anything not to be here right now. Alfred thinks that Thor's last words are to blame. Aliner bids farewell to Emma, saying that they have some other business to attend to. The unwitting spectators wonder if these were not the feudal lord's children. The women gossip about how adorable the children are and how friendly they are. One of them notes that her children are always fighting with each other and she would like them to be as friendly. The hero, held back by his sister, can only mentally protest. This is what happened. The harvest festival was in full swing and Alfred and Thor were discussing their sisters. However, they could not even imagine that the girls were standing nearby the whole time and heard absolutely everything. They were detained and escorted home. Somewhere in the Lowlight estate, a loud scream is heard. The worst thing happened, a tickling torture. Mom thought the cheerful laughter was evidence that her children were getting along well. The maids also thought the tickling was funny. The hero wanders dejectedly down the street, sighing and groaning. He thinks that the banquet is already in full swing. And indeed, people in the square are already having fun. The boy enjoys walking around the festival. Thor runs out from somewhere, shouting that Alfred is late for the start. The boy is glad that his unwitting partner is still alive. The latter sadly responds that he barely managed to do it. But what interests them much more is where the objects of their interest have gone. From the conversation, it turns out that Emma will come with Sheila and her friends, which means Aliner will be with them, but Silvio flatly refused to leave the room, so the boys were left alone. After some discussion, the newly made friends decide that trying to find girls is pointless, because due to the ladies' habit of going out together, each will have to meet his sister anyway. They plan to have some fun. Thor suggests a drink. The boy points out that they are underage and not friends at all. Thor, on the other hand, thinks that they know enough about each other to be friends. That makes sense. The hero thinks about having a friend his age. He tries to say that he feels not love for Emma, but rather admiration. But the new friend doesn't really listen to him. Alfred asks what Thor is interested in then. He replies that he wants to know about Aliner's preferences. They are awkwardly silent. It seems that someone is being too annoying. The fire burns brightly. Thor asks if Aliner has someone. The hero remembers that he had not answered this question before. The boy says that his sister is currently single. This sends his new friend into ecstasy. However, the news that she has apparently already been proposed to makes him suddenly change his joy to panic. Thor grabs Alfred by the shoulders and starts shaking him. The hero can't speak in this state. Finally freed, he begins to explain. 2 years ago, Aliner was at a noble party where a guy saw her and fell in love with her. But before he could speak to her, the girl pulled out a sword and pointed it at him. After that, Aliner was never invited to a party again, and the conversation never turned to a proposal. This is what Alfred's sister is like. She always says that she doesn't need someone weaker than her. Thor says that Aliner is really strong, and he doesn't have a chance. The hero wonders if there is a person capable of defeating his sister. He runs through names in his head, but suddenly pulls himself up short. They are all girls. Meanwhile, somewhere in the background, people continue to admire Roland and Wester. Thor says that the adults are very noisy today. Alfred says contemptuously that they are always like this, so don't pay attention. The boys sit down at a distance. The hero says that he has long understood that adults live in their own world, and children in theirs. The friend agrees with him. Thor says he needs to try harder. Alfred asks if he really thinks he can become stronger than a leaner, to which he receives a confident affirmative answer. Thor says that even if he never beats the girl in fencing, it doesn't mean he's going to give up. Besides, he wants to become the kind of person who can stand up to the best. The hero turns to him with a smile and asks if this means he wants to become an adventurer. Thor clings to the last word. A week passes after the harvest festival. Alfred is relaxing at his leisure, enjoying tea, sweets, and warmth. It has become quite cold outside, and on such days it is better to just lie in his room and enjoy life while reading a good book. The boy sips his tea and sighs. He enjoys the warm room and the hot tea, and especially the magic. He dreams that when spring comes, he can go outside, relax, and read. And when he gets hungry, he uses air magic to get any food from the refrigerator. It's a wonderful life. For now, Alfred needs to spend his time as elegantly and nobly as possible. He hopes that every day will be as calm as this one. A shout from the street makes the hero fall and knock over his cup of tea. Someone calls him from the street. The boy looks out the window and covers his ears. He wants to believe that he really imagined everything and spend the day in peace and quiet, especially since he is rarely alone with himself. However, the screams only get louder. It seems to be Thor. Alfred looks out the window and asks what his friend wants. The boy answers and says that he needs to say something. Thor decided he wanted to become an adventurer. Adventurers are people who earn their living by fulfilling orders, regardless of where they may lead. They hunt magical beasts, accompany nobles or merchants on journeys, and this is only a small part of their activities. Sometimes they may be given an order to extract mysterious objects and materials, or to search for ingredients. There are even cases when they are asked to collect information about the vegetation in the forests. Every man in this world has dreamed of becoming an adventurer at least once, but not Alfred. And although he would like to travel the world, he still wants to exist peacefully and cherish this life. Thor invites the hero to join him and become an adventurer too. Alfred adamantly refuses. He says that he wants to live quietly in this village. The boy laughs merrily and says that he knew he would refuse. The hero smiles back at him. Thor says he has something else he wants to talk about and asks permission to come in. Alfred refuses. In response to a natural question, he says that he wants to spend the day alone, to which his friend suggests dropping in to visit him. Besides, his sister is home today. This changes things, and the hero is ready to run out into the street. Running and rustling sounds can be heard from the street. A couple of minutes later, Alfred, already dressed, jumps out into the corridor. The hero hears a strange sound and at first does not understand what happened. And then he sees hair on the floor. Alina lies unconscious. The hero wonders in horror what happened. Alfred is silent. He looks in horror at his motionless sister. It seems something happened to her. The book falls from the boy's hands and he falls to his knees. The hero comes to the disappointing conclusion that this collapsed body is in fact Alina. Alfred is wondering what to do, bury her or leave her as is. But common sense still advises checking whether she is alive or not. The boy checks his pulse and breathing. Everything is fine. The hero wipes the sweat from his forehead with relief. Now he thinks that his sister would hardly have died from such a blow. More likely, there would have been a dent in the door. However, the door is undamaged. And of all the damage, the only thing that can be blamed is Alina's slightly red forehead. Alfred notes that there is not even a drop of blood anywhere. And isn't it worth it in that case to strike the final blow? All sorts of thoughts are rushing through his mind. In particular, that his fleeting desire is extremely bad. On the other hand, burying it in the ground seems like a very tempting idea. Imagining how his sister might wake up from hibernation, the hero comes to the conclusion that this, too, is dangerous. The last option remains: take your sister to her room, there shouldn't be any problems. When she wakes up in bed, she might decide it was just a dream, and no one would know anything. The boy begins to cast a spell, but catches the surprised look of the maid. Alfred wonders how long she has been here, and yet it was lucky that Mina saw him. The boy remembers the candy supply. The hero carefully puts the sweets in his apron pocket, but the maid doesn't react. The boy adds more and more. He is surprised that he still cannot offer enough. Finally, Mina's expression changes. Lucky because the candy is almost gone. Alfred asks the maid to carry Alina to her room. He hurries away. In his thoughts, he is already visiting with Emma. The maid watches him go. With a sly smile, she advises the boy to be careful. The hero runs out into the street to Thor, ready to go visit. Together, they walk along the road to the village. Alfred says he's curious about Emma's house. It must be big and amazing. His friend irritably reminds him that he actually lives there too. The hero says that even the thought of Thor living under the same roof with Emma makes him jealous. A friend says that he speaks too loudly. Thor decides to return the favor and says that he would happily live with Lady Alina. Alfred says that he has gone mad. This is where the exchange of barbs ends. The boys arrive at the village of Kaliat. The hero remarks that he has never been on this street before. Thor replies that there are no shops here, just ordinary houses. Finally, they get to where they need to go. Thor points proudly towards the house. Alfred doesn't believe that this place is Emma's house. His friend asks him not to be a fool and points to his house with an orange roof. The hero notices that all the houses here have orange roofs. Thor says that the roof of his house is a little different. All that's left is to take his word for it. Thor adds that the house next door is Sheila's. Alfred promises to remember this and not forget. He thinks that there are beautiful flowers blooming in the village of Kaliat, and 2 flowers right here. Thor enters and lets everyone know he's home. He moves on and gets into an argument. The boy reminds someone that he warned about a possible visit from his friend today. The woman clarifies who they are talking about. She clearly did not expect it to be Alfred. They argue about where in the house it would be appropriate to undress. The hero can only listen silently. It looks like Thor is arguing with his mother. The woman says that she was expecting a son with a certain Asmo. Alfred thinks that perhaps Emma has gone to another part of the house, where she lives in beautiful nature, drinks tea in a small house and plays with birds. Finally, Thor returns and asks the guest to come in. The boy asks what happened, but he just waves his hand. They go further into the house. The hero notices something strange. The friend asks him what is going on. It turns out that there is no staircase anywhere in the house that would lead to another part of the house. This means that there is no way to get to the garden where Emma lives. Thor is puzzled. Emma enters the room and greets the young master. Alfred is delighted with her appearance. Inspired by the meeting, the boy is about to go back, but Thor stops him and asks for some advice. The girl apologizes and says that they only have water. The hero replies that he loves water. Alfred notices that the girl is doing well at housework and asks if she always does housework. Emma suddenly blushes and says that she does it while her parents are working. Thor is surprised by his sister's reaction. He tries to intervene, but Emma steps on his foot and looks meaningfully into his eyes. The hero does not understand what happened, and the girl simply says that her brother is funny. Emma says goodbye and leaves. Alfred thinks he would like to go with her. Finally, they can talk. Thor slams the glass of water down on the table. A boy asks his friend's opinion on whether he should become an adventurer. The hero replies that he has to decide for himself, but Thor asks him because he doesn't know much about it. Also, Alfred's father seems to be a former adventurer. The boy agrees and recalls what his father is called, but Thor is not amused but rather delighted. He says it must be cool to be able to slay a dragon. The hero notes that he wishes his father could see that smile. Thor insists on discussing it here and now. Alfred says that since the crux of the matter is at his home, they could explain it in more detail there. Thor immediately switches over and says that his friend should invite him. Alfred explains that one can register as an adventurer in a guild once they reach the age of 12. Thor is currently 8, so he must wait 4 years. He wonders how his life will change in that time. The hero remarks that at least he can study and work hard all this time. Thor agrees and says that he also needs to learn how to handle a sword. Besides, Emma and Sheila are studying fencing, so you can ask them to teach you. Thor asks if Alfred's father taught him fencing. The boy confirms. Naturally, the next question turns to Alina. The hero thinks that it is too early for his friend to give up humanity, and that he would do better to take care of his life a little better. Alfred debates whether it would be wise to take a newcomer to their training. Thor decides to learn from his sister first. The hero asks if Thor can read letters, to which the answer is that the boy cannot read at all. Alfred is surprised by this, but his friend does not understand his reaction. After this, the boy thinks about the low level of literacy in this world. Now he tries to explain that it is difficult for someone who cannot read or write to be an adventurer. Now it is Thor's turn to be surprised. The hero says that adventurers are not only about strength, and they also need knowledge. An adventurer has to deal with books and documents from time to time, and he must be able to calculate money accounts. Thor asks what he should do then. Alfred suggests asking his sister for help, but Emma can't read either. Before the hero can express his opinion, his friend hugs him with hope. Thor begins to moan, clearly begging for the answer he needs. Alfred agrees. The boy promises to teach his friend, sometimes, which causes a storm of gratitude in response. The hero trudges home wearily. He recalls the peculiarities of his friend's poor life. At the entrance to the estate, he is met by fully open gates. The boy is puzzled by this, and his sister is already waiting for him at the entrance to the house. Alina smiles sweetly and asks where her brother was today. This scares Alfred. He, trying not to show it, talks about his affairs today. Alina should not remember anything. The hero asks what his sister is doing outside. The girl says she was practicing with a sword until she missed her brother. Alfred understandably apologizes and is about to go into the house, but Alina stops him. She says she passed out today. The boy tries to act casual and pretends to be surprised that the girl is dizzy. He says she needs to take better care of herself. Alina says Mina told her everything, the damned maid. Alina asks for hot water. She holds out the dishes and says that she wants to wash herself. Alfred asks what element her magic is. The girl replies that it is fire. The boy says that he thought so. And before that too, when he heard that Mina had turned him in. Alina raises her sword and asks if her brother really tried to bury her. The hero decides it's time to retreat. He nimbly takes off from his place, and his sister shouts after him in displeasure. Alina fills her legs with magic. It's surprising that, despite being capable of such complex things, she can't use fire magic. Using magic, Alfred creates a staircase for himself upward. He cleverly runs away, depriving his sister of the opportunity to pursue him. The boy tells his sister that she can handle it herself. Alina says that it is stressful. The hero thinks that she just does not want to do it, although she can. The boy says humorously that the girl can't even boil water. Alina gets angry and says that she can if that's the case. She demands that she stop making that face. Alfred says that if she can do it faster herself. He says that he thought she was asking because she doesn't know how. The sister gets angry and demands to come closer. She gives him a basin. The brother and sister bicker a little. The hero creates a water ball and holds it in the air. Alina is not happy that there is not enough water. The boy explains that it is not that easy to heat up a whole bathtub. The girl declares that she can. Alfred says that if that's the case, then let her heat the ball up to body temperature. But the sister doesn't know how warm it is. Apparently that's why she's a strong woman. Alina promises her brother that she will hit him if he makes that face again. The boy promises that he will not do it again. He tries to explain what body temperature is, but to no avail. The hero gives in and says that the bath temperature will be enough. And anyway, the sister can choose for herself. Alina begins to cast a spell. She calls to the little flame. The water ball is enveloped in tongues of fire. Alfred gets scared and stops his sister before the boiling water scatters in all directions. But there's nothing he can do about it. The water in the ball boils, and force has to be applied to calm it down. The boy wipes sweat from his forehead. It was dangerous. Alina asks her brother to check her temperature as if nothing had happened. The hero gets angry at her for her stupidity. The ball disintegrates, leaving behind a puddle. Steam comes from it. The girl says that today is just a bad day. Alfred suggests trying something basic, and he thinks to himself that his sister won't admit that she can't heat water properly. The boy brings his sister to the woodshed. Alina asks if the wood should be set on fire. The hero confirms because it is the basis of the basics. Even the peasant Roland can do that. The girl says that if he can do it, then she can certainly handle it. Alina takes an envelope out of her pocket. Alfred asks what it is. The girl replies that she wants to burn an unnecessary letter as well. The seal on it looks like a coat of arms. The boy decides to mind his own business. He offers his sister to set the wood on fire. Alina tries again, slowly and carefully this time. Tongues of fire burst from the girl's fingers again. All wood instantly burns down to coal. The children are silent. The hero reminds that he simply asked to set them on fire. It turns out even worse than Roland. Alina does not argue. Alfred shows his sister how to do it right. Alina admits it's skillful. She says that she noticed long ago that when her brother uses magic, he does not use spells. The boy says that she can do the same. The essence of the training is difficult to convey in words, but the hero summarizes that in order to increase magical power, you need to spend more time on practice. Alfred tries to explain how to do it right and creates a small ball. Alina tries to repeat it, but it turns out too big. She tries again and again until she gets something similar. Slowly reducing the ball, the girl gets the right size. The boy asks to hold it like that for a minute. The hero notes that this is easier than a minute of sparring. After all, the girl is just standing in one place and that's it. Alina repeats his thought to convince herself, but her magic begins to lose stability. Alfred thinks he finds it hard to believe that practicing with a sword is easier. He can do magic while lying down and reading a book. He says that controlling magical power is something you just have to feel. Alina looks in amazement at the wonders her brother can do with magic. But before the minute has passed, the boy asks her to close her eyes and concentrate. The girl follows the advice. There is very little left. Finally, the time is up, and the girl breathes a sigh of relief. The hero teases his sister about her tiredness and says that new knowledge needs to be consolidated right away. This works as motivation, and Alina is ready to do it right now. She concentrates and tries again. This time it works much better. This time there is no hesitation in the magic and the size is maintained. It remains to be seen whether she can hold it while using magic. The girl lights the fire, this time correctly. Alina happily hugs her brother, rejoicing at his success. She says it was the first time it worked. Alfred congratulates her. As if remembering, Alina says it was easy. And yet she looks happy. The girl smiles happily. The hero finds it cute. But then he remembers why he started this. The boy says that now his sister can heat the water to the right temperature herself. Alina happily agrees. Alfred is pleased with the success of the idea. Alina proudly heats up water for bathing. That same day, Silvio's scream echoes throughout the mansion. Alfred runs through the mansion. He hears footsteps behind him and the sound is like the melody of death. As if trying to take the boy's life, she quickly approaches him with a loud noise. Alina rushes after him. The hero tries to justify himself. Having slightly broken away from the chase, the boy thinks that this is pointless. It all started just recently, and just a couple of minutes ago everything was calm. Alfred was looking out the window and thinking about how nice the weather was today. He was planning to invite Thor to class. As he was walking down the hallway, he heard a scream. It came from his sister's room. The door was open and the boy looked inside. Alina adjusted her hair and, humming, looked at her reflection. It looked like she finally got a new mirror. But then the girl made a gesture as if checking her belly. Puzzled by what he saw, the hero muttered something out loud about his sister's possible weight change, and instantly got a slipper in the face. He fell over backwards and his sister's figure immediately rose above him. Belatedly realizing his mistake, Alfred begins to justify himself. In the incoming projectile, he recognizes the slipper that he himself made. Originally, there were no such shoes in this world, but mom and sister like what the boy does and they always wear them. I should make more for guests. The hero is amazed by the speed of Alina's reaction. He didn't even notice how she took off her slipper before throwing it. Alfred tells his sister that he couldn't spy on her. He himself thinks that his sister seems to use violence reflexively. But you still need to apologize for what you said. And why does Alina's memory only work for things like this, although it is not really the girl's strong point? It seems he said this conclusion out loud, and the sister swung her slipper again. The hero timidly asks his sister to put her shoes on the floor. But in Japan, the slipper plays an important role in the battle with insects. And now, Alfred plays the role of an insect. Alina asks what her brother said. The boy replies that if his sister is worried about her clothes. The girl replies that it is not because of her clothes. She has just recently felt that she has gained weight in the stomach area. The hero notices that Alina gains a little weight every winter. Maybe it's like in nature, when animals store fat in winter. Noticing how Alina is clutching a slipper in her hand, the boy tries to correct himself and says that all parts of his sister's body are thin. The girl asks if breasts are on this list. Alfred rashly replies that this part of the body is especially so. Alina doesn't like this answer. These were the events that preceded the chase. The boy, running, thinks that this time he screwed up a little, and it would be great if his sister could forgive him. Now the hero understands why the girl is angry. Alina, trying to catch up with him, throws a wooden sword. Fortunately, she misses. Alina screams at her brother to stop. Alfred replies that he will not do so under any circumstances. Their father tries to stop them from running. The man says that it is dangerous to run around the estate like that. The hero thinks about how his sister can run so fast. With every step, the slipper on her foot wrinkles more and more and seems to scream. The boy in his slippers seems to float on water. In his previous life, he spent more time in them than in shoes. But even so, he cannot break away from his sister. She keeps behind him at the same distance. Eventually, Alfred's strength will run out. There is one last chance and the boy takes it. He runs into his room and slams the door. Alina starts knocking furiously. She says that she will forgive her brother if he trains with her for just one day. But this proposal is tantamount to a death sentence. Of course, the hero does not want to do this. The girl threatens that she will soon open the door. Alfred thinks in horror that his sister cannot want to break down the door. Alina goes somewhere down the corridor. Looks like she went to get a spare key. The hero gets the rope. This is his chance. The boy throws a rope down so that his sister will think that he has run away from the estate. Alfred thinks that although he has lost his composure, he will now be able to deceive her, sending her on a false trail to the village. There is a rustling sound behind the door. It seems that Alina is already here, but the boy is also ready. The hero teleports. The girl bursts into the room with the promise that she and her brother will have a good workout today. But she is met only by an empty room and an open window. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the cook drops a head of cabbage. But Alfred immediately picks the vegetable up from the ground and hands it back. Bartolo is frightened and asks how the boy got there. He notices that the child approaches very quietly and sometimes simply disappears. It seems that Bartolo is smarter than he looks. The hero asks the cook if his imagination is running wild. After all, the man is big and the boy is small, so it is difficult for him to get into his field of vision. Bartolo agrees but says that he does not feel Alfredo's presence every time this happens. The hero says that he cannot escape from his sister, but he can hide his presence and steps. The cook asks if the boy is an assassin. Then Alina enters the kitchen and asks if Bartolo has seen her brother. The girl's appearance takes everyone by surprise. The cook replies that he didn't see anyone. It's amazing how accurately Alina can guess Alfred's location. Finally, the sister leaves, complaining about intuition and thanking Bartolo. The cook asks if everything is okay now. The hero exhales and also thanks Bartolo. The man says he wondered what the terrible noise was. It was Alina chasing her brother. The boy confirms that this is true, which is why he hid in a suitable place. Alfred returns to the house. There seems to be no sign of his sister. He hears the maids discussing the new slippers, which look like they are made of real sweets. Mina takes off her slipper and lifts it higher. She assures Sarah that these are indeed sweets. The maids ask her not to take off the slippers and not to put them in front of her. Sarah is amazed at how easy they come off. Mel asks if Alfred made them. Mina assures him that despite the embellishments, the slippers do come off easily. The hero thinks it was a mistake to make slippers with glass sweets, although Mina liked it as expected. The girls enter the room. The boy is a little embarrassed to eavesdrop. But knowing my sister's character, it's really better to just stay here. Life is more important than guilt, especially in this cruel world. Sarah praises Alfred and his idea for slippers. She says she could never make something like that herself. Mel adds that the boy can still cook, and he knows magic and a sword. Mina raves that Alfred's ability to make sweets is truly incredible, and she wants to live in this manner for the rest of her life. In her passionate speeches, the girl gets too close to the head maid. Finally, the discussion takes the desired direction. The girls discuss the recent chase. The most important thing the hero heard from behind the door was that Alina seemed to have gone outside. Sarah says that she hasn't heard Alfred scream yet, so it's not over yet. The boy is glad that his sister has left, which is not to say about the maid's reasoning. Anyway, he already knew what he wanted. His sister is not at the estate now, and yet Alfred is not bad at espionage. Sighing heavily, the hero climbs the stairs. His gaze falls on his sister. The boy greets her out of habit and Alina responds. For a split second, they are pleased with themselves. But then they immediately remember what is happening now. Alfred runs away again. His sister is chasing him. Everyday habits have a terrible effect on a person. At the top, the hero meets Silvio. It seems he wants to talk to the boy about something, but immediately gets hit by a slipper and falls to the floor. The girl realizes what she just did and says that it's all because of Alfred. She's sorry that it happened. The hero gets angry at these words. Realizing that Silvio can no longer be helped in the situation, the boy understands that he will have to be left behind. He tries to run, but runs into his father. Nord reminds him that he already said that it is dangerous to run around the estate like that. The boy thinks that for some reason all the family members smile when they are angry. Alina tries to run away, but her father stops her. Alfred giggles. Nord says he's angry with his son too, but he doesn't seem to be listening to him much. Alfred's attention is focused on the slippers on his father's feet. And while the parent unsuccessfully demands an explanation from the child thinks only about how dragon-shaped slippers are perfect for a man called a dragon slayer. The hero asks how Nord feels about wearing the new shoes. Alina giggles behind his back, but falls silent under her father's heavy gaze. Nord says everything is fine and thanks the hero. So now they've both been scolded. This evening, my sister's training was very strict. Today, Alfred was teaching Thor. The boy desperately doesn't understand anything. He is tired. The hero reminds him that he needs to study in order to become an adventurer. Thor suggests a break and wants to get some water. Alfred says he likes fruit juice straight, because he can create water with magic. The boy demonstrates his words visually. The student recalls that the hero said that he loved water when he was visiting. Alfred says that the thing is that Emma poured that water. An argument ensues. The boys argue again about their sympathy for each other's sisters. Thor says that among the villagers there is no such elegance and kindness as Alina. Besides, she is strong because she wanted it that way. The hero is not inspired by this monologue. He says that of all that was said, only the words about strength are true, and the girl is only physically strong. The disputants understand that they have already had a similar conversation, and there is no point in repeating it. Alfred thinks that people from the village in this world have a hard time getting an education. For now. But that's best left to the adults. To his father, for example, the hero asks Thor if everything is okay. After 30 minutes of learning subtraction, he had a strange expression on his face. It may be too early to have such a long lesson with someone who has never studied in their life, but it's only 30 minutes. Alfred tells his friend that once he solves the task, the lesson will be over. He just needs to try. Thor happily agrees. The hero notes that it seems the light of life has once again flared in his eyes. The boy diligently counts the examples on his fingers. He finally finished. Thor jumps up happily. The hero tells him that the lesson is not over yet. After all, the answers have not been checked yet. Alfred checks the work and puts crosses next to the answers. The student is impatiently hovering nearby. The hero smiles slyly, watching his tension. He asks his friend to wait a little longer. Thor asks not to joke with him like that. Alfred laughs and apologizes. One answer is still correct, but since it was written at random, it goes to the others. The hero says that Thor got 5 points. Thor is happy. Alfred says irritably that it is only 1/4 of all the questions. The new number stumps Thor. The hero says it's too early for fractions. Alfred remarks that this is why he always says that if you don't learn to count, you'll definitely lose money. Thor asks if he's cursed. The hero suggests finishing for today. The lazy student is sincerely happy about his freedom. Alfred tells him to keep doing it until he develops a habit. A friend invites him to play outside. The hero thinks about what they could do. Thor proudly shows off his improvised weapon, a stick. He suggests playing fencing. Alfred asks why he should play fencing on his day off. The boy says that his friend must be quite strong since he is trained by a lord. He asks to show his skills. He really wants to become an adventurer. The hero reluctantly agrees. He asks to be careful so that no one gets hurt. Thor is about to release all the stress he's built up during his studies. This is bad. The boy enthusiastically rushes into the attack, while Alfred frantically searches for a suitable weapon. Of course, this round goes to Thor. The hero successfully parries the next blow. He picked up a forked stick and his friend doesn't like it, it can parry any attack. Thor demands to change weapons. Alfred mocks him, reminding him that the boy himself did not specify the rules. The fight flares up with renewed vigor. After a few minutes, the hero wins and pins his opponent to a tree trunk with a branch. Thor yells that it's not fair. This is what happens when you choose the right branch. Thor demands that Alfred exchange his weapon for a new game. He asks to give him the forked stick this time. The boy agrees. The hero sends him to look for a new weapon, and he himself thinks about what he should do in this case. A couple of minutes pass. Thor proudly shows off his find, a stick with 3 branches. Alfred also picked up a new one for himself. The stick looks bad hanging limply in his hand. Thor asks what the hero is going to do with it. The boy tells him not to worry about it. A new fight begins. Alfred delivers a painful blow to his opponent's leg. He strikes with his flexible stick like a whip. Thor has no time to respond. The boy gloats. Finally, Thor gives in. The hero thinks that he was just starting to have fun. Thor thinks it's incredible and asks his friend to train him. These words echo somewhere in Alfred's heart. Feeling a little guilty, studying with a friend or playing sword fighting. For the first time in a long time, he spent the day like a real kid. Clouds of steam come out of Alfred's mouth. Winter came and the whole world was covered in silver. The hero runs happily through the snowy forest. He calls Bartolo. The man is busy cleaning the snow off the roof. The boy throws a snowball at him. Alfred laughs, pleased with his lucky hit. The cook asks if he did it. Questioning the seriousness of Bartolo's intentions, he begins to rummage around in the snow. He rolls a huge snowball and the boy starts to panic. He screams that it's too much. The cook slyly says that he thought it was the hero who started the war. Alfred starts running, loudly asking if the man is too old for such stress. He barely manages to dodge a huge snowball. The boy shouts that the projectile has broken the branches. Bartolo replies that new ones will grow by spring. Already tired and wet from the snow, the hero wanders between the trees, asking himself what he is doing so early in the morning. At the gate, boys meet him and invite him to play. This is Thor and a chubby boy who is still unknown to the hero. It turns out that this is Sheila's younger brother, Esmo. He and Thor often hang out together since they became neighbors. Alfred greets his new acquaintance and jokingly asks him what month he is in. He answers in the same tone of the joke that he is already in his 3rd month. The hero starts poking the boy in the stomach, and Esmo loudly complains. The boys try to discuss what they can do, but Thor says that it has already started. And it's a snowball fight. Team Roland fights against Team West. Alfred thinks that adults don't seem to be very busy with work during the winter. They take it way too seriously. They even hide rocks inside snowballs. The hero asks if they really want to participate in the battle. He suggests playing away from the adults. After all, these two are always fighting with each other. But for all these different people to do the same thing, it was so curious. The boys start throwing snowballs at the snowman. Thor asks Esmo to help him roll his ball. He wants to make it even bigger. Alfred asks how they are going to fold something so big, but the two are already fixated on the idea of creating a big ball. The boy decides to make his snowman separately and with the help of magic. Meanwhile, Thor and Esmo are putting more and more effort into rolling their ball. They look in amazement at what the hero has done. This is a snowman made of many parts. It is also curved. It is simply amazing. Thor says that Alfred's snowman is incredible. And then he adds that if he can make snowmen like that, he can make people. The boy replies that he can, but it will take a little longer. Thor promises that he and Esmo will come to help when they finish their huge snowman. Esmo asks if her friend really wants to make the ball even bigger. They resist and roll the snowball, which has already grown taller than a child. The hero wonders if they understand that it can no longer be connected to anything. Before the friends can finish their big snowman, Alfred finishes his work. He made figures of the 3 older sisters. The boys stare at the ice statues with their mouths open. Thor says it's amazing. Naturally, he likes the Aliner statue the best and asks if he can take it home. The friends start arguing again about the already sore subject. Esmo, standing aside, says that the statues will melt anyway. He adds that the river is already frozen and invites the disputants to go there. Thor notices that his sister's statue does not quite resemble the original. The boys go down to the river. After a thorough inspection, the children discover that she is indeed frozen. They run out onto the ice. Alfred comes up with an idea and resorts to the help of magic. It creates a semblance of skates. Now friends can skate fully. Esmo is doing well with the new way of moving, but Thor is having trouble. He asks the others to wait. Thor doesn't understand at all how it's possible to ride on this. The hero has associations with penguins. Alfred gives the example of Esmo, who is already a great skater. Thor says he can't do that. He says that even if Esmo falls, it won't hurt him as much. At that moment, his friend quietly appears behind him and takes him by the shoulders. A strong push sends Thor flying nose first into the snow. He indignantly curses the cold and Esmo, who pushed him. Thor lunges at his attacker and they clasp hands. The hero bets on Esmo, but then something happens. The ice cracks under the boy's feet, and even those fighting notice it. Thor asks Esmo to remain still so that they both don't sink to the bottom. But the boy can't cope with this simple request. Or doesn't want to cope. Esmo smiles strangely. The smile seems sarcastic. Alfred panics, wondering if he has decided that he will not be saved. What if he wants to fall through and drag his friends with him? The hero tries to calm himself down. After all, Esmo is not the kind of person who would plan such terrible things. The boy had seemed quite good-natured since their first meeting. On the other hand, the way he pushed Thor. A man with such a villainous face would definitely do it. Alfred thinks that in that case they will all plunge into the icy water. This must be avoided at all costs. This means that there is only one way out. The hero creates a shield for himself and jumping on top rises upward. His friends look at him with anger and surprise. Alfred asks not to be offended by him because he just doesn't want to die. Thor demands that the hero save at least him. Esmo has a different opinion on this matter. The ice gives a final crack and splits. The choice of the saved ends not in Thor's favor. Despite taking a hot bath, the boy is still cold. The hero thinks that in this world taking baths is not very popular. Most people just pour hot water into the bath and wash their body. The boy thinks that next time they could take a bath at Thor's house. For Emma. Esmo says Thor is fine. Alfred adds that the boy probably won't catch a cold. Thor is shaking all over and wants to get home and warm up. On the way, they meet older sisters. The other adults look at the children attentively. Aliner asks her brother what these ice sculptures are. The hero replies that they made them themselves. Finally, someone says that this can't be left like this. Alfred asks what they're talking about. Thor echoes him and asks what's wrong with these figures. Friends are invited to watch it themselves and ask the same question again. The boys see that someone has managed to mock the figures and change their appearance for the worse. The hero screams in horror that it was not their doing. Alina rushes at him in rage and screams that the boys themselves admitted what they did. The boys try to justify themselves, but witnesses say they saw Thor adjusting his sister's figure. Emma says she never doubted her brother and starts throwing snowballs at him, ignoring his attempts to explain. Esmo tries to tell Sheila that he has nothing to do with Thor's actions, but is immediately captured by his fellow sufferers. Sheila says she doesn't care because she just wants to have a snowball fight. The friends hide behind the wall of one of the houses and try to decide what to do. Thor suggests doing it since it has come to this. Alfred agrees, saying it's a chance to put the sisters in their place. Esmo says he has no reason to do it. However, they all decide to fight the older sisters to prove that the younger brothers are better. The girls have organized a real mass production of snowballs. Alfred says that the speed with which Sheila makes them seems amazing. Esmo notes that his sister likes simple tasks because it is easy, and Sheila herself is rather clumsy. The hero decides that he is not going to lag behind. On the other hand, the way his sister is watching the boys intently, taking an impressive pose, scares him. The friends decide to follow their plan. They run out of cover with loud cries. Elena throws a snowball. The projectile, narrowly missing Alfred, crashes into the wall. A large hole remains at the site of the impact. The owner of the house begins to wail. Someone tries to calm him down. The hero uses magic to build an ice wall. The boys are delighted. There are a lot of ice walls, and now it's a real labyrinth. Elena heads for the opening between the walls. She says that little brother is wasting his strength. Sheila complains that they can't hit their opponents with snowballs because of the walls. Esmo yells that it serves her right. Alfred thinks that they now have the advantage, as planned. The adults are a little further away discussing which side will win. One by one they place bets, causing confusion in the boy. Elena decides to go around the walls. The hero pretends to be terribly scared, but then he starts smiling and says that it's a joke. The girl falls into a hidden hole. What a pity, there are traps everywhere. The hero laughs and says he knew his sister, who specializes in close combat, would come. Elena demands that her brother let her out. The boy kneels and puts his hands on the ground, but not to create walls of ice. This is to create holes in the ground. Alfred rushes to help his friends. The boys rain down snowballs on their opponents. The girls decide to retreat. A snowball thrown by Esmo hits Sheila. She screams that her brother will answer for this. Emma calls her to shelter. Elena escapes from the trap, asking how her brother dared to do this. She tries to pounce on Alfred, but then he falls into a new hole. Thor asks how many traps his friend has made. The hero replies that they are everywhere here. Thor says it was wrong. Alfred shouts that their opponent is his sister, and now is not the time to hesitate. Elena, climbing out of the pit, says she heard it. Standing on her feet, she begins to run towards her brother. The boy barely manages to dodge. She throws snowballs one after another. One projectile does find its target and turns out to be unusually hard. The hero is horrified that there was a piece of ice hidden inside. The girl joyfully screams that she also thought it would be terribly hard. Running past Thor, Alfred uses magic to lift several snowballs and throws them all at once towards his sister. Elena is completely focused. She dodges each one with ease, not a single hit. The boy thinks that to other people this must look beautiful. But for the hero, this is something disgusting. Alfred throws another snowball. He is sure. At this moment, something similar should be done. The twisting projectile knocks Elena off guard and hits her in the chest with a slap. She shakes the snow off her face, puzzled, and the boy is already wondering how her reaction differs from Sheila's. But then Elena looks up and there are no more questions. The girl calls upon a small fireball, which in reality does not live up to its title of small. The fire engulfs the entire space around it. All the walls and snowballs melted in an instant. The boys are upset. Elena takes out her training sword. She doesn't want to lose her brother again. The hero calls on his friends to change their position. The boys run, showered with snowballs. Emma tells Sheila to focus on this. Thor laughs, asking what happened to the site. Everything is flying past. But then icicles that fall very close put an end to the discussion. Thor says it hurts. Emma comes up to him. Alfred sees this but continues to run. Although he is a little jealous of his friend, then he notices something interesting. The hero asks Esmo to push one of the houses. The boy throws all his weight against the wall, and the snow on the roof begins to move. The whole pile falls on Thor and Emma. Alfred screams that he's sorry. The hero looks to see if Sheila is hurt. He wants to leave this question to Esmo but notices his feet sticking out of the snowdrift. And how did this happen? Sheila pulls the victims out from under the snow and says that they are all out. Alfred and Elena are left alone. The girl says that her brother's tricks have come to an end. Using magic, the boy jumps onto a nearby roof. The girl screams at him to get off. The hero remembers Thor and Esmo's big snowballs and creates one of those. A super big snowball of increased size. The snowball falls heavily, but Elena jumps back. She screams that she can't be hit by something like that. Alfred smiles and creates many more snowballs. They all fly towards his sister. The boy is sure that Elena will now take a lot of damage. But the girl continues to stand as if nothing had happened. Alfred wonders in horror if she is human. The hero throws a few more snowballs in her direction, and Elena cuts each of them with her sword. She stands in the same pose as if nothing had happened. Alfred looks around in panic, trying to find the snowballs. They are all gone, they need to be replenished, but the sister is determined not to let her brother do this. She climbs up, using the shards of ice flying at her as steps. Elena swings her sword and asks her brother to fall. The boy barely manages to create a shield in time to jump higher. Alina gives chase and Alfred, shocked, asks how far she's willing to go. The hero creates more and more platforms, and the girl plunges her sword into the last one, hanging in the air. The boy says that it is impossible. Alina replies that she promised that she would not let him escape. Alfred asks if his sister knows how high they are now. Alina looks around. From here the houses are already beginning to seem small. The boy says it's time to go down. His sister asks to take her with him. The hero begins to reason, asking why he had to go through this. Even though it wasn't him who made fun of the ice statues. The girl tries to interrupt him, but Alfred doesn't seem to hear. He's going to use the long piece of ice created by magic, but only for himself. He threatens that he will really go down now alone. Alina apologizes for not believing her brother. The boy asks what about the game, because the match is still going on, and this needs to be sorted out. The girl is forced to admit defeat. On this day, Alfred defeated his sister for the first time. People look up and acknowledge the hero's victory. Someone rejoices at winning a money dispute. Thor mutters that Alfred will get more from him. Later that day, they were busy repairing and apologizing for the broken walls and roofs. Alfred sits by the fireplace on a winter evening. Suddenly, he realizes what an advantage he is in when it is cold. He can always find a way to warm himself. Alina asks her brother to bring tea. The boy is indignant. Why is he asked if there are maids? The girl reminds that all the servants have a day off today. The hero remembers hearing something like that from Mina. She was going to visit her parents' house. Mina said that she always has problems when she comes home because she can't rely on them. She looks happy. Mina asked Sarah if she was going to which she answered affirmatively. The maid also added that Mel was also going to spend her holiday with them, because she was from another village. Mina added that Bartolo was too, but he, as the girl heard, was going to drink with the villagers in a snack bar. Alina says that if Alfred has understood everything, then he should go and get tea. The boy does not give up and asks what about his mother. The hero asks Silvio if he knows where his mother is now. The brother doesn't know. Then the boy asks his father. Nord tries to answer evasively, but the son, illuminated by understanding, loudly declares that his mother has gone to the toilet. She always drinks tea anyway. A woman's fingers touch the boy's hair. His mother squeezes the top of his head and tells him that Alfred should learn a little more about delicacy. This action causes pain, and the hero apologizes. In the end, he still had to make the tea. Alina says she wonders if the younger one has gotten better at making tea. He takes a sip from his cup. The family begins to compare this tea with the way the maids would prepare it. The boy is offended. The woman asks if Alfred made tea from water created by magic. The hero answers in the affirmative. It's quite convenient. Mom says she now understands what it is. She says natural water tastes better. The boy remembers that the water in the village tastes much better. Perhaps it's all about the composition. The parents remember the times when they were still adventurers and cooked without magic. Alfred asks if his mother can cook. Alina says that it's rude. Nord already said so. Alina asks if it tastes good. The hero is surprised that she said that. Father says that although you wouldn't know it, Alina is also good at housework. The woman blushes sweetly and says that the first phrase was unnecessary. Nord says that since everyone is so suspicious, the woman could cook something. Since Bartolo is not here today, the woman is surprised by the offer. The man replies that it's a nice day and he wants to eat her hot nabe. Alina replies that if he wants to, there's nothing he can do. The children are wary. The woman suggests that Alina cook together. This raises questions among the rest of the family. Alina explains that she could have done it herself, but her daughter needs to learn the basics too. Alina says that she wants to be a knight and she doesn't need to. Nord asks what the knights will do if they get lost in the forest. The girl admits that he is right. Mother and daughter go to the kitchens. Alfred thinks that this time he would prefer to hear his sister's refusal. After some time, dinner is ready. Surprisingly, the dish looks like normal nabe. The boy notices that the vegetables are cut unevenly. This must be Alina's work. He decides to ask which of these things her mother made. Alina replies that she was responsible for the spaghetti and the girl for the vegetable mixture. Alina is embarrassed. At dinner, the family praises the prepared dish and the girl's efforts. Alina humbly thanks. Women are thanked for their efforts. Alina says that Alina also added the seasoning to the nabe. Alfred doesn't believe it. The girl says that she simply added the ingredients and seasonings as her mother told her, intuitively. The boy is amazed by the intuitiveness of his sister's cooking. Alina repeats that she did as she was told. Mom confirms her words and says that if you have all the ingredients, then all you need is to choose them correctly. The rest of the family looks at Alina without much trust. Alfred wants Bartolo to return soon. The hero groans and looks out the window at the snowy forest. He is glad for the new safe day. The boy still cannot believe that Alina cooks with only intuition. He wondered if she would add anything edible to the dish. Alfred is happy to be alive. At least for today, the boy wants to make a kotatsu. We have to thank Mr. Herman for the table of the right size. True, he looked terribly tired. If you cover the table with a blanket, it will be just like a kotatsu. You just need to come up with a heat source. Alfred could put the fireball in a basket and it would be warm for a while. But if he went to sleep, he would lose control of the fireball and everything would catch fire. That wouldn't work. Then the ball could be enclosed in something metal so that there would be nothing to burn. But the new image of the fire discouraged the boy from this idea as well. The hero tried to think of something else, but nothing came to mind. So he decided to turn to books. And in one of them, he actually found something interesting. There is such an object, a magic tool. You need to write down a magic formula and then apply magic power. A convenient thing. Alfred rummages through the bookshelves looking for something suitable for the kotatsu. Then he approaches his mother. The hero asks if they have a book about magic items. Alina replies that there is none. The boy falls into despair. Then he goes to his father, but Nord refuses without even hearing his request. Alfred is offended. He hasn't even said anything yet. The woman asks if her son is looking for a book about magic tools. The hero is surprised that the parents have already discussed this. He asks why not. Nord asks if the boy knows where to get books on magic. Alfred replies that he is at the Royal Capital Academy of Magic. Father agrees. He adds that the capital is far from here, and the company that regularly goes there left literally the other day. The hero thinks about how this merchant is always not around when needed. He assumes that if he contacts them, they will return immediately. Nord says that it is impossible. Alina adds that even if they send the fastest horses, they will not bring the book before spring. The boy sadly thinks that he will not need the kotatsu in spring. Alfred says that there's nothing to be done then, and it's not all that bad. He's already thinking of what might come in handy next season. Mom says there is one letter. The hero takes it and starts reading. It looks like the father is invited to a party. Reading further, the boy understands that a noble New Year's reception will be held in the capital. In addition to Nord, his son is also invited. The parents put their hands on his shoulders. Alfred is indignant and asks to let him go. Alina says that if she does this, her son will try to escape. The father sums it up and says that the hero has no choice but to join the noble reception. The boy protests. Nord tries to explain to him that this is a reception for everyone who has reached a certain age, so it is necessary to show up. And if Alfred were the firstborn, then he would have to participate even earlier. The hero says that children have no business in such places. Nord explains that this is all for the sake of introducing the children and heirs of noble houses to strengthen the bond between them. Or to find a groom. There are many reasons. Alfred summarizes that when children reach a certain age, the head of the family must send them to the capital at least once. The boy asks if Silvio and Alina participated in something similar. Nord does not like this question. It turns out they were involved and it was complicated. Especially when both kids were suddenly bombarded with talk of marriage. It caused more problems with some things. The hero is horrified to think that he will now have to dress up like these two. He is afraid to go, realizing that he will disappoint everyone. Alfred says he doesn't want to go. Nord says he doesn't want to go either, actually. Alina laughs and says that he is very popular in the capital. The hero remembers about the Dragon Slayer and also smiles. He doesn't want to be surrounded at a party wherever he goes. It seems like there's even a play about him somewhere in the capital. The hero thinks that now he finds this trip a little more interesting. Nord says he doesn't want to stand out too much. Because even in the best of times, there are places where people can't stand up starts like that. Alfred remembers that his father is the type of nobleman who rose up the social ladder through adventurism. Mom says that now her son understands that even if he orders a book, he will still have to go to the appointment. But it will be faster and cheaper to buy it himself. And of course, to see the sights. The parents emphasize that Alfred must go to the capital in the spring in any case. The hero agrees and the adults relax. The boy wonders if his parents think he is a naughty child. Alfred fantasizes about the capital, the center of the kingdom of Misfrith and one of the most important cities in the world. Home to the royal family, as well as nobles, commoners, and many other residents. Surely there are many useful things there that are not found here. Spring has come to the village of Koliat. Slowlife family is getting ready to hit the road. The family bids a warm farewell to the travelers. Spring is the time for receptions in the capital. Alfred says goodbye to everyone, leaning out of the window. The hero asks his father if it is true that the party in the capital will take place in 2 weeks. In that case, isn't it too early for them to leave? Nord explains that the village of Koliat is the southernmost territory of the kingdom, so the journey by cart will take about a week. The boy agrees because they do not know what might happen on the way. Alfred thinks that in his past life he never spent a whole week on the road. He watches the landscapes passing by the window with fascination. The driver opens the door and the boy jumps out. Finally a stop. Rumba says that everything is calm as expected. The hero turns to him. Guts' bodyguard says that the previous village has become quite lively. When he was a child, they had almost no food and fewer houses. Rumba asks Guts if he grew up in that village. The man replies that when he retired as an adventurer and returned to his wife, some strangers were living in his parents' house. The conversation proceeds as if Alfred was never there. Guts continues the story and says that the neighbors then said that the parents moved to the village of Koliat. Then he was very surprised. The hero smiles politely. The bodyguard had heard about the reputation of the village of Koliat from Rumba, so he and his wife decided to move there. Suddenly the man interrupts his story and says that he smells monsters. Goblins jump out of the bushes. Guts and Rumba tell everyone to get back to the carriage. That's their job. The bodyguard lies on the grass and smiles blissfully. He is glad that it is finally over. The boy asks what is this happy face after such a small job. Guts replies that it was a good hit. Alfred reminds us that the bodyguard hit his own jaw with his shield and passed out. If it weren't for Rumba, who knows what would have happened to them all. Nord says we need to go before the blood attracts more monsters. Rumba picks up his partner and carries him to the carriage. The hero expresses regret about the blow to the jaw. Guts weakly denies it. After that, the trip continued smoothly. Father says that the capital's walls will already be visible beyond the forest. Alfred presses his face to the glass. On the 7th day, the carriage arrives in the capital. This wall has stood since the founding of the kingdom. People passing by instantly recognize the Dragon Slayer's cart. Nord doesn't like it. The hero, on the contrary, is amused. The carriage approaches the gates. The father goes out to show the guards the badge of a nobleman. Alfred asks to go with him. Nord hands the guard a badge of nobility. The guard finds this excellent. Returning the badge back, the guard asks if it is true that this is Baron Nord Lowlight. The father confirms it. The boy thinks it is all about the dragon crest. The guard says that they should inspect the carriage and ask a few questions. The guard asks questions about the purpose of the visit and the Baron's companions. A real passport control. Another guard confirms this thought and asks the hero his name. Alfred introduces himself. He thinks about what the man could tell him about the sights. The guard continues and asks the boy how old he is. He is a little surprised by the answer. He thought that Alfred was a little younger. Meanwhile, Nord is asked inappropriate questions about his age and wife. The last straw is the question about the preferred type of man, complete psycho. The test is complete and no problems were found. Father calls Alfred to get into the carriage quickly. Finally, they arrived. The capital of the kingdom appears before guests in all its glory. People and animals walk along the streets. Mina is delighted. The capital looks exactly as it was described to her. She is also here for the first time. Everything he and the hero encounter seems amazing. The parents and Sarah, who have already been to the capital, quietly giggle. From today onwards, travelers will stay at this hotel. Alfred wanders through the hotel rooms, and everything seems incredibly beautiful to him. They and Mina express their admiration. Meanwhile, Rumba and Guts are going to the Adventurers Guild. They say connections are important in this business. Mel says that he and Sarah will take care of things, so Mina and Alfred can go see the city, just not far. They are asked to be careful. A boy and a maid are walking around the capital, and everything surprises them. Mina tells the merchant that things are not as they seemed from the cart. The man replies that they are. This is a busy area. The merchant serves meat to the guests of the capital. Alfred and Mina like it very much. With each bite you can feel the elastic texture and elasticity. The hero asks what kind of meat it is. The man asks if the young gentleman has never eaten washi meat. The boy is delighted. He knows that washi are cow-like monsters that often appear around the capital. The boy knew that they ate monster meat here, but he didn't think it would be so tasty. The merchant offers guests to try something else. Finally, he tells where he can buy delicious fruit juice. Alfred thanks him. The boy and the maid are drinking fruit juice and decide it's time for a break. They sit on a bench and discuss what kind of fruit it might be. The hero remarks that it should be tasty if you put chopped ice in the juice. A little girl comes up to him. A small hand grabs Alfred by his clothes. The hero turns around and sees a little girl in front of him. She says that her name is Rachan. Alfred looks at his new acquaintance with bewilderment. The girl happily says that she is 4 years old, showing the corresponding number on her fingers. The boy says his name. Rachan quickly shortens it to Al and calls the hero brother. Alfred likes it and asks to repeat it, but the girl only repeats the name. The boy tries to understand what feeling he just experienced. Perhaps he will understand it only when he has a sister. Mina meets Rachan and also suggests calling her little sister. The hero calls the new sensation the feeling of healing the heart. Alfred asks to call the maid poor servant. Other words are too wasteful for Mina. The girl calls Mina a useless servant. The hero strokes her head and praises her. The maid offendedly asks not to teach her new acquaintance strange words. The hero asks her to be quiet, promising to treat her to cookies later. Mina likes the mention of cookies, but the boy treats Rachan to them. The maid says she wants cookies too. Alfred says he has more and promises to give them to Mina later. The maid almost cries, reminding him that the boy promised her. Rachan happily devours the treat. The hero says that after the cookies the girl should want a drink. The maid suggests going back to the shop where they were earlier. Rachan is treated to juice. The boy thinks that this green juice must be good for health. He wonders if he can repeat the recipe when he returns to the village. The girl hands him a glass, offering him a drink too. Alfred tries it and says that this juice is also delicious. Mina watches what is happening and is touched. The hero asks Rachan what she is doing here. The girl replies that she got lost because she was looking for her little sister. According to Rachan, her sister is 7 years old, and she still doesn't know where they were separated. The maid asks what the girl's sister looks like. Rachan says that her hair is the same color as Mina's, and that's why she's so beautiful. The girl shows that her sister's hair is long and also very straight and smooth. Alfred asks what about clothes and height. Rachan says that the girl is wearing a school uniform from a magic academy. This detail seems important. The boy remembers seeing a child in a robe a couple of times. Mina suggests looking for the girl on the main street. Alfred asks Rachan if she will wait for her sister here. The girl replies that she will search until she finds her. Mina and Rachan quickly lose focus and head to the stew stand. The boy sighs. The maid offers to eat this meat and the girl agrees. The hero tries to reason with them. Mina calls Alfred to join the line. The boy reminds them that they were supposedly going to look for Rachan's sister. But the ladies don't listen to him, they have to stand in line. The maid wonders why the line is so slow. The worker says that it looks like the cooks have run out of ingredients and are restocking. Mina says there's nothing to be done. Rachan yawns, she's bored waiting. Alfred asks the maid to lend him some cookies. After some hesitation, the girl sadly hands him the bag. The hero shows the cookie to the girl. The boy squeezes it between his hands and promises that as soon as he waves his hands 3 times, the cookie will disappear. Rachan doesn't believe it, and Mina starts to worry. She wouldn't want that. On the count of 3, Alfred uses his teleportation skill, and the treat really does disappear. The girl asks where the hero put the cookie. Mina starts shaking him by the shoulders. The random spectators look at the boy in amazement. Alfred points to a random man and asks him to check his right pocket. The man, puzzled, does as he is asked and indeed finds the missing cookie. People can't figure out if it's the same cookie or not. The hero tells the man that the cookie is edible. Mina resentfully pulls the boy back. She says in despair that it was her last cookie. Alfred says that it is not a big deal. After all, he will now double and even triple it. The audience discusses the mysterious promise. The hero turns out his pockets, thereby demonstrating that they are empty. But then he says that he will now try to get the cookies out of them, and he really succeeds. He takes out more cookies one by one and tosses them smugly in his palm. People comment on the endless appearance of cookies. The maid asks how he manages it. The audience notices that no matter how hard you try, you can't fit so many cookies in your pocket. They suggest that Alfred is a magician's apprentice. Rachan asks him to tell you how he did it. Of course, the hero doesn't want to reveal the trick and says that it's a secret. Just at this moment, they finish cooking the stew. The boy suggests going and eating since everything is ready now. Mina is offended that he did not tell her the secret. Alfred pushes them closer to the counter and the maid is forced to agree. The hero says that it is much more interesting when the secret is not revealed. He returns the cookies to the maid and the conflict is resolved. Meanwhile, people ask Alfred to show the trick again, and it dawns on him. The hero decides that if he shows tricks, more people will come. This means that Rachan's sister might come too. The boy says he wants to eat stew now, but he can show his show a little later. The audience digests this answer. This stew is on the house. The tricks attracted new customers. A black carriage approaches the scene of the crush. The passengers are curious about the crowd that is gathered here. Upon seeing Rachan, the carriage stops and a girl in an academy uniform jumps out. Rachan recognizes her as his sister. The girl says she was very worried and rushes to hug her sister. She is surprised that Rachan was watching the show while they were looking for her. The girl calls her sister home. Mina sticks her head out of the line and calls Alfred and Rachan. The hero, showing a trick, notices the reunion scene. Rachan says goodbye to him. The girl asks her sister if she knows this boy. Rachan replies that this is brother Al. The older sister doesn't understand what this means. In turn, for Rachan it is obvious. Mina and Alfred are happy that the girl was able to meet her sister. The hero notices that Rachan's older sister is cute, and besides, she is a student at the Magic Academy. This is strange because school usually accepts people after the age of 12. The hero shows trick after trick, but people keep asking him to show them something else. On the first day of the trip to the capital, Alfred helped a lost child and showed some magic tricks. He rested the entire second day. On the third day, the hero went shopping. On the fourth day, Mom said that they were going to Grandpa's house today. The boy was a little busy. Alfred tries to figure out how to use the magical device he bought the day before. Alina reminds him that her son promised her this yesterday. That is why the hero came to his grandparents' house, which seemed very big to him. Alfred had heard that they were of noble birth, but even so the house was simply magnificent. Alina asks how the parents are doing. Grandma and Grandpa are happy to see each other. They haven't seen them for a long time. Alfred is introduced to his relatives. His grandfather's name is Lazarus, and his grandmother's name is Alina. Alina thinks that she is too young to be called grandmother. Lazar asks if Eleonora and Silvio are here. Nord says that they haven't come this time. He calls the man his stepfather, which causes Lazar's strong rejection. Grandma tries to defuse the situation and reminds that this time the main figure is Alfred. Alina strokes the boy's head and says that his eyes are strange. However, it seems to be normal. The hero does not understand what she means by this. Lazarus notices that Nord comes here less and less, but it is necessary to behave like nobles. Father replies that Koliad is quite far from the capital. That is why it is difficult to come here often. Nord tries to add something, but the man reminds him not to call him stepfather. By the way, he doesn't like father and daddy either. To the latter, Lazar notes that Nord hasn't been home for a long time and allows himself to make jokes. The father continues, saying that their territory is a quiet rural area. It was not given much attention, so interaction with the nobility was minimal. Lazarus notices that Nord has become popular lately, and the aristocrats can't ignore it. The adults look at Alfred strangely. The hero understands that it is a matter of reversey. He thinks about how the merchant quickly rose in the company thanks to the sale of leisure items. And formally, it was the father who sold them. Lazar says that both the capital's nobles and residents are beside themselves with this fun. Alina recalls that he himself bragged when he received the prototype. She remembers how her husband boasted to everyone that it was his grandson who did it. Lazar asks why Nord did not sign a contract with their company. The man apologizes and says that he also had connections. Alfred thinks that this meeting is likely to attract even more attention, which is unfortunate. Perhaps the Duke knew it would be advantageous. Grandfather says that Alina will soon join the knightly order, and if so, she can stay with them. Nord replies that this is impossible. According to the rules, members of the order must live in special military apartments. Lazar is outraged. He reminds that the man is, in fact, a baron. Nord says that his status does not work here. Besides, immediately after joining the order, she will have some days off. Grandfather is depressed. The hero thinks about the wonderful news he has learned. An ideal scheme is being built in the boy's head. The elder sister joins the order. She is very busy, and she has no time to be at home. This means that Alfred can no longer be afraid of his enemy and live in peace. The hero dreams that when he returns to the village, he will behave more kindly to his sister. And when the day of departure comes, he will send her off like a king. Grandfather asks if Alfred will stay with them. The boy replies that he only feels free in the village, so no. The hero spent the 4th and 5th days at his grandfather's house. The 6th day is his birthday. Alfred's parents warmly congratulate him on his 7th birthday, but on the same day there is a gathering of nobles. His mother says that the birthday party has turned into a mess. The boy replies that everything is fine and that he had a very nice time at his grandfather's yesterday. Mom reminds him that at today's meeting the hero must greet the organizer and asks him to say how exactly. The boy confidently answers that it is Duke Leon Grand. Alfred's parents teach him how to behave while Mina dresses him. The boy thinks that he has no desire to deal with such a high-ranking person any longer than necessary. The hero already has a plan for today's meeting. He plans to go to the meeting place, then draw attention to his dad and mom. Alfred will leave this place on the sacrifice of his parents, and then he will pretend to be another person and will enjoy delicacies. Then, after the boy has eaten a tasty meal, he and his dad will greet the important person accordingly. The question of why he is smiling so much comes into the hero's thoughts. Alina tells her son not to sit like that, otherwise his suit will wrinkle. She also notices her son's unusual speech. Alfred says he was just practicing before the party. The woman says she heard something about a sacrifice and grabs the boy by the head. The hero asks for forgiveness. The family arrives at Leon Grand's villa. The hero is amazed at how huge it is. As he enters the building, he notices another child who also seems to be worried. His father tells him to be firmer. Alfred thinks that he understands this boy. The hero says that he doesn't like all this. Everything seems so frightening that the boy can't calm down. Alina says that the Duke is known for his strength of spirit. Alfred thinks that the mansion shows the character of its owner well. Mama says that the Duke acts as if he is always in danger. Nord points out that if the enemy is only about to attack, you should act as if you are already attacked, or crush the enemy before he attacks. That's Leon Grand for you. The hero thinks that he doesn't need to leave an impression of the Duke's family anyway. It's a stunning hostile territory. The appearance of the hall enchants him with its beauty. It's so spacious and dazzling here. Alfred sees that the people around him have already started to look at Nord. The boy thinks that this is his chance. This was the best moment for the victim, but it was not worth revealing his plans so rashly. Alina grabs her son's hand. Nord meets Viscount Caber and they exchange pleasantries. The Viscount notices that the man doesn't seem to have been to such parties lately. Nord says that it's because he's a commoner, and he's not so good at hosting social events. The Viscount notes his companion's modesty and says that this is to be expected from a dragon slayer. The boy manages to slip away and exhales with relief. However, he is immediately spotted. Viscount Caber asks who it is. Nord replies that it is his second son. Alfred introduces himself politely and says he is pleased to meet him. The man notes that he is a good boy. The Viscount notices that the hero is unusually natural and creates a completely different impression compared to Eleonora and Silvio. Without unnecessary modesty, the boy thinks that, compared to his brother and sister, he is normal. The girls behind Alfredo are already discussing him, comparing him to Silvio. The boy thinks that the female gaze is very harsh. He should stay away from conspicuous areas. People are discussing what they just saw. Someone disappeared in such a bright place as in the night. Someone couldn't even see him with such an unusual look. Maybe he's a foreigner. Alfred is pleased with himself. Alfred asks the maid if he can have some wine too, but receives the expected refusal. Because this drink is only for adults, and the hero was in the mood for a drink. The boy did not expect to have to greet so many people. In addition, many of them had very long names. Alfred was tired and had already forgotten almost everything. Nord says that they are almost done with greetings. So why doesn't the hero walk around here himself and see everything? The boy thinks that it would be great. The father says hesitantly that if he could make friends with the children of other nobles, if he could. Alfred says he's going to get something to drink and relax. His father tells him to have fun, but he's interrupted. Nord is surrounded by people with many questions. The hero concludes that, judging by the rumors, the father is very popular, as expected from a dragon slayer. But mom now looks very frightening. Alfred wanders around the hall looking for friends. He notices the children of nobles. The hero concludes that it won't be easy to establish contact with them. Father said, if you can, then you don't have to overdo it. Besides, there are many different sweets on the table. The boy decides to establish contact with the local dignitaries, with the capital's delicacies. The servant asks him not to be shy and to choose what he likes. Alfred thanks him. The boy thinks that there are many treats here that he has never even seen before. The hero takes something that looks like a shrimp and puts it in his mouth. He likes the taste incredibly. The boy is delighted to think that now he knows how the Duke's family chef cooks. Alfred also likes the meat in the next appetizer. He tries to figure out what was used to make the sauce. The boy has never tasted anything like it in Kolyada. The hero sees that there is only one piece left from the snack and is about to take it. But it seems he is not the only one laying claim to it. Along with Alfred, the boy he saw at the entrance reaches for the snack. He asks the hero what family he comes from. Alfred points out that before you can learn someone's name, you have to tell them yours. The boy says his name is Eric Silford. This last name seems familiar to the hero. He gives his last name and asks the name of the person he is talking to. Alfred says he thought the conversation was about the family he belongs to. Eric is irritated. The hero gives his name. The interlocutor asks if this means he is from the Baron's family. The boys are figuring out which of them has the right to take this last piece. Eric believes that Alfred's family is not comparable to the Silfords. The hero is simply mentally envious of the opposing family's favorable land location. Eric gets even more heated and asks if Alfred really intends to mock his possessions. The hero shouts that he himself started this quarrel. For a few seconds, the boys look at each other angrily. Eric tries to make a remark and says that this is a meeting place for nobles, so there is no point in starting a quarrel over trifles. Alfred says that making noise in such a place and even throwing mud at their families is clearly a dubious idea. They reach for the last piece again and collide with the tongs. The boys fight over who gets to keep this unfortunate snack. Eric fights roughly, but clearly not roughly enough compared to a leaner. The hero deals him a painful blow. He casts a light spell, blinding the opponent. Eric covers his eyes with his hands and runs away, wailing. Alfred pays tribute to him as a formidable opponent. The hero reaches for the piece he has won but does not manage to take it. His father appears behind him. The boy turns around and sees almost all the adults looking at him with disapproval. Nord frowns. He is surrounded. Alfred tries to awkwardly apologize for the noise he made. The boys are standing by the wall. The hero says that Eric's father scared him. The boy replies that his family are knights. That's why they are strict. He rubs the bump on his head. Alfred wonders how such a child could be born into such a family. Eric says that everything still twinkles in his eyes. The hero notices that there are many chandeliers here. The boy declares that it is all because of magic. Nord and Eric's father demand that the boys shut up and try to get along, and especially not make any more noise. Eric gets angry and says that now because of Alfred, when he gets home he will have to defeat 10 people, each of whom he will have to fight in turn. And it will not end until each of the opponents is defeated. The hero sarcastically suggests taking his older sister with him. The boy is going to go and eat something. Alfred wishes him to eat something tasty. He is called out. This is Count Melnar. The man says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The Count says there is no need for greetings. Besides, he heard Alfred and the child of the Silford family making a mess. The boy looks away. The man laughs and says that nobles attend such meetings with great pride, and it is normal to quarrel. But to fight with tongs over a piece of meat, that is clearly too much. Alfred awkwardly asks why the Count needs him. The man replies that he wants to introduce the hero to a certain person. That person is Duke Vladdy. Lunaria's father, the Duke, says he is pleased to meet you. Alfred tries to respond just as politely. The Duke says that he has heard a lot about Alfred from his daughter, and he also really liked this game. The hero expresses joy about this. There is an awkward silence as the boy tries to understand what they want from him. The Duke jokes that Alfred looks like a man who could fight with pincers. The Count says that despite all his pampering, he is a nice guy, and he doesn't look like someone who could do something so unusual. The hero doesn't quite understand what he means. The Duke objects that the boy did create such a wonderful game. Alfred promises that when he creates the next one, he will definitely send it to him first. The man thanks him and notes that his only entertainment is playing shogi and reversi with his daughters. He falls silent. The hero asks what happened. The Duke admits that he actually has many daughters. Although, of course, this is not a problem but an opportunity to maintain strong ties. He says he's not bragging, but all his daughters are very cute. The boy understands that he's here for a long time. The Duke complains about the daily life of a father whose daughters are popular, and the Count goes away somewhere unnoticed. Alfred feels abandoned. The boy wonders if it's strange to say that, being a Duke. Besides, most of the proposals come from middle-aged men. The Duke recalls how this period passed with Lunaria, but he is interrupted. The girl sternly says that the man is putting Alfred in an awkward position. The hero understands that the Count went away to call for help. The boy thanks him for this. The Duke laughs and apologizes. Alfred thinks that the girl looks a lot like Lunaria, maybe she is her older sister. However, the Duke introduces her as his wife. The boy wonders why Duke Vladdy doesn't understand the reason for so many marriage proposals. Maybe it's because there are many people among the nobles with the same tastes as him. The hero returns to the tables where he meets Eric. The boy notes that he has been talking for a very long time. Alfred agrees with him and is glad that it is finally over. The boy looks forward to the royal delicacies that will help him, but something else comes between him and his meal. A joyful Ra-chan runs up to Alfred. It seems that her sister was unable to stop her. A familiar little girl ran out to meet the main character. She ran into the surprised protagonist and hugged him. The boy is surprised that she is also from a noble family and remembers that she was picked up by a beautiful carriage. The girl is also surprised that he is a nobleman. Suddenly, another girl appears and tells her that she cannot hug the first person she meets. Al is surprised by her words. It is Ra-chan's older sister. The girl defends the guy and says that he is not the first person he meets. The girl asks her what she wants to say. The protagonist does not know where to begin his story. He tells the girl that they met a lost Ra-chan. She says that she was actually her older sister. He agrees with the child. Al recalls that for the most part he simply ate on the go. The elder sister Ra-chan thanked them and bowed. Whenever she asked the girl about what happened that day, she said that she was playing with her older brother. The girl apologizes for the inconvenience. The guy denies it and says it was fun. Suddenly the girl's face changes and becomes threatening. She asks the hero if he could spare her some time. In response to consent, she suggests going out onto the terrace. Al thinks to himself that she is beautiful. He understands that nothing good will come of this. Ra asks them if they are going to play together. The older sister says that they are just going to talk and will be back soon. While she offers the girl to play with her ugly older brother, Eric exclaims in surprise. The guy is embarrassed. Ra approaches Eric and offers to play. The main character and the girl are standing on the terrace. He thinks to himself that he did nothing that she might not like. The girl asks him if he was the only one with Lana. The guys answer positively and assumes that she is talking about Ratchin. Suddenly she screams that it was because of him that Lana started using strange words. From that day on, she calls the maids useless servants and says strange words like good cookies. She also asked her to make the cookies disappear. The guy asks her if this isn't the age when she wants to be nice to her sister. The girl gets even more furious. Al thought he could cheer her up by doing this, but he failed. The protagonist apologizes. She says that nothing can be done and it was fun. The girl is grateful to him for that day, but he must watch his language when he is around her. She quickly leaves the terrace. The protagonist says that it was scary. He doesn't think that they will stay in the capital for long and most likely won't meet again in the future. Suddenly, the girl jumps out from around the corner again. She forgot to introduce herself and says that her name is Shelka Misfid, and she is 7 years old. She is from the family of the Count who has supported the country since its foundation. The boy is again involved in a huge number of Count connections. He remembers that this is the name of the author of several magic books. Al is introduced as Alfred Slowlet, the second son of the Baron who runs their territory. He is also 7 years old. The girl says no age. She leaves and the boy thinks to himself that she is surprised. He hopes that everything is okay. Eric sits in a depressed state. The boy understands that he could not resist the girl. Ra asks the protagonist how long he will be here. I interrupt Shelky's exclamation. She screams again that she shouldn't just hug men. The boy says that it's just a hug. Ra says that he is not the first comer and asks who can he hug then. Shelka says family and lover. The little girl asks who the lover is and the older sister gets confused. The boy thinks that this is a difficult question and notices that Eric has already left. Shelka says that a lover is a person who has feelings. However, her sister does not understand. Then the girl screams that these are people who touch lips. Suddenly the girl says that everything is fine and she has someone with whom she did it. Both Shelk and Al froze in surprise. The older sister asks him who she did it with and if it's true. She shakes the girl and looks into her eyes with fear. She is very surprised by her sister's reaction. Shelka repeats Ratchin's name and tries to find out who did this to her. The protagonist laughs to himself and thinks that children grow up quickly in their day. Ratchin convinces that it is true and she is not lying. However, suddenly to everyone's surprise, the girl says that she did it with Al. He, in shock, spits out the juice he was drinking. Everyone is shocked by her words. The psychological age of the main character is 30 years old. He could not do this. He pulls himself up and thinks that he cannot even imagine this, even taking into account that she is the daughter of a count and there is a 3-year difference between them. Shelk asks her if it's true and if it was true that it was Al. The protagonist denies it, but the girl says again that it's true. The girl doesn't understand how he could do it. She's furious about it. Shelka pounces on him, grabs him by the chest of his clothes and shouts that he will pay. The boy denies everything and says that he did not do it. He simply calms her down and tells her that these are the words of a 4-year-old child, and he is sure that she simply misunderstood. The girl screams that he is blaming her to get out of it. Al doesn't understand where she got that from. He grabs her hands to calm her down. She accuses him of being mean, but the protagonist screams that it is a mistake and she should not complicate things. Eric screams that the protagonist is very mean and not a man at all. The boy turns to the girl and hopefully asks her if their lips touched. He understands her, she just wants to get attention. However, the girl still answers positively and says that Al did it. Shelka is very angry. She asks if this is true. The girl asks him to say something already. The protagonist says that if she continues leading, she will not be able to speak. Shelka lets him go and tells him to tell her quickly. The boy is scared. He says he didn't do it with Ra and turns to the girl. The boy asks her if they did this on the day of their first meeting. She answers yes. Al asks if she remembers exactly when it was. The girl says that he looked sad and she did it. Shelka gets very angry along with Eric from her words, but the main character asks them to wait. He reasons that he could simply teleport away from here, but then he would look even more guilty. The main character remembers the entire routine of the day when they met. Suddenly he remembers something and asks the girl if he looked sad then. The boy asks her if it was about vegetable juice, and she confirms his words. Shelka asks what he means, and the guy tells her that he will explain everything. It turns out they actually drank from the same glass. Eric says he should have started with that. Al gets mad at him. The girl asks them if that's lip contact. Silk Song is trying to explain something to her. The protagonist tells his friend that he doesn't want to be here anymore, and they leave it to her. The misunderstanding that caused the confusion over this little girl ended happily. The boy is happy that they are returning home. Leon Grand says goodbye to everyone on stage. His family is famous for its strong spirit. He would like to avoid meeting him at any opportunity. Suddenly their eyes met. The boy becomes scared. He used magic to fight back, but his performance was interrupted. The man asks to look at the details in the document. The girl asks him to let her know as soon as he finds out anything. She goes to the window and suggests that she will be able to meet interesting people if she goes to the party tomorrow. The second day of the meeting of the nobles is underway. The main character, a girl, whines that they don't want to go there. However, they must go because there will be people from the royal capital there. The man asks Irina what happened. She is tired of talking to the nobles. Al understands his mother and remembers the girls I am ashamed to whisper to. Irina asks who from the capital will be present today. They are talking about some mysterious princess. Mom explains to him that this is the second princess of the state of Cuderia. Then they remember the protagonist's grandfather, and the father says that it is necessary to behave like nobles. Al says that they live peacefully because the second princess is a big fan of the Dragon Slayer. This means that he definitely needs to greet her. The action moves to the mansion of Count Leon Grant, and his mother explains to him that it is because of the royal family. The boy makes a promise to his father not to shake or poke with tweezers. In the evening, the meeting of the nobles proceeds in the usual manner. After a while, the main character leans against the wall and says that the greeting is over. He says goodbye to his dad. The boy asks the servant for fruit water. The boy notices that you were yesterday's maid. He realizes that she is a servant of the ducal family. Eric approaches the boy. They discuss treats. Eric wants to eat meat, but Al tells him to eat vegetables too. Meat is good, but it is a balanced diet that is the basis of a strong body. Eric compares him to his mother. The boy tells him to add homemade mayonnaise to the vegetables. A boy tries homemade mayonnaise. It turns out to be very tasty. He continues to gobble up everything he can with mayonnaise. The boy says he wants to try vegetable sticks with it too. However, Eric suddenly takes the jar away from him and says that it is his. Suddenly he jumps away from him and asks if he wants to make an indirect touch with his lips. The hero gets angry. Eric says his target was raw. Al screams that he will never give him mayonnaise again. A scuffle ensues between them, which escalates into a fight. Suddenly they are stopped by a call from the side. All the people in the room look at them in surprise. It turns out to be Silk and Ra. The girl demands that they ask for forgiveness. The boys obey her. After a while, Shelka scolds them for this. They are ashamed. The girl suggests pulling herself together and continuing to enjoy the party. Suddenly, Ra grabs the main character from his hand. She asks him about magic. He remembers that he used light magic during the fight with Eric. There are many wizards in the Ra family. The girl says that she also wants to become like her older sister. She wants to learn how to use cool magic, but she's not very good at it yet. Magic is quite annoying, so it's hard to control. He also trained for a long time. The boy asks her if she can use magic without attributes. The girl doesn't understand what he's talking about. The main character begins to explain to her the intricacies of studying magic. This attracts the attention of Ra's older sister. The boy says that there is a way to surprise her little sister. The boy asks her not to say that he taught her. Suddenly, Al asks Shelka why she goes to magic school, because she is only 12 years old. He did a good job of changing the subject. The girl says that she skipped several grades and she has talent. She asks if he also went to magic school. However, the boy says he doesn't like it. The girl blushes and says that she understands him. The boy turns to Eric and they begin to discuss the play. The boy asks if he should be taken to the theater, and this is gratitude for the mayonnaise. Eric volunteers to be a guide around the royal capital. The boy relies on him and suggests going tomorrow. The meeting place is the central square. Suddenly the door swings open. Eric and Al turn around. Everyone in the room freezes in surprise. A young girl enters. Al immediately notices her eyes. This is the daughter of the Duke's Liana Grand. The girl thanks everyone for their participation and says that the second princess will also be present. The protagonist says that getting close to the Duke's daughter is unthinkable. Eric is struck by her beauty. The protagonist tries to wave his hand in front of his face, but he waves it away. The main character shouts that he is getting into a fight again. The boy asks what he is saying because people are worried. Suddenly, the count's daughter comes up to them and addresses Eric. She heard about what they did yesterday. The boy just asks for her forgiveness. Al is surprised that they have met before. The girl says that everything is fine, and because of this, she realized that it would be interesting here. The girl turns her attention to the main character. His escape failed. Eric introduces him as his friend. The main character is indignant because of the overly friendly introduction. The Count's daughter giggles and remarks that they get along with each other. She is pleased to meet Alfred Slowlet and introduces herself as Alicia Grand. She is 12 years old. The boy is also pleased to meet her and introduces himself. Surprised that she knows his name, probably because of the fight yesterday. He asks how long they have known each other. Eric explains that they just talked a little at their last meeting. The protagonist is still surprised that the Duke's daughter is chatting with them, and notices that she has the same frightening look as her father. She asks Eric if he has a fiancé and notes that he seems quite popular. The main character realizes that Eric is starting to get embarrassed and stops him in time. He grabs his friend by the hair and changes in front of the girl. They leave. Eric gets angry at him and tells him not to interfere. The protagonist asks him what he was just going to say. Eric was going to propose to Mrs. Alicia. Al says he didn't hear what she said. The boy says that she said about his popularity. The hero thinks that this is not a trace, it is to be perceived directly. Moreover, she said that he only looks popular and most likely wished him luck in finding a bride without being popular. Besides, Alicia doesn't have a fiancé, but she has a huge status. This all changes. Alicia is the daughter of a duke and they are the children of barons. There is a big gap between them. The boy says that proposing to an acquaintance is too quick, and the gap in status doesn't help either. The main character remembers Thor and compares him to Eric. Alicia is certainly beautiful, but she is one of those girls who is best viewed from a distance. The main character, for some reason, is worried about her smile because it is scary. The girl asks them if they have finished the conversation. Alicia asks the protagonist if she can call him just Scarlet. He agrees. The girl asks him if he has a fiancé. He answers negatively. He is only 7 years old. Suddenly she says that there was a rumor that he was engaged to a Rana from the House of Misfid. The main character is shouting something that is completely wrong, and he has never had a relationship. However, the girl says that there is nothing wrong with his partner being a little girl. The protagonist screams that it is not true. Suddenly, instruments begin to play. Her Highness Princess Cudelia enters the room. The girl says that she is very pleased and they should not be embarrassed in front of her. They should continue to enjoy the meeting. The protagonist thinks that she is very cute and is a fan of his father. Suddenly, the girl reaches out to her father with a smile. They exchange a few affectionate words, and the girl asks him not to call her so formally. The man insists, but then finally gives in and calls her less formally. The girl says that at this rate, he will make her angry. The princess asks the Nord if everything is well with his lands. Her assistant reminds her that everyone is waiting to meet the princess. The girl replies that she will meet them later. The Count's daughter says that she is in a very good mood because the Nord is present today. The protagonist asks her if she knows the princess well. The girl answers positively they are close. He understands that if she is the Duke's daughter, then even the princess can't talk to her. However, the girl says that when she is with her, she doesn't look so happy. The princess looks very happy. However, he feels that she is too close. Now the boy understands why his mother doesn't like the princess. The girl asks his father why he won't take her as his wife. The man drops the glasses. The girl asks if everything is okay with him and if he is hurt. The boy leaves in the noise. Eric says after a while that they had a good dinner today. Suddenly, a village aristocrat calls out to them. The boys turn to each other and say that it was them who were called. They start arguing about which of them fits the description best. Suddenly, a third young man bursts out and addresses Alfred Slowlet. He looks menacingly at the main character. He doesn't understand who it is. Suddenly, the guy points his finger at him and challenges him to fight him. The main character is outraged that he called him a redneck. He asks him who he is and thinks his words are rude. The guy remembers his manners. He says he is a Bramler, a proud member of the Bramler house. Nobody knows him. Eric says he hasn't seen him anywhere. The guy says that the village people are annoying. The protagonist thinks to himself that he could have immediately said that he was from the Count's house, although he still doesn't know who it is. If you don't stop this annoying guy, he will definitely start telling long stories about his merits. The boy asks what he wants. Bram asks if Alina told him. Al doesn't understand what his older sister has to do with it and says he hasn't heard anything from her. The guy says he will be direct and demands a duel with the main character. He refuses him, and the guy shouts in rage that Alina would have answered without thinking. Al realizes that this guy fought his older sister. The guy says that if he does not win against the aristocrat, he will not be able to take revenge on Alina. The protagonist finally realizes that he is a poor guy who tried to court his sister and was rejected. He blushes and tells him to stop saying such things. It was 3 years ago he proposed to her. However, the girl said that if he could win her in a sword fight, she would become his bride. The boy reads this meaninglessly. After this, he fought with Alina and was immediately defeated. Bram remembers that after this, he sent her invitations to various meetings many times and wanted to meet her to ask for a rematch. This time, he finally got an answer. Alina wrote that if he beats her younger brother, she would agree to a rematch. The boy is surprised. Bram demands to fight him. Al didn't even know about it and refuses. The guy points to the signature on the letter, and the protagonist says that it is forged. The main character turns to his friends for advice, but they say that he cannot escape the duel. However, the count's daughter asks to reschedule it for tomorrow morning in her garden. Bram says it suits him. The boy still can't believe it. Eric remembers that they wanted to see a show tomorrow morning. Al, in his opinion, should get it done quickly and they will go. The protagonist hopes that this does not mean that one of them has to die. The boy notes that they don't like to fight in the morning. The next day comes. A young man is standing in the garden. A girl asks him if he thinks the weather is good. The girl says that she will be able to watch their fight from here. Something interesting should happen today. Bram notes that the second bell will soon ring. These bells are used to measure time in the royal capital. The main character should be showing up any minute now. He's 7, of course, but he's Alina's brother and should be able to use a sword. However, Al overslept. He goes out to the window and is surprised that it is already noon. The boy thinks that he should play with Eric. Bram is still waiting for him, and the protagonist is waiting for his friend. Eric apologizes to him for being late. As an apology, Eric buys him some earphones. The hero says that he could have bought something more expensive. When Eric asks what he wants, the protagonist says rare meat. They finally settle on wuxi. Eric asks about the duel this morning. The protagonist says that it ended without a fight. In fact, Bram won at the moment when the main character did not come. It will be funny if as a result of the rematch, he will be able to get engaged to his older sister. The boy notes that there are many dishes and ingredients that he has never seen before. They must be from different countries. This is exactly what I expected from the royal capital. Suddenly, he notices something and turns around. Ever since he was able to use teleportation magic, his senses have become heightened because he has started to notice strange changes in his surroundings. Someone is following them. Eric asks him what happened. It's something that disappeared. The protagonist denies it and thinks he's imagining it. The boy says he felt like someone was following them. Bram screams that he is taking a very long time. The third bell was a long time ago, and they were supposed to fight in the morning. The girl says that it is already noon, and she was playing with a toy and completely forgot about the time. The boy asks what it is. The girl explains that it is called a spinning top. Such a simple instruction and such a wonderful invention. Alicia wonders what else he can come up with. She giggles. Suddenly a man appears behind the gate. The girl asks him where Alfred Slowlet is now. Bram asks her who this man is. She says that he is under her command and she asked him to watch over the Scarlet. The man says that at the moment, he is walking in the south of the main capital with Eric. He says the boy either overslept or didn't want to come to the duel. He left the house before the third bell rang and headed straight to the town square. The girl laughs because he refused the duel and went to have fun. Bram is angry that he broke the promise of the holy duel. Alicia says that he may still have time to meet them. The guy immediately jumps up and asks for forgiveness before leaving. The girl doesn't remember the last time she laughed like that. She says that he started with original toys, has dexterity and magic that will give a head start to limb and previously unknown dishes. The girl thinks that everything is getting too interesting. Movement is a type of spatial magic. It allows him to teleport anything, especially if it is far away. If the main character teleports himself, he can only move to a place he has already been to. This is because he needs to imagine the place he wants to teleport to. Even if he wants to use the move, he must find a place to not arouse suspicion. The hero sits down on a bench and says he is tired. Eric supports him with friendly mockery. The royal capital is huge. He suggests taking a little rest and heading to the theater. His friend agrees with him. Al offers to buy something to drink and asks a friend if there is a vegetable juice stand here. A luxurious carriage appears on the street. Al notes that he has seen it somewhere before. The main character thinks that they are also luxurious, but look poor. Suddenly, an old friend of theirs calls out to the young people. Ra asks them what they are doing here. Al replies that they are looking at the sights of the capital, which Eric shows him. The girl says she wants to go for a walk with them. Al says they will walk a lot and she might get tired. They ask what she is doing here. Ra tells them that she came from a tea ceremony and came here to drink some delicious juice. The boy remembers that his parents said something similar. Suddenly, they are interrupted by Ra's older sister. Shelka asks him if he can finally leave her younger sister alone. The protagonist says that they do not have a bad influence on her. Suddenly the girl asks me if the poor maid will come today. Everyone looks at Ala with anger. The main character asks Ra to call the girl Mina. Well, the girl resists. Shelky is overcome with murderous lust. His friend asks him to be careful what he says in future. After a while, they finish the juice. The girl says that it is time for them to go back and the sun will soon begin to set. Ra resists. However, her older sister insists. Shelka also says that if she stays with them, she will become a bad girl. Eric turns away and pretends that it does not concern him. Ra is being capricious and does not want to become a bad girl, but wants to play with Al and Eric. Shelka screams that this cannot be allowed. She forbids her to play with these two. The girl does not understand why her sister is unfair. Eric is surprised that this also concerns him. The girl confirms her words and says that they were together all the time, which is why there are suspicious rumors about your relationship. Suddenly she falls silent and closes her mouth. The boys remember the rumors that girls spread about their relationship. The boy asks her if she is really interested in such a thing. Shelka denies it. She takes the girl by the hand and demands that they return home. She is stubborn. Ra shouts that the older sister is very angry. The girl starts using magic. The boy understands it by the sound. It is wind magic. The silk skirt rises. The girl immediately blushes and puts it down. She asks the boys if they saw it. You freeze, they don't know how to answer her without making her angry. The girl repeats her question. The boys deny everything. However, she catches them in their mistakes and understands that they saw everything. The protagonist understands that even in hysterics she was checking them, and it is very awkward. Well, first of all, I lifted her up with the wind so they are safe. This is a quarrel between sisters. However, they need to apologize for what they saw. Suddenly, the girl exclaims that she managed to use my heir just like her brother Al taught her to scare her older sister. She is furious. The protagonist immediately grabs his friend and they start running away. Eric doesn't want to die because of what Al did. He uses a magical boost. The hero calls him to run away and he will never let go. They really can die. The boy sees the girl using fire magic. Other people gather to watch the Magic Academy student. The boy is surprised that she will use it somewhere on the street. Fire magic is not a joke. They ask her not to be angry. The silks use scarlet piercing flame. The boys run away in fear. The protagonist asks what's wrong with these sisters. Eric notes that she has become too serious. She screams that she will incinerate Alfred Slowlet, and he will not remember anything else unnecessary. Eric suggests splitting up. Al suggests working together to survive and escape. Eric runs around the corner. The other people don't understand what's going on. The protagonist follows him. Al yells at his friend that she is using another spell and he must do something. He replies that there is nothing he can do. The boy shouts that his sister can do it if she has a mother's wish. However, for Eric, it is impossible. The main character puts out his hand and uses a shield. The girl doesn't understand how he is able to use such precise magic and gets even angrier. The protagonist attacks one of her attacks again and runs away. The girl doesn't understand what's going on. The hero is that she uses magic on the go. This is expected from someone who belongs to a house of magicians. I remind my friend that he said that it would be better for them to split up. He has already changed his mind and decided to act together. The protagonist assumes that he is only using it because of the bill and shouts that it is too close. If he thought about it, he could find a suitable place on his own, and he could get out of here by moving. The boy offers his friend to get rid of her and asks him if he knows the way around. Erica screams that she will not be able to explore them unless they run to unobvious places. Erica screams that she is leaving protection to her friend and they turn here. Shelka orders them to stop. She uses magic again and screams that they will let them escape. The boys run away again. He loses sight of Shelka. The other says she is right behind her. The boy doesn't understand and asks if they were on the main street just now. Shouldn't there be alleys to get back to? The other one tells him that they wouldn't have run away if they were here. Al yells that he thought Eric knew how to hide, and Eric accuses him of teaching the girl such stupid magic. He didn't think she would use it so unexpectedly. The girl is getting them faster and faster. The main character is that she directs the most dangerous attacks at him. Shelka doesn't understand how well he understands magic because he can not only use the shield, but also destroy it. She wonders who he is. The boy replies that he is only the second son of an aristocrat. He understands that she uses the enhancement magic on her body to cast a spell while running. She was waiting for someone who belongs to a house of magicians. Eric shouts at him to turn after him. The girl orders them to wait for her. She uses a strong attack again. The boy turns and asks what she just said, but his friend pulls him forward. Eric leads the protagonist through the streets. The main character sees fewer and fewer people and then he understands something. A girl comes out of the corner. Silk, they did not tear themselves away from her. The boys do not understand how she also knows this road and notice her frightening face. The main character notices that the further they go, the bigger the girl becomes. Suddenly, someone from the crowd says that the boys are holding hands and pointing out their relationship. The girls say it's very brave of the outsiders to create such a scene. Someone recognizes him as Alfred Slowlet. The main character understands that this is the place where girls with such hobbies gather. This is the place where Shelka likes to go. Alfred Slowlet yells at his friend that they shouldn't be here. Eric doesn't understand him. Shelk yells that she'll kill him if he keeps talking about her tastes. The main character shouts that they only made the situation worse and demands that they let go of his hand, because this is misleading everyone. The girl is surrounded by her friends. The boys realize that this is their chance to escape. After a while, they don't stop. The main character asks his friend if he thinks she's left them behind. He answers positively and suggests going to the theater while they still can. Suddenly, Bram stands in their way. He has finally found Alfred Slowlet. The guy breathes into him with his finger and asks why he is walking here even though they agreed to a duel. The protagonist says that he did not come to the duel because Bram won. He demands not to joke with him. He orders him to fight him here and now. Eric says he doesn't know this guy. The protagonist agrees. Bram hands him a wooden sword. Suddenly he stops him. The main character says that he will not use the sword and will fight with magic. And if he agrees, then we can fight. The guy replies that he doesn't mind and accepts his conditions. The main character notes that he is in good shape and he must really be quite strong. They start a duel and the protagonist dodges his attack. Then he is struck by a stream of magic. Bram flies away from him due to his enormous strength. He lands near unconscious people. It turns out that it was the Shelk who attacked. She asks the hero how he was able to dodge. Everyone looks at the girl in amazement. Only now does she understand what she did and who she hit. The girl realizes that she made a mistake and wonders what she should do. Erica says that she is now responsible for him. He thinks that she should take him to her home because she has a carriage. The girl asks them how they knew about this place. They answer that they didn't know, they were just looking for a place where they could use magic while it was chasing them. The main character thinks that everything looks like no one cares anymore, and they went back to their business. He sees the maid of the house of Miss Fried Riel. She apologizes on behalf of her house for Rana and Shelky's behavior. The city is forbidden to use such paste magic except in emergency cases. The girl says it happened because they saw her underwear. The girl says it was a misunderstanding because of her younger sister's behavior. The girl says that she saw him too, and this does not mean that everyone who saw him should be punished. The girl tells the maid that she accidentally wounded Bram. The maid throws him over her shoulder and carries him away like a sack of rice. She apologizes again. Shelka urges him to be careful on the way back and calls him a freed. The boy does not understand what she is talking about, and there is obvious malice in her words. They don't understand who Fried is. Ra sticks his head out of the carriage. The boy notices her red eyes and assumes that Riel scolded her. She waves goodbye. Erica says that the show is scheduled to start later in the evening and they have plenty of time. He suggests going through the alleys. However, the protagonist tells him that it is better to take the main road because other roads are dangerous. He assumes that he is afraid of dark places. Al shouts that this is different and that it is worse than the dark roads. Suddenly, a response comes from the side. Many different girls are looking at them and whispering to each other. They call one of the boys Mr. Freedom. The boys see the cover of the book they are holding. Al notices that her characters resemble him and Silvio, and he guesses that Fried is him. Eric looks at the book in shock. The boy screams at him not to try to understand them, they need to get out of here. He grabs his hand and pulls him onto the main road. Shouts are heard behind them. The girl in the chair says that they left. In a huge castle, a girl turns to a maid. She asks if people can walk in the sky. Eric doesn't understand what's going on here. To be surprised that people are small. They had no choice. The only way to escape from these women was to go to heaven. Eric is very afraid of falling. The heroes calm him down and say that he is using magic. Eric urges him to make the platform bigger. Al agrees. He encourages him to enjoy the wonderful view. He really likes this view and the strong wind. They are observed by people below and behind the castle. Erica says that a king lives in this castle. This castle looks majestic. A boy asks his friend if he wants to look at him from above. He says it's disrespectful. The protagonist wants to see what's inside and uses his enhanced vision. He sees the king inside. He is incredibly interested in this too and finds it suspicious. Suddenly his gaze falls on the girl at the window. He realizes that she is looking at him and has apparently noticed him. Al realizes that at such a distance this is impossible and waves to the girl. One of the cats responds with the same wave of her hand. The boy assumes that she is also using the same vision-enhancing magic. But with average magical abilities, at such a distance, an ordinary person should see everything blurry. Al understands that it will be very bad if she calls someone. After all, it is very suspicious. He immediately decides to go down. The boy says that they are going down now. The girl asks the maid if people can walk in the sky. She says that she rarely jokes. Layla, the third child in the royal family, says that she does not joke at all. The girl uses magic again and looks at the two guys in such a place. She wonders how they got up there and thinks they are funny. Layla hopes that someday she too will be able to move around so calmly and have fun like them. However, she understands that using magic shields as a means of movement would be very dangerous for her. The girl assumes that Al is a powerful sorcerer. The maid brings her tea. When the girl turns around, they have already disappeared. Eric is very afraid to be on the roof. However, if they had not climbed, they would have been caught long ago. They are near the theater. While they were up there, he was looking for a place to land closer to the theater. He also learned that he could now teleport with someone if someone was holding on to him. They start to descend from the roof. Eric refuses his friend's help and jumps off himself. They jump across the rooftops and rush towards the theater. And inside, they are amazed by the size of the huge royal theater and its fame. The boy notices that everything here is very luxurious. They end up on the balcony. That's the only thing he had money for. The protagonist realizes that he doesn't have to worry about it because of his sales, but it's probably hard on a kid's wallet. Al guesses that his father must be famous here. Eric confirms his guess. A friend tells him that the performance will appear at this point, and he should just enjoy the show. An actor appears on stage and the hero says that he is handsome, but does not seem like a reliable person. Once upon a time, there lived a young adventurer. His name was Nord. The main character watched the play. Nord finds a group of adventurers and joins them. Al realizes that this is very familiar. Nord starts a fight with one of the adventurers, but a young girl suddenly intervenes. The main character says that this girl is very beautiful, but it turns out that she is his mother. The main character is because this is his mother. Alina orders them to get out of here. Al couldn't even imagine that his mother could be so stern, although he heard that she was an adventurer. He wonders if she was Sister Alina. The man shouts that it is none of her business and she must leave. The protagonist's father intercepts his hand and asks his future wife if everything is okay with her. The girl says that if he hadn't stopped him, she would have burned him to the ground. This was the first meeting between the Nord and Alina. Father says that it would be problematic. The two of you met at the Adventurers Guild and eventually started working together on quests. They later became famous adventurers in the royal capital. They go to the guild to submit a report, after which they will go home. He notices that her voice has become softer and it seems that they have become close. The guy remembers his sister Alina. The day has come, bells are ringing everywhere. They are informed that a dragon has arrived in the capital. All the little spectators are scared. The main character is surprised at how they move him with the help of magic, because it looks very cool. Nord shouts to Alina that he is going to fight the dragon. The girl says he's gone crazy. The guy says that he is an adventurer and he must have adventures and danger. He turns to her and asks what she thinks. Alina says she understands the decision. They are adventurers and besides, Nord will be lost without her. The protagonist's father thanks her. A Bors's call comes from the side. He is also ready for battle. The others have also agreed to cover for them. He shouts at them not to think they can get away with this. The battle for the royal capital begins and there is an intermission. Eric asks his friend how he liked the first act. Alfred Slowlet says it was fun. He also notes that the dragon was simply magnificent and wonders how much it cost. The main character thinks to see him from the other side and this confuses him. Eric says he was shocked to see his mother at the royal reception. She is a completely different person off stage. He suggests that she acts differently in other plays. The battle against the dragon was brutal and difficult. The second act begins. A great battle is taking place. The rest of the people help the main characters deal with the dragon. Alina protects from the Nord's attack. Finally, the Nord raises his sword over the dragon. With one clear blow, he cuts off his neck. Everyone looks at this in surprise. The body falls. All the delighted smile. The lovers embrace each other. The main character looks at his parents with a warm smile in his soul. The king says that their efforts were truly an unforgettable spectacle, and that they were able to defeat the dragon. Thanks to him, the kingdom would be saved, and the king is grateful to the Nord. In addition, he can choose anything as a reward. Nord says that he wants to spend his days with the one he loves and live a glorious life with her in the village. And then peace reigned in the royal capital. Nord was awarded the title of defense and now lives a happy life with his wife Alina. The hero says he is tired. He says he will always be delighted with this scene. He looks at his friend and doesn't understand why Al doesn't look like the son of the dragon slayers. He takes care of his appearance. Eric shouts that everything is fine with his appearance and his personality problems. Poe notes that Eric is sloppy and not at all manly, unlike his father. They start fighting again and laugh at each other. They spent half a day together, and the protagonist thought that they would get along. Al thanks him for taking him to the theater to see a mediocre play. Eric says the play is a work of art. They both love each other. At a family dinner, Mom asks Al if everything is okay, and if there is something on her face. The main character says that he was a dragon slayer at the entrance. Alfred Slowlet begins to recount some of the plot points and says that he never would have guessed that she and Alina were alike. The boy thinks it was cool. Suddenly, Alina interrupts him and fights his ears on a topic that is too personal for them. He thinks he'll have to turn to Rumba for more information. The protagonist is thanked for the food after a while. His father suddenly says that they are leaving the royal capital tomorrow. Al is incredibly happy that they are finally returning back. His parents support him. They were both already very tired of high society, going to receptions, training with knights, going to tea parties with their wives. Jarov notes that his father and mother are rather rare figures in the capital, and he thinks that everyone is monopolizing them. Nord tells him to start packing his suitcase while he still can. They need to go shopping. The girl behind him is very happy about this. Nord says that Sarah and Mina will also go with them, and they should not be shy about spending their day the way they want. They need to buy the magic instrument that Bartolo asked for, some new sportswear and souvenirs. Alina says that she can't believe that they came to the royal capital and didn't even go shopping once. Ever since the protagonist learned to use teleportation magic, he never saw the need for souvenirs. But if it's for Emma, he will do anything and find her the best gift as a thank you for the fact that she cares about him. After some time, they walk the streets. Nord notices the good weather. Al tells his father that he should sing, but then he denies everything. Mina is surprised by the number of luxury stores. Sarah supports her. The girl says that it is her day off and there is no need to be so formal. Al notices that they added something that was never there. Nord asks him if he is listening and receives a positive answer. The hero says that there are a lot of things in that store that she might like, and lies that it was father who told him about it. Alina takes her husband by the arm and leads him to a men's and women's clothing store. Thanks to this, her father will not be able to escape. Alfred Slowlet's hands are untied. Suddenly, Alina takes it. It turns out that he is also going. Mother thanks him for the tip because now they can buy new clothes for him too. They push him into the store. Al screams that he's still growing, so he'll just wear his old clothes for as long as he can. However, his persuasion does not work, and he tries on a huge amount of clothes. Alina says it's a bit plain. The consultant suggests looking at a more formal outfit. Al balks and says he really likes this one. The heroes are very happy that they finished early, and the next on the list is the father. Suddenly, a young man appears in front of her, who is surprised that a dragon slayer is in front of him. Alina says that the Nord usually doesn't like it, but lying down is also wasteful. However, he is also forced to change a couple of outfits. The man says that any clothes look amazing on him and suggests trying on a few more options. Al wants to go to the bookstore for now. He walks between the books and looks for souvenirs for his brother Silvio. For himself, he takes a book about a dragon slayer. He uses teleportation magic to send the books into the portal, then he returns to the store. Alina arranges a fitting there, asks the viewers what looks best. The consultant says that everything looks great. The main character understands that since it is mother's turn, it will be a long time. A whole 2 hours pass. Nord, very tired, sits on a bench. Even in this world, Armenian shopping is exactly the same as in his old world. The girl thanks the store for the purchase. The guy says that the things that were not bought will be delivered to the hotel. The hero appears to how many clothes they bought. He touches his father and says that Alina is finished. Mother says that now we can go to the next store and she would like to buy a couple of accessories. Al and Nord look at her in shock and then say that it is time for them to leave. After some time, the main character says that he is full. Al says it's simply magnificent and he has already regained his strength. Alina confirms his words. Mina said that they are going to go and conquer every stall in the royal capital. He is glad that he managed to buy souvenirs for his sister Emma. Next, they have a magic tools store. The main character is its size, and the fact that it is very different from the store he was in last time. The consultant apologizes because their stock of magical cold tools has not arrived yet. The customer asks what exactly to do if they are not there. He says that ice magic is only mastered by a very small number of people, and even if he trained every day, he would still not make it in time. The consultant apologizes. He greets them and asks if he can help. The Nords ask him about fire magic tools. The consultant asks him to follow him. He shows the stove and says that it is a new magical tool that allows them to cook food over a fire. They can also regulate the strength of the fire. This miracle device will make cooking much easier. Alfred Slowlet is ready to take it. Nord tries to dampen his ardor since they haven't even discussed it, but his son shuts him up. He shouts that this is a breakthrough in the study of magic, and thanks to this pot, cooking will become much easier, especially for people who don't know how to cook at all. Alina asks him if they buy it, will he be able to make sweets? The consultants and the main character answer positively. Mother asks how much it costs. The consultant says that the price is only 80 gold. Nord is amazed and says that it is expensive. However, Alina is already fired up by the idea, and her husband gives her the money. At the end of the day, Norda and Alfred Slowlet are sitting in a chair, very tired. They didn't just come home after buying magic tools. Then there was tea, clothes, sugar, and more clothes and more clothes. He wondered where his mother got all that energy from after her expeditions. He doesn't understand how they can fit all this luggage into the carriage. The Bartolos will have hard times when they return. The father agrees with him. Mina brings 2 mugs of tea. Her father thanks her for her hard work. The last day in the royal capital is coming to an end. The protagonist is surprised by how big their luggage is and how much they bought. Lumba greets him. The heroes respond in kind. The man asks him how things are in the capital. Lumba asks him if he saw this thing, to which he receives a positive answer. The boy says that there were many interesting things and he even bought a book about it. The man says it's a good buy and it's the kids' job to spread the word about their dad's accomplishments. It'll be a fun carriage ride home. The boy says that yesterday he bought cupcakes with dragons and remembers how the seller shouted that these cupcakes are the ones that make you fall in love with them at first taste. Lumba asks what they taste like. Al says there's a rumor that if you eat one with your loved one they'll get married. There's an awkward pause between them. A strange man shouts that they are ready to leave. Looking back, the trip to the capital went by quickly. His father asks him if he is sad that they are not leaving. The boy says that he can't wait to get back to the house and relax, but he can't deny that it was fun. He remembers all the fun moments he spent in the royal capital. And among these memories, the Count's gloomy gaze flashes. Suddenly, Alfred Slowlet says that he did not greet Rinkard. The boy remembers that at a social event you always have to greet the organizer, okay, so he frowned at him. Now he understands his look, he became very scared. Nord says that Herzen was very busy and this time he had no choice. Alina promises to talk to him. Suddenly a man drives up and asks the Nord to confirm his title of nobility. The boy says that these are not the same people as on the first day. Nord says that these are the royal guard and there must be many people working in shifts. Asks the man if he can see his noble sign and pull out his hand. Al and the Nord are in a slight panic. The Dragon Slayer pulls out his hand. He apologizes for not seeing well and misses his hand. Alina asks if she's okay or if her tummy is a mine. The girl says she was just overexerted during the culinary tour. The woman notes that she looked pregnant. She says that the food in the royal guard is very tasty. The girl agrees with her. Al thinks that it is precisely when he has danger in the carriage that it is very calm. The man shouts that the carriages have been checked and there are no problems. The second knight asks him to slow down. Nord takes his hand back and asks Mr. Lowe to go further. He obeys and goes. The knights ask him to wait, but the ring rushes forward. After some time, they decide to make a short stop. The protagonist tells the man that he was at the play Dragon Slayer. The boy says that he never heard about the past from his mom and dad, so it was all new to him. He partly understands why they didn't want to talk about it. The man says that the Nords are embarrassed to admit it too. Alfred Slowlet calls his mother a child and impersonates her. In the country, parents are a little embarrassed by this. She finally came to her senses just before the fight with the dragon. According to one theory, she started liking him when he gave her that cupcake. The boy laughs at her being lured with something sweet. Alina blushes. The women scream that they hear everything they say and confiscate the cupcakes. The protagonist is sad and says that they were just having fun and a good time. After 7 long days of travel, they finally reach home. The main character exclaims that this is their village, Koriat. The grandfather wishes the protagonist success on his long journey. He thanks him. Local people notice a carriage from the manor house. They greet Mr. Nord. The protagonist shouts that he has returned home. He likes nature and clean air. He feels at home in the countryside. Thor and Asmo run towards the main character. They greet him and hope that he has souvenirs. The boys ask if he brought anything tasty from the capital. Suddenly, the main character thinks. He has gifts for his sister Emma and Sheila. He can share food with Asmo, but he has no souvenirs for Thor. I decided to give him something useful for his career as an adventurer, but my mother did the shopping and he completely forgot about it. He doesn't know what to do if he has nothing for him to give. What is at hand? Something fell out. He sees a large sword. The boy asks if he has anything for them. Al says he will bring it to Thor's house tomorrow morning. Thor shouts that he is looking forward to it. He suggests that his friend go to the river and fish. Upon entering the house, Bartolo, Alina, and Silvio greet you. The man greets him. The boy shouts that he can't wait to eat his cooking because he is so tired of the food of the capital. They ask the boy if he got the fire magic he asked for. He gets a positive answer and they go to look at their souvenir. The maid notices that Mina has gained a little weight. She says that they ate a lot of food on the street. Silvio greets Alfred Slowlet. The main character notices that his brother looks a little fatter. Silvio says that when he was without his father and him, he fell under the influence of Alina. The protagonist, amazed, looks at him. The boy hugs his brother and apologizes for being late because it must have been very hard for him 3 weeks of training with his sister. Alina asks why they are hugging. The boy says that the souvenirs are in his bag. The girl first asks him how his training is going. She asks if he has been training, to which he receives a negative answer and immediately drags him along. Al is surprised that as soon as he returned home, she immediately started her own. Suddenly the girl stops and greets him. The boy is finally home and he shouldn't tell her that she beat him half to death during training. The protagonist wakes up to hear noise outside the door. Alina screams that she is leaving. Mother wishes her a safe journey. The boy gets out of bed and sees his sister leaving through the window. He sees on her the souvenirs that he gave her. She puts them on right away. At his place, he wishes her a good day. Al also leaves. Bartolo grabs him and hands him his lunch since he is going to the village to play. The protagonist exclaims that he loves the countryside and looks around. He sees Roland and realizes that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He decides to reach his goal quickly. The boy calls out to his friend and asks if Thor is there. He stands with a tool in his hands and says that he is waiting for him. The protagonist says that they are only putting up souvenirs because he has a bad feeling. Thor tells him to just help him a little. He asks his friend to put some firewood there. The protagonist helps him and asks him not to swing the axe. Thor smashes the log with skill. Alfred Slowlet is very excited about this. He notes that it is possible to break several times. He says that it is easier this way because it is dangerous to hit with all your might. He just moves it a little to the side. Thor swings with all his might and knocks away a log. The protagonist says that it is indeed dangerous. The boy says he doesn't even know how to chop wood. Al says he's an aristocrat. Thor points out that he could at least work a little since they use wood every day and it's hard to make. The protagonist says that he has the latest achievement in the field of fire magic and they can no longer use firewood. That surprised Thor hits the log very hard. The hero screams that it was dangerous because his hand was there. Thor does not believe his words and that they can no longer use firewood. The main character says that now they have fire magic and firewood may not be needed because fuel is magic. The boy is surprised, exclaims and suddenly asks for this as a souvenir and the capital to give him. The main character points to the wrapped thing and says that this is his souvenir. Al pulls it out of its wrapping and says it's the sword he picked up after killing the goblin, which Thor admires. The boy is happy that it is not a wooden sword but a real one. Al polished it yesterday. It was clean, so it should not be a problem. Thor says that he thinks the protagonist will bring him a toy and did not expect to see a sword. Alfred Slowlet thinks that if he breaks down, he will ask Mr. Logan to give him a nice present. Thor suggests starting training with a ball. The protagonist does not want to. Suddenly, another friend of theirs appears. Thor asks Asmo to listen to him. He said they would practice fencing, but Al doesn't want to play with him. The hero says he just returned from a long trip. Thor shows off his new sword, which is a souvenir from the capital. Asmo immediately forgets about the sword and turns to Al to find out where his gift is. The protagonist was brought the famous dragon cupcakes from the royal capital. Asmo is very happy with the capital's products. Thor says they can come to his house and he will treat them to mom's secrets. Asmo says something like a gift. Mikey says that good pastries should be eaten with a good drink. Asmo asks what kind of tea leaves these are. They are royal fields. The boy says that Thor's mother was always kind to him and she gave them to him as a token of her gratitude. He says that he would be glad to share a part or so with them. The boy says to his friend's complaint that he can't give him a whole and offers a quarter. He insists on half. Al realizes that Toru seems to understand fractions. Asmo asks the boy where the cupcakes are. The protagonist takes them out. His friend notes that they smell good, and the second offers to sit down because he has made tea. The boy says that she thought the plates were on this shelf. Al notes that you can immediately tell it's the neighbor because he knows his stuff. The boy asks where he is because his mother must have hidden him somewhere here. Al is surprised that she is hiding him. Asmo asks him if it's a fake. Al says it's the same as theirs. Thor points to the fire and asks if Al can light a fire with magic. He can make tea, his sister taught him. Thor notices that he is still as alive as before. The hero doesn't care that it's complicated magic and he can easily do something like that. They thought they were doing something amazing. A friend asks him if he is going to a magic academy, to which he receives a firm refusal. The boy says that if he can use so much magic, he can earn a lot of money. Thor notes that he is not greedy. The protagonist says that he wants to live like this forever. Now he dreams of getting soy sauce. In a country where there is rice, he is sure that there is soy sauce. He heard that it is quite far from here, and maybe one day he will go there himself. Thor is happy that he is finally ready. Al offers his friends to eat them with their hands and wonders why they did not remember their manners. Thor suggests they eat all the muffins quickly. Al wishes them bon appetit. They notice how good the tea smells. The boy says that he hopes his mother won't be upset. Esmo says something good about the muffins. They are delicious with a slight fruity sourness. Note that they go well with tea. Friends ask him to tell about the capital and about the Dragon Slayer's performance. The boy agrees. Suddenly, a woman's voice is heard from the side. Thor's mother asks why he is idle. The boy is very scared. The mother screams that she told him to come to the field as soon as he finishes chopping wood. The boy has completely forgotten about it. Why does she say that she sent Esmo to remind him? He has forgotten too. She bursts into the house and sees two friends. The woman is very angry. Toru and Esmo grab the cupcakes and run away. The woman notices the royal field and then her gaze falls on Alfred Slowlet. Here she apologizes to her for disturbing her. He says that his mother wanted to invite her for tea and asks her to come to the residence with Asumo's mother when they have time. They have prepared sweets from the capital. The girl thanks him. The woman says that she asked Asumo to call Thor. The hero says that he is very sorry. Next time she asks them not to forget. Al leaves them. The woman says that they are happy to see him at any time. The boy decides to leave them after all. Thor tells his mother that she is lucky because she can go to his house and have tea. Suddenly, the main character turns and shouts at Thor about the royal field. After that, his mother is very angry. Time passes very slowly at home, and the main character really likes it. Unlike the capital, there are not many people here and he is happy about it. He asks his household if it is fun to stay at home. Silvio says he gets tired in crowded places because he grew up in a quiet village. Alina says that when she goes to King's Landing, she is always dragged to tea and parties, and she can't spend her time usefully. She communicated so much with other nobles that she did not have time to do anything she had planned. Suddenly, the main character remembers their route. I had only 2 days to rest. Silvio asks him if he has never been to a meeting with nobles before. The girl says that they might start trying to match him with someone else. The hero says that he is not as bright as his brother and sister, and he had a scandal with Eric. It is not surprising that they do not respect him. Well, he wasn't planning on rising through connections to the aristocracy. He wasn't planning on taking a high position in King's Landing, and he wasn't looking for connections. Alina says that if he fusses, his father and mother may have problems because of him. The boy remembers that she publicly hit the heir to the count's throne. She justifies herself by saying that it was easier to fight than to have a tiresome conversation. The boy says that after all they are both very popular. Alina asks about him. He says that it is not about him. He's not depressed because he's not popular, he's just glad he doesn't have to deal with it. The man asks if they greeted the other nobles correctly, and everyone they meet asks if they are doing it together. They did it together. Alina asks him if he was hiding in plain sight. The boy says that he said everything necessary for greeting and everything is fine. She also reminds that she bought a book for her brother in the capital. Silvio really wants to read it. He turns to the girl and says that his sister can too. She is not interested. The boy says that she is talking about their mom and dad. All the children were immediately interested in this book, as their parents told them almost nothing about their past. The boy also tells them about the play. They weren't taught the full story of the Dragon Slayer at home. It's only natural that they want to know about their family. Brother and sister Alfred Slowlet ask him to bring the book quickly. Al uses teleportation magic in a secluded place and gets the book. The only thing they shouldn't find. However, his mother suddenly stands in his way and asks him what he is doing there. The boy understands that if she finds this book, she will immediately take it away. The boy hides it behind his back and says that he brought the book from his room. Nam does not notice anything and asks for help with unpacking things. Alfred Slowlet is glad that they are now safe and returns with a book in his hands. Alina is surprised that her father is on the cover, and Silvio notices their mother, who is dressed as a sorceress. The girl says there was a day when she dressed exactly like that. The boy thinks his mother looks great. She never allowed them to train with her in front of them. The girl would have gladly trained with the wizards. The boy says that first if this one works on his magic. Alina says that in his words there are words of the mother. The girl says that Al can help her with her training. The heroes turn away and urge Silvio to start reading quickly. He asks his brother to read. Alina notes that he and his mother are very similar. However, Alfred Slowlet says to himself that it is his sister who resembles his mother in her youth. In another room, Alina sneezes. After some time, Silvio believes that as a reward for killing the dragon, North received a title and a fiefdom from the king, and lived happily with his loving wife Erna. They reach the end of the book. The boy says that the book is actually about their parents. The girl says it doesn't sound like her father, but it does sound like her mother. She's quieter now. The boy thinks that this doesn't seem like something about who they think it is. He wonders what his sister thinks. Suddenly she slams the book shut and says that mother and father are coming. She throws the book to her brother and he immediately understands everything. He levitates the book and swaps it for another. Silvio didn't think she'd see anything more impressive. Alina and the Nord enter the room. Mother boasts of clothes from the capital. The kids support them and say they look great together. The parents thank them. I'm tired of being awkward in front of the children. Mom says that everything is fine because he dressed well and they should have seen it. Silvio asks his brother if his sister will change when she grows up like her mother. The boy says he thinks his mother changed because she fell in love. The boys assume that when she falls in love, she will automatically stop fencing. The protagonist exclaims that he is home and hasn't seen his home for a long time. His home is something he built with earth magic in the forest behind the mansion. It's like his base of operations. The boy thinks that too much time has passed since he was here last time and is glad that he is alone. Al climbs a tree and rests his feet on a branch to test its strength. He understands that even if a Smo jumps, she won't break. Although he immediately understands that it's better not to trust him. In any case, he is not going to let him on board. The boy takes a rope from the portal and makes a swing for himself. He sits on them and enjoys the feeling of floating. It's an amazing feeling. It's been a long time since he's been on a swing. He can't even remember the last time he did it. He suddenly realizes that the last time he did it was when he was an office worker. He thinks that the people around him were a little stunned when he was on the verge of dying from exhaustion. He hopes that he can be forgiven. Suddenly, his sister's voice is heard from the side. Alina is happy that she finally found it. The girl asks what it is and is told that it is a swing. She studies the structure closely. Al assumes that she wants him to go to training with her again. Sister says he always does strange things well. Brother asks her why she came here with fear. Alina says she saw him run out of the house this morning and just came after him. Al is not happy that she followed him. The girl asks him why his tracks stopped in the middle of the road. At that moment, Al moved. Alina asks how that happened and Alfred Slowlet says that he simply went down a different road. He realizes that he needs to be more vigilant and leave no trace. Says he was taking a walk to kill time. Girl says she found him here. Alfred Slowlet realizes it's because of his excellent sense of smell. The girl asks him how he plays with this thing and if it's okay to just sit and do nothing. Alfred Slowlet explains that it's designed for something a little different, but you can really sit on it. The boy asks his sister if she wants to ride for a bit and gives her his seat. Alina swings. She finds it funny and smiles. The main character thinks that the sight of an innocently swaying girl is very touching. Alina stops and asks him to push her because she is tired of swinging herself. When he pushes her girl, he says that it has become even better. Alina asks him why he pushes so weakly. The protagonist understands that if he says so, she will definitely kill him. However, the girl reads his thoughts and hits him on the head. She demands that he be quiet. The boy understands that this is very clever of her. Suddenly, the girl says that she has had enough and demands to stop. She jumps off the swing. The protagonist's sister lands gracefully. Al tells her that she is very cool. The girl looks at him strangely, and he doesn't like it because it's with this face that all sorts of ideas come to her head. Suddenly, Alina puts him on the swing. The boy asks her not to swing too hard. However, she suddenly stands on the swing with her feet and suggests having fun. Alfred Slowlet thinks that she must be good at this. They start swinging very fast and the rope might not hold. The boy shouts that it is not designed for two. Alina asks him if he is implying that she is heavy. The boy doesn't mean it, it's just that the swing isn't made for two and is only suitable for one. The protagonist hears a crunch. He asks what the sound is. The girl says he's just imagining it. It's really funny. The boy asks to put the swing down. In the end, the swing didn't break, it held up well. The next day, the alpha swing he had worked so hard on had reached its limit in no time. The protagonist brought it to limbo. He looked at the swing in surprise and was surprised that he sat on it and it broke. Lena tells her son that they have been back from the capital for a week. The woman asks him if he thinks they can cook something new. The protagonist freezes in place. He is surprised by her words and says that they will be ready today. The woman is happy and says that this is very exciting. In fact, Alfred Slowlet completely forgot about it. He comes to Bartolo's kitchen. The boy asks the man what he is laughing at. He explains to the young gentleman that he knew he would be coming soon. They must prepare new pastries. Now they have this magical tool. He points to the magic oven. The boy explains that he promised his mother when she bought him this, but he completely forgot about the promise. The boy asks if they can make baked goods en masse. The cook asks him what he will do because he is not a pastry chef. Al notes that Bartolo is not a pastry chef either. The man says that he always says so, but each time he creates new things and he is always amazed by his new dish. He also says that Al has invented so many things and now they will bake. He is sure that the boy has talent. The main character silently agrees with him. The sudden man says he will tell Erna that from now on he is responsible for the baking. The boy is scared that he is going to leave this matter to him. Bartolo has already mentioned his mother. The main character says that confectionery is hard work. He tries to make Bartolo a couple of compliments about his work and says that his mother would like it. The boy thinks that he definitely won't be able to do it and it won't turn out right. Alfred Slowlet likes to cook what he likes when he likes. Porto is a cook and a better baker than him, at least he thinks so. The man and the boy start laughing. Alfred Slowlet is asked about it. The cook finally gives in and says that they have a magic oven after all. This makes it easier to cook fried food, and the boy thinks they should cook and eat it right away. He suggests making something simple. The man asks what it is. The boy explains that it is fried bread. The cook is surprised. Al is explained that the bread must be fried in butter and then sprinkled with sugar. He thinks the recipe is simple and very tasty. The main character explains to the cook that when there are many of them, you can get fat. He imagines it in his head. The cook says that it is very clever and understands his thoughts. The protagonist asks what's with that sly expression on his face. The man can say the same about him. Besides, he wants to cook something else this time, although he thinks it will be fun. The protagonist thinks that today they will cook fried pies. Images of fried bread, donuts, and round cakes pop into his head. They are all very similar but have different fillings. Bartolo says he has some bread left over from breakfast. The boy thanks him and says they will use it for another dough, as the fried bread needs to be made into a certain oval shape. The protagonist touches the stove and uses magic. It's so simple that the stove automatically adds magic and lights the fire. Previously, he had to make an effort to light the wood. The boy notes that it is now much easier to use fire. Bartolo agrees with him and says with a smile on his face that it is a great purchase. By the time the deep frying bread is ready, he will lightly fry the bread ears and then sprinkle sugar. The end result is a tasty dish, ear-style crackers and lots of sugar. The boy tastes his creation and smiles. They are addictive. Bartolo wants to try it too. The man says he likes the country sweet and remembers his grandmother cooking it for him. The boy thinks that in his past life, his grandmother cooked it for him too. Suddenly he remembers that his grandfather was a cook, but his grandmother couldn't cook. She passed on her talents to her granddaughters, or rather her sisters. Al remembers it was awful. The crackers are still forming and it will take some time. He understands that bread takes a long time. They are cooked at night and baked in the morning. Bartolo knows this very well. The protagonist reflects on the fact that lately he has been cooking only rice more and more often. Suddenly he stops. The protagonist realizes that this is the main reason why his precious rice runs out so quickly. If a family of 5 eats it, it disappears in the blink of an eye. He remembers the household members who eat a lot. Bartolo complains that he can't stop and says that this alone would satisfy Erna and the others. But these aren't the kind of snacks that require a magic seal so they're good. It's not bad, but it's not right. The protagonist says that if they serve, then what can be prepared only thanks to her. He is confident on her convincing that buying a magic tool was a good idea. The cook asks him what next. The boy says he needs some fried food for dinner and asks if there are onions and carrots. The man says they have most of the vegetables but not many mushrooms. Al doesn't know what to do. The boy says he's asking his brother to pick some. The man says he shouldn't bother the gentleman to go and pick wild vegetables. Al justifies himself by saying he's very good at it. The man asks where he is and says that his sister also uses it. The main character reminds him that he is his brother too, only he treats him better. He asks the cook if they have bigger shrimp. He answers negatively. If they had their own shrimp, he would have definitely drained them. The protagonist says that there is nothing wrong with that and that his own shrimp are also very good. They are good for frying. The boy thinks that they can go to the capital and buy some, but he would not want others to be suspicious of that. The first fermentation of the bread is complete. The protagonist notices that they have swelled considerably. Alfred Slowlet looks at the bowl and says he wishes his sister had such beautiful curves. Bartolo freezes in shock. He shouts that the main character sometimes says the stupidest things and asks him if he wants to die. When he passed by, she was chatting with her mother. She was not near the kitchen and she could not hear. The man says he's being weirdly pushy. The protagonist explains that he can't usually say things like that, so he's saying them now. If he told her that, she'd kill him. He doesn't even know what the outcome of all this will be. The man says he's worried about him. Suddenly, footsteps are heard. Alina comes up behind him and asks for a word with him. Alfred Slowlet freezes in shock. A girl approaches the heroes, asking if she can talk to them. The girl notices that they both look pale, shocked, and asks what's wrong with them. The boy asks in surprise what she's doing here. The older sister says that mom smelled a sweet and piquant smell and assumed that there were sweets somewhere nearby, and so she came here to find out what it smelled like. The hero is shocked by his mother's sense of smell and admits that he only has ears made of bread, but he has no choice. The guy wonders if his sister heard what they were talking about. He says that he made bread ears especially for them. The girl is surprised when she sees bread ears and asks what it is and tries it. The older sister notices that the food looks interesting and is quite tasty and easy to snack on. She says she likes it. The brother wonders what she means by interesting. The guy notices that she likes them and that she didn't hear him making fun of her, so he offers to take them to her mother. She agrees. The girl with bows says she will take everything. The man thought his heart would stop. The protagonist is also surprised by this, and he imagined being hit from behind with a wooden sword. The heroes are adamant that one should check the situation before saying such things. Bartolo says they need to get back to baking and starts talking about shaping the dough. The guy with the bob happily says he's home and notes that there are lots of mushrooms and wild vegetables. He asks if this is all for dinner. Alf confirms and thanks for the work. The older sister asks to make more bread ears as they are all gone. The little boy thinks that all the rest of the morning bread has been burnt in the oil, and that he will have to use space magic to store it until they all come. He tells his sister that he will give her some later. The man asks if Alf is going to fry it in oil. The guy confirms. The hero with the bandage on his head confirms confidently that the temperature is good. The hero says that they can take chopsticks and says that Bartolo is good with them. Another character notes that once he gets used to them, they will be easy to use because they are chopsticks. The boy agrees and says that he will practice. The characters are excitedly discussing the process of cooking. Bartolo emotionally says that the girl added too much sugar. Alf says that's how it should be. He happily announces that the fried bread is ready. The man says that it is easy to make, it is delicious, and they used half a kilo of sugar. A little boy reflects on how when you bite into fried bread, the dough crunches with sugar and the fresh taste of bread spreads throughout your mouth, and the sugar and butter melted by the heat fills your mouth. The hero suggests passing the bread to the others right away. Alf asks everyone to step aside. He notices them peeping at the fried bread. The mother asks the maids if the tea is ready. They confirm. The characters ask if Norda and Silvio can be called. They are told that they are already seated. They decide to go to the dining room for a snack. The girls remark on how delicious the fried bread is. Silvio is sadly informed that it is too heavy for him, and Nord suggests splitting it in half. The main character asks how great it is that they bought a stove and now they can cook different snacks there, and says that after that they need to try some satay and dagi. Mama says she wants to save new snacks for future entertainment and has been wanting bread ears and fried bread for a long time, and says Alpha will have to make her something like sartor sometime. The hero thinks that he will have to stock up on honey, sugar, and jam, and he is glad that they like it. He says that there is fried food for dinner next and thinks about what to make: tempura, fried skewers, chips. Alf thinks that he can come up with a lot of things, but he doesn't want to do much and fried food is heavy. So he decides that he will start with tempura. He says that you pour liquid on the food and then fry it. The boy reminds them to be careful with the oil, as it may splash, and advises them to change into long sleeves before frying. Bartolo says that he is a cook and oil splashes are not a problem for him. He says he fills it carefully so the oil doesn't splash all over, and it's a little cracked dough, that's all. The cook says he leaves it up to the little boy to decide when to fry. The guy explains that when the bubbles become small, even and quiet, it means the dough is fully fried, and we add mushrooms, wild vegetables, carrots, and onions, as well as our chips. They move on to cooking the chicken and notice that they are almost done with the vegetables. The hero has gotten used to the sound of frying and is glad that he has calmed down and clarifies that shouldn't the shrimp be next. The protagonist explains that if they are fried again in this form at a high temperature, the surface will become crispy. This is called double fried. Alf asks if he can tell about it later. The cook agrees. The boy notices that the heroes heard the sound of oil and came over. He thinks they want to have a snack, but the food is in the middle of frying and it is dangerous. The maid screams that she is hot. The brother asks his sister not to distract him from frying. He asks if fried food is not tasty. The girl says she thought she was going to die from the heat and asks for ice. She remarks that this is rather strange and says that since they are already full, why don't they take it and leave? Bartolo says that they are still cooking. Sister asks if she can eat something. Brother complains that it's hot and suggests trying something else. Lady Alina drags the maid. The maid asks what she has for her. The girl replies that she left her some ice. The brother remarks that Mina is always so noisy. Mom notices that the food is crispy and delicious. Mr. Nord also likes the thin crust. The girl warns her mother that the meat is hot. Alf notes that the mushrooms and wild vegetables are there thanks to his brother. Nord thanks him for his work. Mother Erna is glad that they bought a stove. The hero says that it is good that everyone is happy, but he is tired and thinks that he will leave the cooking to Bartolo for a while. Mr. Nord says that he now has some free time, as she had a lot of work while they were in the capital, and reports that thanks to Silvio's help he was able to continue working. Mother and father thank him. Sarah reports that there is a gift for Norid from Viscount Dora. The woman says it is Viscount Dor, whom they met at a party in the capital. The man confirms and says that he has been delivering gifts to him ever since. Mother Erna asks why they can't tell the Viscount that they don't need his gifts. Master Nord adds that as a former commoner, he does not want to push him away. The boy wonders why his father looks confused and asks who it is. The father remarks that he is the only one who does not know him. He explains that Viscount Dor is a nobleman who rules the land southwest of the capital. They export good quality fabrics. The hero explains that in their territory they get a lot of yarn for cotton and furs. The little boy wonders what happened between them and thinks that this is something that should not be told to children. Dad says Viscount Dor is a doll lover. Alf says that he has already started thinking about it and asks if it is possible that this is another doll from him. The mother asks if this is a knight doll, and she suggests that it is a doll that imitates a knight from the kingdom of Misfiri. The woman remarks that she thought Alf wouldn't be interested in dolls because he's a boy. The child thinks that in this world, boys don't play with dolls. Erna says that we also have a leaner. The husband replies that she is not needed now and if the son likes the knight, he can take him. The boy thinks that it is probably a very expensive doll. He is sure that he will see pleasant dreams when he sleeps with it. The father says that he will also give away the other doll that was given last time and asks Sarah to bring it. Mom remarks that she can't believe he likes dolls. Son replies that the doll is well made and he would enjoy sleeping with it. The woman says it's her doll and says that what belongs to Alf belongs to her too. The son calls his dad and says that it's not very mature of his mother. The husband says he said the doll was for his son. The wife says she knows and she's just trying to be nice. Nord suggests writing to the Viscount to thank him and ask if it is possible to have the doll again and says that it would be great if their correspondence was mutual. He also asks what about a gift from them. The boy is surprised that it is possible not only to stuff animals, but also to create dolls. Alf thinks they must take good care of her and thanks the Viscount. A maid with a square says that in the mansion of one count, footsteps are heard at night in the corridor. Another maid asks if this is a scary story and asks her to tell it. The girl said that it was about the cousin of a friend of her friend. It is said that the girl, a maid, patrolled the house at night. It is reported that it was after midnight, she was walking down the hallway and heard footsteps behind her. A character says that in their house, Alina or Alf were in the kitchen drinking juice. Another character says that she does not feel any ghosts and asks others if they do. The maid was surprised when Alf called out to her and thought she would stop breathing from fear. It is said that when the maid turns around, she sees no one behind her, but she still hears footsteps from the depths of the darkness. She is said to hurry down the hallway, trying to get away from the footsteps, but her back becomes heavier and heavier. The story continues, the girl can no longer walk. She looks back with fear and the next morning she is found not alive. The girl asks what happened after she looked back. Another character points out that she missed an important part of the story. It is suggested that maybe a ghost or something pulled the soul out of her. The maid with the pigtails says that the story resembles a myth. Another girl remarks that it resembles something that could have actually happened. The boy reflects on the fact that there are ghost stories in this world too and repeats about steps in the dark, about his back becoming heavier. Alf remembers the maid's words and thinks that he has come up with something interesting and it will be fun. He thought he could make it walk if he could move its limbs with his psychic powers. The boy wonders why the scarecrow can't even stand up. The child focuses on the movements of the limbs. He slowly tries to lift the doll. The guy thinks that there is still a problem with the material and wonders whether it is necessary to insert weights into the souls. He happily announces that his knight is up and notes good stability. The hero now asks to try with his hands and says that the right hand and right leg move simultaneously. A little boy sees a doll fall to the floor and remarks that it is difficult to make a doll walk by magic. He explains that the left hand moves forward as the right leg steps forward. Silvio asks what they are doing in the hallway. Alf says she can't get the doll to walk properly and asks for help. The brother asks if he wants to be a magician. The hero says he doesn't want to and thinks he just wants to move these puppets and that it could make a good show, depending on how he does it. He notices comical movements that only puppets can do and only with magic. The protagonist considers using wind and water magic, like in the play in the capital. Alf considers using magic. Silvio says that if his brother is good at magic, he could enroll in the magic academy and become a court magician. The boy says that he is only 7 years old, and it is too early to think about the future, and he wants to live a carefree life in the countryside. The hero suggests leaving everything as is and asks if he wants to go for a walk. The character notices that people move their limbs quite quickly. It was a natural speed, but he can't quite grasp it. The main character asks his brother to walk more slowly. The heroes are happy that everything worked out for them. Silvio notices that the knight walked, ran, and jumped without stumbling. The boy feels like a parent who sees his child walk for the first time. Sarah calls her brothers to eat. The boys notice how quickly time has passed. The heroes decide to go to dinner. Alf asks his brother to keep this a secret from others. The maid admits that she gets scared in the middle of the day and thinks that it is so dark, more lanterns are needed. She heard that Mr. Bartolo's fire artifact is worth 80 gold coins. A maid making her rounds after midnight says that if she had heard footsteps behind her, it would have been the same situation she is in now. She hears a noise and tries to calm down. The girl notices that it's all because of work and asks what that sound was. The character expresses surprise and says that no one saw anyone. She adds that the door closed from the wind. The maid thought the window in the hallway was closed. She realizes that she may have opened the window halfway. The hero notices that everything is calm and notes that the door closes by itself. She thinks it is convenient, but she is scared. Mina is surprised that nothing like this has ever happened to her before. She says that she will ruin her reputation as a good maid if she tells her colleagues about this. The girl lists the rooms: Mr. Alfredo's, Silvio's room, Miss Alina's room. The maid explains that the rest of the rooms belong to Mr. Nord and are spare rooms. She wonders who it is, Lady Alina or Alfred-san. The girl thinks that everything is like in that ghost story and that this is Nord and Lady Alina's bedroom. She hopes that they will not be offended if she suddenly enters their bedroom. Mina says that this is not good and expresses concern about how the ghost story is developing, adding that if she turns around, her soul will be withered. Another girl asks what happened to Mina, why is she sitting there? Alina explains that she went down to the kitchen to get a glass of juice and says that she knows Alf is downstairs. The maid says he is here and notes that her back has become lighter. Alf thinks that Mina will turn around and tell him the story about the moving doll, and he was going to tell her. The hero says he sees nothing and asks how she knows where he is. He is sure she will be surprised when the doll appears out of nowhere. The girl says she knew it was him and asks why he was yelling at her. She notices that the doll is soft and is surprised by this. The brother says that he just made a little noise with the knight. The sister notices that there was a strange malice in the doll. Alf says that doesn't mean he should be cut and admits that he tried to raise the knight. He sewed him up until he could stand and trained him until he could walk. Alina calms the boy down, saying that his mother will fix everything. The protagonist says that after this he was severely scolded by his father and others who came to the scene. And as an apology to Mina, he was forced to promise to make new sweets. The girl asks in surprise what he is drawing. The brother says that she scared him and he shouldn't sneak up on her like that, he was focused. The man asks what kind of picture he's painting. The sister laughs and asks to look at his work. The hero says that when he was a student, he found free time to draw his favorite landscape. He says he's done a pretty good job of conveying the facial features. His sister says he's doing a good job, and she lists Sarah is cleaning, Bartolo is working in the field, Mina is wiping the window. She asks if he can't see Mina up there or if the drawing was done another day. The brother replies that he just drew it and says that he looks at it every day and can draw most of it, but he can't remember the details of the uniform. Mina is asked if something is wrong. Alina asks her to move and get back to work. Alf thinks about what he will draw next. The girl asks how about animals or demons. The boy decides on slime. He says the slime is so alive that it looks like it's about to jump out of the picture. His sister says she can draw slime too. The guy asks what this new kind of demon is. Alina doesn't understand and says it's slime. The hero suggests playing a game of observation and notices that Bartolo looks too stern. The girl suggests drawing Sarah, and another character says that it's a good idea. He asks Sarah to sit here so they can draw her. The girl agrees but admits that she feels a little awkward. Mina notices that Sarah is sitting and resting. Mel notices how concentrated Lady Alina and Alfredo are and says that her colleague is currently a model. The girl with the bob says that she wants to be a model too and skip work and be drawn. Alf points out that the girl will never be a model if she talks like that. Alina says that she is done. The boy says that now we will see who is more observant and whether Sarah can give us a hint, and thinks that his drawing is just a masterpiece. The sister thinks that she will not lose. Sarah says that Lady Alina is on another page and asks if it is a demon. If so, then it is a masterpiece. The hero asks who will win the observation contest. Alf wins. The maid asks what he saw her yawn just now. The girl is told to go back to work because they have caused Mina and the others a lot of trouble. Sarah agrees and says that she is going back to work. She thinks she would like to get rid of this image. Alfred also thinks that he will cut out this page and with the help of spatial magic and save it. Alina asks her brother to draw her. He refuses. Alf thinks that with her type he needs to draw her beautifully, but if he goes too far, people will say she doesn't look like herself. He thinks it's hard to find the right balance. His sister asks how old she is. The girl admits that she would like the hero to draw her. She notices that she looked at his drawings. He asks if she wants to say that he draws beautifully. Alina refuses. The guy asks if she will be angry if it doesn't look like her. The girl with the ponytail says that she will be angry. The boy says he understands. His sister asks him to draw faster. She doesn't like to sit still for long. The hero decides to draw her as he remembers her and says that he has already finished the drawing. She is surprised that he did it so quickly and asks if he is sure that he drew her correctly. The girl asks why she is always depicted as angry. Alf says that there are normal drawings on the next page and that is his image of her. Alina says that it is drawn well and decides to show the drawing to everyone. Brother remarks that sometimes it's nice to draw people. Mom says Alina showed him the painting. She asks if he can draw her and do it without her permission. Alf replies that he is working on it and sees her every day. He says he will show her when everything is ready and asks him to wait for her in the living room. Mother Erna says she is looking forward to it. The woman says that the painting needs to be redone. Alf is surprised and asks why. The mother notices that the jawline is more defined. She also points out that the eyelashes are a little longer and there are no fine lines around the eyes. The girl with long hair says her body is slimmer and taller. The son remarks that he should have been more sensitive to the complexities of women's hearts. She asks him not to draw a lie that destroys her image. Erna notes that he draws from his imagination, although it is a figure she often sees. Alf says he'll be more careful with the drawings next time. Silvio asks to see other paintings. Mina asks if more tea is needed. The father asks for tea and is shown Alf's works. He notes that he conveys the features of each person well. Nord asks why the hero doesn't draw a portrait of everyone in the house. He says that when she saw the drawing of Alf, she thought that she would like to have one just like it, with the whole family and Bartolo and the maids. The mother adds that she would like to frame it and hang it up if possible. Mina specifies that they will be painted too. Nord confirms and says that they are part of their family too. The characters discuss what the background will be, that tomorrow will be sunny and they like the courtyard. Alf thinks about how he didn't say he would draw them. The children gather the next day to work on the drawing. The heroes discuss the lineup. Erna says that the children will be in front. Alina points out that Alf will stand in the center. The father says that an artist should be invited to draw Alf as well. The son says that he will then put himself in a better position there. The boy thinks he can draw a pretty face so he can fit in. Silvio wonders why he has such a sinister face, and his mother notices that he has made up something stupid again. He also says that he will draw wrinkles around his eyes to get revenge on him. Erna says she read it on his lips. She says she has no wrinkles and tells everyone to look straight ahead. Silvio notices that his mother's nails are digging into his back. The hero thinks that he has finished 80% of the work. All that remains is to remove the details and draw the background, and notes that everyone is smiling. Nord asks if they can move. The son confirms that they are almost done and adds that there is not much left. Mina says that she is glad that he is drawing for her, but it was hard to sit on your feet for 2 hours. The man says it's quite fast. When his artist was painting in the capital, he sat all day. Alina notes that she couldn't stand it. The girl says that her brother could have done it earlier when he was drawing her. Brother says there are many people here and it is for home, so he painted it more carefully than before. He reports that if you just sit and look at the landscape for a few hours, it is beautiful. She notes that she doesn't have time to look at the sky all day. Alf says that they are surrounded by rich nature, there is nothing to do. He says that you can enjoy the air, the sound of the wind and leaves, count the leaves on the trees. Nord says he wants to see the drawing. Mother asks if he really drew the wrinkles on her face. Other characters also ask to see the drawings. Father says it's amazing, more than he imagined. Erna notes that everyone has such natural smiles. Alina says it's much better than before. Silvio notices that his mother is not digging into his shoulder. Mina says it's amazing and asks if she's ever been that pretty. Sarah asks if she's talking about herself. Mel says she's embarrassed. Bartolo says it's like him. Alina says that all that remains is to draw Alf and offers to draw him for her. Her brother refuses. The hero thinks that if he lets his sister draw a cat, 4 strange life forms will be added to the human drawings. He wants to draw a smart boy and thinks it will be faster if he draws him himself. Sister says he draws well, but they don't have such a handsome man in the house and he's different from Alf. Silvio confirms. Mom notices that her second child has a rounder face and the eyes of a dead fish. The boy says that we need to think of something else. Alina takes the picture and will draw him now. The heroes say that it looks exactly like Alpha's eyes and she really captured his features. Brother says that she is only good with his eyes. She replies that she sees them every day and can draw them well. A drawing is shown of all the members of the family. The drawing is said to have hung in the living room. The hero says there is no rice. Another character asks if there really is no rice and suggests eating it and then talking. He reflects that it has been about a year since Toli gave him rice. He figures it would have lasted more than a year if he had eaten it himself. The man says it's bad for him because he won't be able to eat donberry, his favorite dish. Alf points out that at this rate, he'll run out of rice in a month. The boy says they have several kilograms of rice in case of emergencies. The character with the eye patch asks if they don't grow rice in this village. The guy confirms and says that Tori got it from somewhere. Silvio says he heard he's been making a lot of money lately and suggests asking him to buy some more rice. Alf says he's already sent the letter, and he thinks he wants to go straight to where the rice is, and once he gets there he'll think about it. The hero notes that he saw the wagon from the Chamber of Commerce before coming here. Another character wonders why no one told him. The boy asks where Mrs. Alina is and asks if he has come to the wrong place. Alf replies that no one warned him that he would come. The blonde guy says he was curious to know where he is now. The protagonist asks if Tori read the letter. Tori says yes and says he was surprised. The guy says he was told the rice would run out in a year. Alf says his family ate it all before then. Tori says he was told everything about the holiday in the capital. He adds that he heard that at the festival, he danced on swords with the second son of the Misfits, and that he became engaged to their daughter, and the daughter is only 4 years old. The hero talks about a small quarrel with Eric over a piece of meat. With Rana, it was a complete misunderstanding. Tori compares another character to those going to the capital, and says that he heard that for a childish fight it was serious. The blonde guy asks if they are engaged. Alf denies it and says that all the nobles know about it. The second hero admits that he heard the rumors and was surprised by them. The main character talks about running out of rice and deciding to buy it himself. Another character asks if the hero really wants to buy the rice himself. The first hero again confirms his intention. Alf asks another character to take him along if possible. Tori wonders if Norisama and Ernasama will allow it. The boy asks if it is that far. The guy answers that it is as far as the capital. The protagonist asks again that where exactly is the rice. The hero reports that rice is located on the eastern continent, across the sea, in a country called Kagura. The mother asks why the boy called them so suddenly and asks if something is wrong. Alf turns to his mother and father and says that he wants to go to Kagura. The father says that if you think about it, this country is on the eastern continent, and asks what Tryla told the boy that this is where they got the rice. A small boy explains that in Kagura rice is a staple food and that they grow enough of it to export to other countries. Tori says that it is a country by the sea and that they have a thriving fishing industry and delicious fish dishes. Aleph goes on to say that this is why he wants to go, because the rice will soon run out. Dad asks what all this is for, can't they ask Tryla to buy rice for them? Mom asks if you need to cross the sea to get to Kagura. The boy with blonde hair says that's right and here's a rough sketch of the route. The son says that he just drew it. Tori explains that from the village of Koliat we go west by cart for 3 days, then from the city of Kika we go north, and then to the port city of Eastport 4 days by cart. And he adds that from Eastport a week's journey by ship. Father says that it takes 2 weeks one way to the capital and back, it's far. Mother asks if they mind. Alf says he definitely saw the look on their faces and they were okay with it. He continues to complain that in unknown countries there are many unknown sweets, and this time it is not as easy as with the magic oven. The long journey is dangerous and there are demons in the sea. Mother thinks about sweets. The mother still says that it is no good anyway. The maid asks Alfred what they are talking about and asks what ice cream is and if it is tasty. The boy says that he will explain it to her later. Father asks if the Tryla Trading Company's purchases are accompanied by staff. Torai confirms and says that the party is B-rank adventurers Silver Wind. He says that they specialize in escorting and have a lot of experience in combat during travel. Nord says that he is still worried. He says he would like to go with them, but he cannot leave the territory for a month. Mom asks how she can do that and says she doesn't want to leave for a month. Rumba says there are a lot of people here. He asks if they eat raw fish in Kagura. The boy with the care says he is surprised when they serve him raw red fish meat. The sister says that she understands what they are talking about and asks why Alpha should go there, to another country and so far away. The boy replies that he is interested in the country and he wants to go there and buy rice directly from the country. Mom and sister notice that he always hides and wants to go far away. Aleph says that he likes to play in the village. Sister says that maybe he just wants to skip practice. Alf says that they already said that they have a B-rank adventure with them, and he even dealt with a goblin on the way to the capital. He can also use magic, so he should be fine. Father says that sea travel is very dangerous. The guy wonders if dealing with goblins isn't enough for him. Rumba asks if he has a bodyguard. Torai says they hired Silver Wind. He asks the man if he knows them. He says yes. He says they will be fine, they are good at what they do. Father repeats that the sea is a dangerous thing. Nord continues to say that there could be a big storm and the demons are more dangerous than on land. Rumba says that there is no need to worry about that, you never know what could happen on land. And also says that with Alpha's magical abilities, he won't disappear quickly. The son thinks that even if they are in danger, they will be able to move to the other side. The father says that his son is only 7 years old. Rumba says that he will go with his son then. Alf happily exclaims that with him he has nothing to worry about. The man says that he will take care of the boy and while he cooks, he will protect him no matter what happens. Mom says it would be great if Rumba went with her son because it's unusual for Alf to want something so badly. Nord asks the man with the bandage on his face to take care of the boy. The protagonist and Rumba are happy. The sister says that she will go too. Her brother agrees that it would be safer with her, but thinks that it would be too much because they wouldn't be able to enjoy the sights to the fullest. Her father says that there is no way, she must go to the capital to train with the Knights of the Order. The boy asks her if she will join the Order next year. Dad says yes, someone named Layla invited her. She is going to train with a leaner. The brother says he's seen her training with someone unknown before. The character wonders if there's such a thing as a boycott in chivalry. Alf says that she is their future and asks not to let them down. The guy thanks his parents and says that he is counting on Torai. The hero says that they can finally go to the rice-growing areas. He announces that they are going on a journey to a richer life and maybe even buy some meat and soy sauce. The character greets Torai and says that here is his luggage. He told Torai and Asmo about his journey and thinks that the day of the journey has finally come. The sister asks her brother if he is leaving already and asks if he can wait until she returns from the capital. The boy asks if she will ask to be taught how to use a sword. She confirms and will come only in August. The brother says that there will be a harvest festival then. The sister asks to go after the festival. Alf refuses as it will be cool. The hero firmly declares that the best time to leave is now. The mother asks if he forgot anything. The son says that Torai loaded his things long ago and thinks that if there is no more space he can use spatial magic. The father says that the journey is dangerous and asks other people to condense. He asks not to spend too much money. The boy also says that they could make better dishes and snacks using the new ingredients from Kagura. The mother informs him that he can spend no more than 1 platinum coin. The boy asks what his brother wants. Silvio replies that he would like to receive Kagura's books and art supplies. Mother Erna asks to buy her some kimonos, clothes, fabric, and other items. She continues to say that Torai said that they were very beautiful, and she heard that there were some finely crafted accessories. The younger brother asks what his sister wants. She tells him to think of it himself. Alf thinks he will give him a hair ornament. The servants come out to say goodbye to the hero. Torai says he will introduce him to their bodyguards. Molt introduces himself as the leader of this party and says that he hopes for fruitful cooperation. The boy also introduces himself and thinks that he is so polite that it is hard to believe that they are connected with Rumba. The other members of the group introduce themselves. Abin says he is glad to meet them. The girl with the black bob introduces herself as Alusha, the sorceress. Ilya Ishtart, the sorceress, also introduces herself. The heroes discuss Ilya's origins. She specifies that she is Countess Ishtart, although she is now an adventurer for various reasons, and asks not to give her any leniency. Abin remarks that their family is magnificent and that Ilya not only has great style in clothes, but is also a lady-in-waiting to the princess. The character agrees and adds that she is truly amazing due to her great potential in magic. Alusha is burning that this will be the end and she will tell Saria. Tori says that now that they have got to know each other, they can go. Tough monsters are rare around Koryat village. The first hero notes that even if they encounter monsters, they will be goblins at most. The second hero adds that he can use magic to deal with them in an instant. The boy says that since they are going to have a safe journey, he wants to show them something interesting. He takes an ordinary bag and says that when he snaps his fingers, the stone placed in the bag will disappear. One of the characters expresses disbelief and says he doesn't believe it. The guy suggests putting a heavy rock in the bag to demonstrate his trick. Alf reveals that the stone is missing. Abin says that he hides it at the bottom of a bag. The hero notices that the stone has disappeared from the bag and suggests that it may have fallen down or been hidden in his sleeve. The guy says that he wears short sleeves. He says he will return the stone without moving his hand and adds that next time he will simply snap his fingers. The hero decides to repeat the trick. Molt says he will watch closely. The boy demonstrates a new trick where a stone falls out of his pocket, surprising the others. Abin asks what is going on and if he pocketed the stone in a split second. The leader reports that he did not notice any movement at all. Alf says that touching is bad manners. He states that he will now do a more obvious trick, although less magical. The other characters wonder where the egg came from, expressing surprise and bewilderment. Molt explains that the egg disappears from the bag because it was hidden under the arm. One of the characters asks to show the trick again because he does not understand what is happening. The main character thinks that he is simply moving a stone and an egg into subspace and back. The boy demonstrates how the egg reappears, causing the other characters to be surprised. They wonder where the egg came from. He says that now he has neither the egg nor the stone. The boy thinks that the egg and the stone are already in subspace. The other characters express surprise and ask what is happening, noting that he could make a living doing this. Alusha asks what they are doing as they can be heard from the street. She asks to change places. The heroes say that Master Alfredo is doing magic. He is making the egg disappear. Alf says that he has shown his magic many times. Ilya and Rumba have also come, and the boy wonders if they will become closer to each other faster after this. The boy says there's a slug. The mother says they're omnivorous demons that eat everything, but they don't have the digestive capacity to digest a human. Alf compares it to fantasy creatures from video games and says he enjoyed the lesson on demons. He notes that if you wash it and remove the mucus, you will get a good pillow. The girls notice that he has many interesting ideas. They say that in the capital there is a laboratory specializing in slime. The guy says that if you fill a leather bag with slime and cool it, you will get a springy and cool pillow that will be nice in the summer. The protagonist says that maybe he will catch one for an experiment. The girl with the black bob says that she can use water magic. Abin asks to leave the slime alone, but the girl assures him that it is just an experiment and there is no reason to worry. Molt is surprised to hear Master Alfredo show off his magic again. Rumba asks if he is going to make the slime disappear now. The girl quickly catches the slime, as befits a B-rank adventurer. He thinks that the result could be healthy and even suggests that the slime could be used to make a pillow. Alf says he needs a waterproof bag. Alusha says it's break time. The boy says he'll ask if they have leather bags and calls Torei. He asks if she has any waterproof leather bags. He also wonders if it's Torai's secretary or someone else. The hero asks why he needs it. The guy replies that he wanted to put slime in it. The boy replies that he was thinking of using the slime as a pillow. Torei says that as always, he thinks outside the box and he didn't expect to use a demon as a pillow. Alf replies that slime is best for that. The blonde guy says he found some waterproof demon skin and is afraid of getting slime on it. Alusha says she's finished washing the slime. The hero learns that it's a blue alligator as well as an aquagon and a ludrose skin. Torei prefers the aquagon in appearance and feel. He says that we must lay our head down now. The boy agrees and says he likes the unique rubbery feel of the slime. He notices that the slime absorbs his weight and coats him with just the right amount of elasticity. And combined with the elasticity, it feels like it's being absorbed into his skin. He offers to try Torei. The hero says that he can't get enough of this feeling. Alusha asks to let her try. She expresses surprise, saying that it is even better than she expected. Ilya asks to give her some too. The girl with black hair says that she has already found this slime and has the right to enjoy it a little more. Torei confirms that it is a success. The girl with black hair says that it is not fair and asks to wait. He adds that slime demons, though weak, must carefully study the dangers associated with them. And that first of all, one must choose a strong skin and make a suitable container. The hero says he wants to try other types of leather and experiment with a range of products. Torei asks the girls if they can catch more slime. A girl with long hair offers to help catch slime. The adventurers set out to get some slime. Alf asks what happened. Abin asks the slug to answer him, and he says that he has become so cold. The boy asks why he forgot to feed him, and he explains that if you don't feed him for 2 days, the slug stops living because it loses its elasticity and turns into a simple liquid. The character explains that he needs some grass that grows nearby to help the slug. The second character says that he dreamed of becoming the king of the slugs. The guy with black hair says that he said he would have enough followers to create a slime kingdom. Alusha asks to be silent because some of them are still sleeping. The hero suggests going to bed. Torai asks if they will continue experimenting with the slug pillows today. Alf confirms and asks him to ride in the carriage with him. Ilya noticed that they were both very enthusiastic. The guy with the blonde hair says that we need to choose the material for the pillow, how to sew without the mucus overflowing, and we need a simple and hassle-free method. Alf agrees and says that we need to think about a lot. Abin says that we also need to think about how not to kill the mucus. The hero expressed hope that the sun would continue to shine. They noted that today was a beautiful day and it was time to hit the road. Molt noticed that it was a bit hot today and that summer would soon arrive. The guy with black hair is asked to step away from the slime for a minute. The hero says he was thinking of using the cooled slime as a pillow. He adds that it is a low-bounce cushion. Molt says he likes the way it feels like he's sliding in. It's firm and cool. The character wonders what would happen if he heated up the slime. They decide to try it on their next break. The boy says now is the time to heat up the slime. Torai asks if it will be like a hot water bottle. He thinks that the slime has finished its life. The hero is surprised that the slime is still a little elastic and very warm. Alf says he heard that slime is weak against ice magic and fire magic. He notes that you can adjust the softness to your liking. Torai says that ice magic is considered a very rare magic. Another character notes that the supply of magical cooling tools is not keeping up with demand, adding that there are very few users of ice magic. Alusha says that fire magic is not easy either, especially fire control. It is a laborious process. The boy says that he thought that most people can use fire magic. The girl says that wizards can only do certain things. The hero says he needs a slime pillow. He adds that he doesn't know if he would buy expensive magic tools and doesn't know if the average person would care about a pillow. Torai notes that the main purpose of selling slime pillows is their exclusivity. She also says that nobles and merchants who like new things will definitely buy such pillows. The merchant says he will take care of the distribution channels. The boy agrees, and they decide to continue the experiments. It is reported that experiments with slime continued with varying success, and on the third day of the journey, the heroes arrive in the city of Kika. Kika is said to be a city in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Misfalite, and in the north in the Kingdom of Arjonia. Alf asks if the city is a strategic city along the route. Molt says it is a transit point for all types of transport. Abin adds that it is a busy city with many people coming and going. The hero says that he did not know that there were other prosperous cities besides the royal capital. The second hero says that of course there are, the world is big after all. He notices a large gate and asks if they are there. Abin asks if he means the gatekeepers of the capital. Alf confirms that he is talking about those types of guys. The guy with black hair says that if gatekeepers like that were everywhere, he wouldn't have become an adventurer. Molt says that these guys specialize in the capital, and it seems like there are a lot of handsome men there. The boy also thinks that perhaps one day he will receive an official request to travel to the capital, and then he will have to deal with them again. They show the security checking the character's documents. The girl asks for the documents back and thinks he's handsome. Tori thanks everyone for their hard work on this long journey and says he is glad they got here safely. Alf asks what their plans are after this. Molt says they will be accompanying a merchant caravan. They discuss the need to organize accommodation and pack their things for themselves. The boy suggests going for a walk. Rumba says that it is a city that connects the kingdoms of Ardonia and Misfalite. The child notes that it is a lively city. The man says he doesn't look bad. Alf says he can't see anything. They put him on their shoulders. Now he says he can see all the shops and that's a great idea. Another character notices that the chicken skewers look good and welcomes them. The cook notices the resemblance between the two men and asks if they are father and son. Rumba says no, he is his best friend's son and he doesn't look much like his father either. He says they will be back for more on the way home. The hero says that he even likes this kind of live communication and thinks that this did not happen in his previous life. The guy says it's ale from a street stall or a restaurant. The man with the bandage on his face asks for ice. The character notes that it doesn't look like they're cooling it with ice magic. The character says that the villagers always ask for this kind of thing and he is good at it. He thanks the interlocutor for the opportunity to drink cold ale. The boy asks if he can. Rumba says he can't and reminds him that he has to be an adult to drink such drinks, at least 15 years old. Alf says he's thirsty. The man offers to buy him Kiki's signature drink, grape juice. The guy replies that he drank grape juice in the capital. The protagonist recalls that grapes do not grow in the village of Koliat, so he bought some when he went to the capital and stored them there with the help of spatial magic. And he adds that he still prefers juice from a rare fruit. Rumba adds that the grapes of Kika are better than those of their country, and when they are made into wine, it is aromatic and easy to drink. When they make juice, it is thick and rich. Alf says that if he says so, he counts on it. The girl offers to try the grape juice, Ardonia, and guarantees that it is delicious. She says that for 4 copper coins you can buy 1 glass. They notice a huge crowd of people wanting to buy this drink. The townspeople notice that for this price you can drink 5 glasses of regular juice. That is, it is twice as expensive. Alf sees the self-service system and asks to get in line quickly. They give him the order and he thanks the seller. The girl says that he has a glass for ale and notes that the glass is larger than the one for juice. She says it worked last time and suggests using their glasses. The guy thinks he's been given too much. The man says it's good and suggests trying it. They notice that the drink tastes good and is very rich. The hero says that he would pay 4 copper coins for such a drink. The boy suggests that the drink might be even more delicious if it is cooled with magic ice and turned into sherbet. He adds that the drink should be cooled until it is crisp. Alf says it looks good. The man with the bandage on his face asks what it is and says it is sand water. Another character comments that his magic is too good. Rumba asks if it is really that good and asks her to do the same for him. The hero expresses satisfaction with the softness and fluffiness of the bed, noting that he hasn't slept on one like this for a long time. He also notes that, as befits a high-class tavern patronized by aristocrats and merchants, the room is simple and comfortable, with 2 beds joined in the middle. Alf says there is a pleasant smell here which takes away the fatigue of the journey. He adds that he has been sleeping in simple tents and blankets since they left home and believes he will sleep well tonight. The room is safe and free of insects. Someone says he will sleep on the back bed. The character objects, saying that he doesn't sleep well and will soon go to the toilet, so he should be on the bed closer to the entrance. The other guy replies that he doesn't want to sleep in that position either. Someone says he wants to sleep in the back this time. The hero compares the situation to a school trip where he has to decide where to sleep. Rumba says he will take the middle bed. Is reported to snore a lot, so everyone would like him to sleep further away. Abin says that he does not sleep well and prefers to sleep near the entrance as it is close to the toilet. The boy with blonde hair says that last time he took the bed near the entrance, so he will take the middle bed now. The boy notices that the ladies upstairs are probably already dressed up and having glamorous conversations upstairs. Suddenly it becomes quiet and the hero feels that something is wrong. The characters discuss how Master Alfredo's small room has enough room for them because there should be 2 large beds. If the beds are joined, there will be enough room for 2 characters to sleep. However, one of the characters remarks that it is not possible to live in the same room with a nobleman. Another character notes that Alfred is a generous man, unlike the pathetic aristocrats. If they enter the room, he will allow them to sleep as is. Alf thinks that they are trying to take advantage of his kindness and invade his sacred territory at night. The character decides not to let them into his room and says that he needs to deal with this quietly. He asks about the keys. The heroes ask to wait for Mr. Alfredo and say that he is not sleeping. They also suggest a fun game to try. The boy thinks that he is a child and he is fast asleep. The adventurers say that they know that he is not yet asleep and ask to be let in. Tori says hello and asks if he slept well last night. Alf says yes, he did. He hasn't slept properly in a bed for 3 days. The characters discuss their route, which includes traveling from Kikasa to Eastport. They note that it will take about 4 days to travel and say goodbye to a comfortable bed. The main character reflects on the fact that there are 4 days to Eastport and then a week of travel by sea. And even if it is for the sake of Japanese food, there is a big obstacle on his way. He even thought about giving it all up sometimes. Ilya asks if everything is okay. The boy replies that yes, he was just going to the crash to relax a bit. The girl asks him to be careful. The child asks what he is doing there. Abin replies that he is on guard. The boy notices that they are both pale and asks if they slept well last night. He is asked to be quiet. The guy with black hair says he was pretending to sleep last night, and another character notes that he looks old, but today he looks even older. Molt says that when he returned to his room, Mr. Rumba had already put the beds together and taken the place in the middle. One of the characters notices that the bed is too small. He thinks it was a good idea to connect the beds. Abin admits that he snored too loudly and they slept poorly. One of them says that he could not close his eyes, and the other adds that they found themselves in a real hell because of poor sleep. The characters are said to fight demons and have fun with Jenga. It is said that they are on the fourth day after leaving Kika. The heroes notice that this is the port city of Esport. Alf notes that this city is also very lively. He is surprised when he sees the sea. Molt and Abin ask him that this is the first time he sees the sea and that there is none in the village. The protagonist replies that yes, he sees it for the first time and thinks that at least in this world. The boy says that it is amazing that all this is filled with water, and thinks that he will pretend to be ignorant. He says that sea water is amazingly clear and tastes good. And he goes on to say that it is as clear as river water, so it quenches thirst and is easy to drink. The heroes think it's a good opportunity. The guy thinks they think he doesn't know anything about sea water, and he thinks they're trying to set him up. Alf asks if he can have a drink. Abin says they'll go get some and asks him to wait for them. The boy decides to play along. He reflects on how they went to such lengths to fill this barrel and how they want him to drink sea water. The adventurer apologizes and says they have plenty of water and offers him a drink. The hero asks if they always drink when they come here. The character confirms. The main character holds a bottle and says that it is clear. The boy reports that it really does quench his thirst. Abin and Molt ask how he can be so calm since they drank salt water. They think Master Alfredo has no taste buds. Alf thinks his taste buds are fine and asks them not to be rude. He says why don't they have a drink too like they always do. Abin asks the blonde guy for a drink because he said he was thirsty. Molt asks if he wants to set him up. The hero asks why they don't want a drink, since they've always done that. He reflects on the fact that his magic is at work here. He created a small subspace in his mouth and poured sea water into it and offers to drink. The other characters happily agree to try. The girl asks why they made Alfredo drink sea water. She says that as punishment they will have to carry this burden together. Alusha apologizes to Mr. Alfredo. The boy confirms that everything is fine with him. He used magic to make the sea water disappear. Torai says he's glad everything is okay and suggests he and Rumba go for a walk around town afterwards. The girl with black hair says Torai and the others have a business meeting and she's going to get supplies. Ilya says that she will accompany him this time. They need a guide to meet at noon. The seller says that they will prepare a surprise for them. The girl asks if he is sure he is okay. The boy says yes, he has not drunk sea water. She asked him to tell her if there is something wrong with his health. Rumba also heard that there will be a seafood barbecue for lunch. The heroes say that all the seafood here is freshly caught. They are looking forward to trying all kinds of seafood. The protagonist says that in the village of Koliat they hardly eat seafood. The only thing they can eat is river fish and long-armed shrimp. Dried fish is brought from time to time and that's all. He reflects on the fact that he has not eaten fish or shellfish from the sea for 7 years. Elijah says that this fish is called jinya, and notes that the fish is very tasty and fatty in appearance. The girl continues to tell us that this fish is a swordfish. Its fins are blades, so it is dangerous to touch them. The monsters we killed along the way were also sea fish. Alf asks if these creatures jump out of the water. The adventurer goes on to explain that swordfish are not aggressive and do not attack people, but can be very dangerous if they jump out in large schools and attack them. The hero says that all that remains is to cross the water and they will be in Kagura, but he begins to want to go home. The boy asks what if a school of swordfish really does catch up with the boat. Ilya says that they will deal with them with magic. He wonders what sea monsters look like and notes that it is not a demon, but an ordinary fish. Alf remembers his father's words that sea voyages are indeed dangerous. He reflects on how his dad, who is higher in rank than the man with the bandage on his face, was so concerned about this. Rumba says that this guy has a chin similar to Gates. The hero notices that he doesn't seem to be straining himself, and thinks that the journey across the sea may be more dangerous than they think. The heroes notice that the seafood barbecue restaurant is here. They say that every day in the capital was like a festival, and that this place is like a festival in the capital. Ilya asks where Torai is. The blonde boy calls Alfred and asks him to come over. Abin notices that the toast training is over, the next one will be the real thing. Alf ponders what training means and thinks that he is just drinking. The girl apologizes for the wait. Torai says that Rumba and the main characters sit in front of them and the girl is next to him. The boy thinks that he wanted to take this place. The guy with white hair asks if they had a good time walking around the city. It is reported that she looks strange in such a place. Abin says that the boy drinks orange juice, but he will probably make a mistake and accidentally pour cherry wine. The hero says that he is stupid and will get it again. The hero notices that there are no vegetables on the table and says that the girls have them and will share them with them later. He asks to look at the fish and says that it is amazing. Another character says it's just a huge fish and asks what it is. Alf replies it's a tuna. Torai says that they have finally reached the port city of Eastport, and he notes that they only have a week left to travel by sea and they will end up in Kagura. Alusha says that there is still a lot of work to do. The characters announce that today everything will be at their expense, in order to recover from the fatigue of the journey and gain strength. Molt asks not to mix his juice. Alf asks that he cannot share a glass with a nobleman like him. The hero says it tastes like orange and adds that it's still good. Another character jokes that orange beer is good. The guy with blonde hair asks for more. Torai says she has a wonderful gift for Alpha. The boy asks what it is. She replies that it is soy sauce. The protagonist thinks that soy sauce is loved by the Japanese. He asks the merchant where he got it and at what time. The guy asks him to calm down and says that he has difficulty speaking. Alpha apologizes and asks again where he got it. Torai explains that he arrived in Eastport this morning. The hero asks if he has already been to Kaguya and why he ordered soy sauce only today. Torai replies that at the time he had good results in reversion, and he didn't have time for Kagura and simply didn't have time to order it. The merchant apologizes for not telling him. They had many other things to worry about. The protagonist thinks that he shouldn't have worried about it so much back then. Alf knows it's selfish of her, but he should have asked Torai to go to Kagura for soy sauce, and if he didn't have the money, he could always talk to them. The boy muses that this investment was only possible thanks to the sale of the reverse. So in the end, Torai would not have been able to go to Kagura without it. The hero expresses joy that they are going to Kagura. The second character is also happy. The boy says he had a lot of fun cooking with Bartolo over the year, using the ingredients he had in the village. He adds that if he had had access to rice and soy sauce earlier, he might have tried to recreate all the dishes from his past life. He reflects on how boring it is to be reborn in another world and follow only the tastes of his previous life. The boy thinks that he would like to cook and taste food that is unique to this world. The hero says that he has already seen shells and fish that he has never seen before. The boy admits that he sometimes misses the food from his past life. He asks about the presence of miso and soybeans. Torai confirms and says that there was beautiful architecture. The hero says that he is looking forward to the moment when they get there. Alf says that if he likes Kagura, it would be a good idea to build a house there and use transmigration magic to visit. Torai asks if the hero is going to buy land. The boy says it's a spice. Rumba asks if it's tasty and says it stung his nose. Molt says he's never seen anything like it. The protagonist adds that it's no wonder they don't know what it is. Alusha also says that she has been to the sea many times but has never been to Kagura. Ilya understands that this is why everyone is so happy this time. Alf thinks that this is what adventurers do. The characters note that the seasoning is salty and too strong in taste. The boy explains that it is not something to be eaten on its own, but something to be eaten with. The hero says that if you put the scallops on the grill and pour some soy sauce on it, it's... The boy notices that the grilled scallops in butter and soy sauce smell delicious. The boy says be careful, they are hot, and adds that it is good, they are ready. They notice that the grilled scallops in butter and soy sauce are a real treat. The hero notes that the unique texture and taste of the fluffy scallops, the sweetness of the scallops and the soft butter combined with the soy sauce fills the entire mouth. He asks how one cannot try sake with this dish. Molt and Avin say it's delicious and say it's too early for kids to drink until they're 7 years old. Alf says no soy sauce for the guy with black hair then. The heroes ask for some sauce. Mr. Alfred agrees. He warns them not to push too hard. They thank him, and the boy notices that this feeling when everyone is worried and fussing is not at all like in the village. Alf says it's better to share than to be a loner. He notes that it's now a dinner party for everyone and thinks he didn't expect to have soy sauce right now. Torai says that it's a great idea and says that they all look happy, and adds that with so many people there won't be much left. The protagonist says that if they go to Kagura, they'll buy it again soon. The boy with blonde hair says he has 2 more bottles. The guy asks to open it quickly. It was the 3rd day of arrival at the port of Eastport. It was crowded with people and ships preparing to leave. The boy looked out to sea and admired the view. He scratched his head and thought that he liked the contrast between the green of the flowers and the blue of the sky in the village better, but the view of the sea and sky merging together was not bad either. The boy found this view calming. He remained silent and continued to observe. A black-haired man called out to him, waved his hand and said they were ready. Alfred turned around and the man tensed up and asked what was wrong with his eyes. The boy didn't understand his question. The man explained that Alfred's eyes were like the eyes of a cooked fish, the tuna he had eaten yesterday. The protagonist frowned and remarked that this sounded rude, adding that they were always like that. The man looked at him carefully and said that everything was clear and understandable to him. Alfred exhaled when he put his hands on his shoulders. The man said that there was still much to see and advised them to enjoy the boat ride first. He asked if Alfred understood him well. The boy sheepishly demanded not to feel sorry for him. The man ran ahead, looking back with a smile and a thumbs up. He shouted that a bright future was just around the corner. Alfred shrugged his shoulders and told him that he was enjoying life as it was. Alfred ran down the steps, grumbling that he was already tired of him. The man called out to him, waving his hand, and called him over. The man pointed to a huge ship behind him and solemnly said that they would sail on it. Alfred could not contain his admiration. He looked dreamily at the ship and said that it was even more majestic up close. Alfred added that he had heard it was a merchant ship, but it was bigger than he thought. The man agreed with him. Alfred said that in stories it usually happened that the main mast broke during a storm. The man replied that it was not a very good omen. While the sailor was crawling along the ropes, Alfred decided to take an interest. He asked the man what the inclined rope was called. He replied that it was a shroud, a rope ladder for climbing the mast. The man pointed to the ropes and explained that one of them was the staysail, which supported the mast, and behind it was the backstay. Alfred replied that he understood, adding that he had not known about that. The boy turned to Irvine and said that he knew a lot. This was surprising to him, and Irvine did not understand why. The man explained that he had been on ships often and had learned a few things during that time. Irwin said they weren't sailors, so everything could be called rope. Alfred agreed with him. Someone laughed near them. The man with dark hair and a beard smiled brightly and said that he thought they were transporting an aristocratic boy, but apparently he was wrong. Alfred fell silent and tensed, looking at the man. The boy asked if he was a pirate. The man laughed and said he was often mistaken for a pirate, although he owned a merchant ship. He said his name was Douglas and he was the captain of this sailing ship, the Ko. Alfred repeated out loud that he was the captain. The boy asked about the captain of the Koha pirates. Douglas leaned closer and said that it was true that they were pirates of the deep sea, and said that if he wanted to be saved, he would have to give up his gold. Douglas stopped short and said that he had spoken incorrectly. Alfred asked if he was in a good mood. The captain smiled and said that maybe it was because of his appearance, but he usually spent his time in the tavern performing magic tricks. Alfred looked around and thought that these sailors really did look like a bunch of pirates. Irvine turned to Douglas and said that the main character did not look like an aristocrat. Douglas said that was true because the boy was less pompous and more pleasant. Irwin added that he was very easygoing and, unlike other aristocrats, easy to talk to. The boy thought that he did not know him. Alfred thought about the pyramid of aristocracy, that many titles followed from this word, and the rank of baron, as he and Eric had, still meant nothing, especially compared to Bram. Douglas said the boy had a cheeky look and that a guy like him would definitely not get lost. Alfred wondered if that was a compliment. The boy remembered that he had not introduced himself and said his name, saying it was nice to meet him. The captain exchanged glances with Irwin and they laughed. Alfred wondered if he had said something wrong. Douglas grabbed him, which made the boy very angry. The man said that he didn't need to worry. Irwin confirmed his words. The captain crossed his arms over his chest and gave the order to cast off. All the sailors gathered behind him and joyfully accepted the order. As the sailors were crawling up, Alfred asked how they could climb up so quickly since it was just a platform with ropes. Douglas replied that it was nothing and that his crew was already used to it. Alfred thought that if the sailors fell from there, they would suffer greatly, even if they were very lucky. The boy was sure that with space magic he could be ready, but he was afraid. Douglas shouted loudly to sail away, and the main character jumped up with happiness. The sails parted. Alfred said he hadn't imagined they would part like that. Douglas pointed out that it wasn't a small boat and that was pretty obvious. Alfred added that it was taking a long time. Douglas agreed. The men on the boat nearby urged each other on. The captain gave the order to set off. All the sails were spread and the ship moved. Alfred looked overboard at the people bustling about on land and said that they were picking up speed. People took notice and dropped what they were doing to wish them good luck and a safe journey. The boy was touched. Douglas asked him if it was impressive, adding that it was just another day in the life of esport. Alfred waved to the people and thanked them, saying that they were leaving. He held onto the railing and said it was very warm. Douglas noted that they always did that. The ship sailed out into the open sea. Alfred thought that in an instant the view had turned blue and he liked it. He glanced at the observation deck and wondered if he should go up there. He was immediately called out and distracted from his plan. Irwin suggested playing tag. One of the sailors said it sounded interesting, and another asked if it was possible to do that on a ship. Alfred was puzzled by this suggestion. He thought to himself that it would be strange for Irvin, 23, to play tag. The man was only happy, wondering if the ropes would get in the way. Alfred looked up and thought. He imagined himself cutting through the air on a tightrope and thought that this game would require some athletics, but it sounded interesting. He glanced sideways at the ropes and thought that there were many different transitions. Erwin only had time to be surprised when Alfred was already crawling up the ropes. The man shouted at him that he should have agreed first and then done it. Alfred called him naive and said that they were already starting the game. Erwin insisted that it was unfair. The other sailors also began to run and shouted at Erwin that he was going first and that he had to stand still and count to 10. The man, finding himself in a disadvantageous position, became even more angry. While Erwin cursed and started counting, Alfred continued to crawl, thinking that children's play could be terribly cruel and unreasonable, that rules could easily be made up on the spot and at everyone's discretion. Erwin counted to 10 and was ready to begin. He pointed to Molt climbing up and shouted his name, adding that he was the slowest of them all. The boy cleared his throat and shouted at Erwin to stay away from him, but he was determined to catch him. Erwin said he hadn't thought the boy would be so helpless, adding that he could reach him with his fingers. Molt, breathing heavily, continued to crawl. Alfred was glad he wasn't in his place. It was scary. The boy turned around and saw Rumba crawling up the pole and wondered if he was a gorilla. While Al and Rumba were in one part of the ship, Erwin was crawling behind Molt on the other. A finger touched the sole of a boot. The man loudly announced that he had touched it, while the other was puzzled as to how this had happened. Molt shouted that it was not true, that Erwin had not even touched him. Erwin disagreed and said that he had touched his shoe. Molt snapped that he was lying. The boy shouted across the ship that Erwin could lie as much as he wanted, but he definitely hadn't touched his shoe. Alfred thought about what they seemed to have done so many times. Erwin said he realized all it took was a little touch, and his index finger touched the sole. Molt asked what that meant. Erwin explained that it wasn't in the rules and that it was his own fault for stopping. The young man couldn't help but curse. He turned around and touched Erwin with his hand and said that he could touch him again. The man was shocked. Molt shouted at him that he got what he wanted. Erwin cursed at him, saying that he shouldn't have touched him back. Molt jumped down, saying that there was no such rule. Erwin remained on the ropes, shocked. The young man called him names and ran away. Erwin shouted threats after him that he would throw him into the sea next time. Alfred watched him and thought that he was getting into character. The two exchanged glances. Erwin chuckled. The man became determined again and said that Alfred would be his prey now. He jumped down and headed towards him. The boy hurried to crawl further, screaming. He looked back, thinking that Erwin was quite fast. He was nervous, and then he didn't notice something. Erwin's movements reminded him of a spider crawling on its web. He shouted at the man that it was creepy and demanded that he not approach him. He thought that they were like a spider and a butterfly caught in a web, that at this rate he would definitely lose, and he needed to rise higher. The boy jumped onto the horizontal pole. Erwin was stunned by what he saw. He told him that he did not advise jumping from such a height, that Alfred could easily break or dislocate his arm if he was not careful. The boy looked down and thought that he had climbed quite high. Alfred realized that this was not even the highest pole, and it was quite dangerous for a 7-year-old to jump from here. The boy understood why Erwin had chased him. Erwin tried to persuade him, saying that the boy had better stand still if he did not want to get hurt. He added that the only punishment he would have was to throw him into the sea. Alfred shouted irritably that this was also dangerous enough. The protagonist thought it was better not to guess what he would do when he got close to him, that he needed to get up somehow. He noticed a swinging rope. Alfred noticed that the rope was attached to the mast. He looked at the rope and thought that he had an opportunity. Erwin stepped onto the pole. The man walked toward the boy, laughing and saying he would be there soon. Alfred swore. The boy decided that this was his only chance and tied a knot in the rope. He grabbed the rope and jumped off. Erwin was shocked and shouted out a question about what was happening. The boy flew joyfully on the ropes. He reached the deck and jumped down, spreading his arms out to the sides. The sailor shouted that it was cool. Rumba said he wanted to try it too. The sailor made fun of him and stopped him, saying that there was no such thing because they were on the middle mast. Rumba suggested that they play tag and skip rope. The sailor agreed with him. Erwin couldn't help but be confused. Alfred held the rope in his hand and thought that children's games are always like this, that the rules and interests change quickly. Alfred looked at the sky, thinking that it was very blue today. The boy closed his eyes with pleasure and said that he missed his own observation deck. He was on the highest observation deck on the ship. He thought about how this place was limited enough to feel like his own home base. Alfred remembered how he had been forced to endure being squeezed between Molt and Rumba, and thought how cramped he usually felt in the small space. He thought that it was nice to be surrounded by a wall, but not every day, but he had other thoughts. The boy thought that his current place was the only one where no one could invade. It was his secret place, and it was exciting for him. Alfred was lost in thought about how he had to climb onto the shrouds to get here. how the platform creaked when someone pushed on it, so he could immediately spot the intruder. He imagined what would happen if Erwin and Molt climbed up, how he would pour boiling water and they would scream. Alfred fantasized about buckets of water swirling around him and the others looking up at him in horror. He thought it was perfect, that it was his own fortress and no one could invade it. The boy thought he might even be able to intercept Sister Alina before she could invade. But the image of the girl climbing up to him made him tense up and decide it was best not to think about it. Alfred thought about the birds, how nice their singing was in the village, but the sound of the seabirds was also pleasant to him. The boy reflected on how the rocking was soothing and the sound of the birds made him feel at home. He thought that it was a pastime that could only be enjoyed for a moment and that it should be enjoyed fully. Alfred wondered if he had any complaints. The sun's rays fell on his face. He touched the reddened area of his forehead, jumped up, and cried out that he was hot. The boy looked up and thought that the sunlight was shining hard in his eyes. Alfred thought that although it was not yet summer, at a height of 30 meters above the sea it was difficult to hide from the sun, but he found a good solution. The boy stuck his hand into the black hole that appeared. He found a black cloth in his hands, as he told himself. The hero looked around and thought about where he could secure it, but he couldn't see where it would work. A hammer appeared out of nowhere. He decided that since he had not found a support point, he needed to create one himself and began hammering nails into the post. Everything was ready and Alfred was pleased. The boy noted out loud that the shade was stunning, less dazzling but cooler than before. Alfred thought that he was glad he had chosen the black fabric, as it blocked a lot of the ultraviolet rays and did not blind him when he looked at it. He remembered the blanket and towel on top of the blanket and immediately took them out of the portal. The boy thought that the finishing touch would be a gust of cold air with ice magic, and he conjured them. He exclaimed that it was excellent and he was ready. Alfred didn't forget to make a bucket and throw ice into it and was pleased with himself. His last thought was that he was now guaranteed a sound sleep, and he mentally wished himself good night. Erwin suspiciously asked Molt where Alfred was. He looked puzzled and replied that he had seen him quite a while ago. Erwin was completely scared. He asked the sailor if he thought that Alfred might have gotten lost on the way here. Molt cried out that the boy was only 7 years old, that he was still a child, and could have fallen overboard while looking out to sea. Erwin shouted that it would be a big deal if their escort target was out to sea before they could look back. Molt asked him to wait and said they should check the ship and talk to the crew first. Erwin stopped and said that was true and asked if the boy could be anywhere. Molt said they needed to talk to the team. A girl appeared behind him and asked what was going on. It was Alusha. She said she hoped Erwin hadn't come up with some nonsense yet. The two men were hovering over her. Erwin was asking if she had seen Alfred, adding that he was nowhere to be found, and Molt was insisting that he might have fallen into the sea. The girl sighed and asked them not to talk nonsense, explaining that the boy was in the guardhouse on the mainmast. Erwin was puzzled and asked what he was doing there. Molt asked if it was true and looked up. Alusha turned to the two men and said that even if they had free time, they should not let down their guard while the boy was there. She added that Alfred was a child, so they needed to know exactly where he was. The men hung their heads guiltily, saying she was right and apologizing. They agreed to go anyway and see where he was. Molt crawled up and called out to Alfred. The man looked puzzled when he saw the black cloth. Erwin asked what kind of fabric it was, whether it was a sunshade. Molt noted out loud that the fabric was held on by a nail. Erwin said it belonged to Alfred. Molt agreed, saying there was no doubt about it. The blond man looked inside, calling out to Alfred, who was sleeping and did not answer him. Erwin said that he slept here. Molt agreed with him and laughed. Alfred slept soundly and did not even notice their presence. They wondered out loud whether the boy had dragged the cloth and blanket onto the observation deck, amazed that he wanted to sleep in this place so much. Molt's hand touched the black cloth. He asked Erwin if he thought it was rather cool inside. Erwin agreed, adding that it was oddly cool. Molt stared at the bucket and wondered what it was. He touched it and noted out loud that it was cold. Erwin laughed and asked why the bucket was cold. Could there have been ice in it? Molt agreed with him. The dark-haired man looked inside and was amazed. He shouted to Molt, asking why there was ice there. Molt asked him to be quiet and replied that they had collected the cargo themselves and he did not know where the ice had come from. One asked if anyone was carrying ice with them, was there any point in taking even more cargo? The second noted that even if they had taken it, it would have melted too quickly, coming to one conclusion. One of them wondered if Alfred could create as much ice as he wanted with magic. Erwin picked up the ice and noticed that it was very cold, that the bucket was quite amazing. Molt said that it seemed to be made of magic clay, but it did not distort at all. The man said he remembered the thing Alfred had done during the carriage ride, and that it had been very difficult. He also described how Ilya had been shocked, praising the boy's skill. They stared at the ice in silence. Erwin asked what they were going to do. Molt replied that it was obvious. The boy continued to sleep, not even imagining what was happening around him. The boy jumped up screaming that he was hot. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He couldn't find an answer in his head as to why the air was hot. Alfred thought he had heard once that the sea sun was the worst, that the black cloth had turned against him. He scratched his head and remembered that he had been preparing ice to cool the air, but when he turned around he did not see the buckets. They were empty, only a trace remained. The boy wondered out loud where the buckets and ice had gone. Erwin cried out in delight that he was cold. Molt noted that he had not eaten ice for 100 years. Rumba, noticing them, was surprised. He approached them and asked what they were doing there. Molt answered with the same question. The ice in the buckets cooled them down. Rumba immediately remarked out loud that it was cool here and he liked it. From the top observation deck, Alfred's piercing cry came that Molt and Erwin were ice thieves. No one paid much attention to it. They continued to chew it as if nothing had happened. The men waved to Alfred. Molt called out to him that he was finally awake and called him to come down to them. Alfred scolded them for sitting quietly knowing that they had stolen his ice. The boy, breathing heavily, came down. Rumba called out to him with a smile. The man immediately asked him to crush the ice and make a crispy dish out of it. Molt asked him what he meant by crunchy thing. Alfred approached Rumba and asked if he meant sorbet, adding that he had eaten it in Kika City. Rumba replied that he did. Molt asked the name again. Erwin chewed, not understanding anything. Alfred glanced at them, plotting something insidious. The boy smiled and said that he would try to do it, that he would need juice. He asked Rumba to bring a barrel of grape juice from the pantry. Rumba happily agreed to his request. Alfred asked Erwin and Molt if they could bring forks and spoons. Molt agreed. The boy thanked them. As the men went about their business, Alfred reflected that he could easily make the dishes using clay magic, but he had to ask them both to leave temporarily. He twirled his finger and water from the sea shot up, swirling into a huge whirlpool. Alfred thought about his actions as he used ice magic to freeze the sea water. The protagonist was thinking about how he would freeze her whole and then cut her into pieces. He looked around, mentally making sure that no one had seen anything. The boy opened the subspace and decided that the ice would be stored there for now. Satisfied with himself, Alfred reasoned that he could now make ice from sea water, and that he was sure that it was concentrated with salt. He fantasized about Molt and Erwin's suffering while trying his seawater dish. He also thought about trying the same thing on Thor when he returned to the village. Rumba brought the barrel and placed it on the floor, saying that he had brought everything and that Alfred could begin. The boy ran up to him, answering that everything was fine and asking who would be first. Alfred thought that if they did everything in random order, Rumba might accidentally get the seawater sorbet, and it was safer to decide who to give it to. Molt offered Rumba to be the first, but he declined, explaining that he had eaten a couple of bowls the other day and he and Erwin could be first. The blonde sailor asked if he was sure of his decision. Alfred mentally praised the man for his excellent work. The boy summed it up by saying that Erwin and Molt would be first. The sailor happily agreed. Alfred was looking forward to killing two birds with one stone. Erwin noticed that the boy seemed very animated and said so. Alfred quickly asked if it was true. The boy thought that perhaps he was angry and it showed. While Alfred began to conjure, Molt wondered out loud what kind of sorbet it was. The boy looked at him sideways and wondered what would be the most interesting flavor for a dish. The ice was cut and fell onto the barrel. The two men watched, fascinated. The crushed ice was already in the bowls. Molt asked if Alfred could really use magic and expressed his admiration, saying that he did not know that ice could be made so thin. The sailor asked Alfred if he was a genius. He just looked at him silently with a mysterious smile. The boy thought about how imagination was the key to magic, that you had to clearly imagine what you wanted to do and then create it. He thought about being on Earth in a past life and encountering things. Erwin said that with ice magic he would have no problem finding work in the future. Molt also noted that ice wizards were in great demand and he could serve the kings. Alfred shouted out that he wanted to live in the village. The protagonist reflected on the fact that he had decided to enjoy the slow life for the second time, that serving the royal family was an outrageous thing for him. Erwin laughed, saying that Alfred was a nobleman and not one to want money or status. Rumba pointed out that this was why his parents were in trouble. Alfred remained silent, dissatisfied. Rumba thought they were looking at him with bitterness because he could use magic but wanted to live in the village. The boy was shaking with thoughts that he loved his city and wanted to serve it, that he was the embodiment of nobility. Molt asked why the boy shouldn't become the keeper of the ice chamber since he could use ice magic and wanted to stay in the village. Alfred looked at him in surprise. He pounced on the sailor with a question about the keeper of the ice chamber, adding that it sounded curious. Molt shouted in amazement that he seemed really interested in it. He explained that the keepers of the ice chamber were those who guarded the magically frozen warehouse, and that people who wanted to freeze and preserve food and other things paid to use the freezer. Molt also added that ice magic was a rather rare job because not many people knew how to use it, and asked what the boy thought of his explanation. Alfred was amazed. He thought that this was a wonderful job, that with such a job he could work in the village, that when the ice was about to melt, people could go to the ice house and randomly use their magic. The hero thought that if there was a glacier in the village, then even without magical tools, they could store their products there, that they would stay fresh, and there would be fewer diseases, that this work would make a great contribution. Alfred planned that one of the villagers could take care of the food and no one would want to steal. If anything, there was Celia's husband in such a case, that he would not be tied to a place and could cast spells regularly. The boy said that a steady income and a vacation at the villa would be great, that being the keeper of the ice house would be great, that he would definitely like to do that in the future. Molt chuckled and said that everything was clear to him. Erwin noted that this was a job where you could live out the rest of your life in the countryside. Molt agreed with him and added that he didn't care who did it, whoever wanted to could do it. Alfred joyfully shouted that he would tell his parents about this when he returned, that he was sure they would be delighted, because their child had returned with a wonderful dream for the future. Rumba expressed doubt in what was said. Erwin asked if he could have some ice and Molt said it was about to melt. Alfred apologized to them. He handed them bowls of crushed ice and wished them bon appetit with a grin. The boy suggested trying it with ice first, saying it was best eaten in one go. The men took spoons. Molt said he would take some. When they tried it, their faces changed instantly. They both shouted that it was both salty and spicy. Alfred thought he was grateful for the tip, but stealing ice was still a serious crime. The ship cut through the sea. The boy blissfully drank from a cup. He asked the girls if it looked elegant. Alusha agreed with him. She said that the tea was very tasty, that in her opinion it was the best tea she had ever tasted. The second girl asked if they were royal feed tea leaves and if Alfred was good at brewing tea. The boy answered in the affirmative. He thought about his mother, who was a great fan of this variety, that she taught him well how to brew this tea and how hard it was to learn from her. Suddenly something suddenly emerged from the sea, and Alfred choked on his tea. The boy looked overboard with his mouth wide open. He asked what it was. The girl answered that it was a sea serpent. Alfred, not believing it, asked again. She explained that a sea serpent was a large snake monster from the sea. Alfred screamed. The boy lamented aloud that the creature was many times larger than a man, that it could swallow them whole. The girl hastened to reassure him, saying that sea serpents were not such dangerous demons. Alfred said that he understood everything and declared that no one could stand against them, thinking to himself that if anything happened, they could escape to heaven because they had had a transference. The girl agreed with him. She added that they also had Alfred, who had magic. The boy immediately nodded in agreement and smiled. Alusha decided to ask something and spoke. Her question was that Alfred's magic was strange. The boy jumped up, shouting, asking what she meant. He asked what the girl meant by that. She fell silent, deep in thought. The girl explained that he used ice magic, which few people use. The second one agreed with her. The dark-haired girl asked if Alfred was really a child. The boy tensed up. He thought about how he was actually 34 years old, but only 7 years had passed since he was born in this world. Alfred replied that he was indeed a child, and ice magic was given to those who tried hard enough. He added that everyone can make an effort. Alusha jumped up and slammed her hands on the table, embarrassedly declaring that she couldn't do it. The girl asked how he could use ice magic. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, wondering how to explain it. Alfred wondered if perhaps there were problems with ice magic due to its capabilities and such, but he thought that he could do without the chance. He thought about how God had given him the ability to use all attributes, but the hero wasn't sure how to explain the process of how he had gained the ability to use it, since it was harder to strengthen and control it. The boy said he thought he could use the ability if he figured out how to control the magic power. The girls asked how he could control the magic. They didn't quite understand him. He gave the example of water magic he could use. The sea water rose up when the boy said so. A huge water globe towered over the girls. Alfred said he was going to try something like this. Each was amazed by what she saw. The water ball gradually took on different shapes, dividing into different parts. The black-haired girl said that it was a great control that she could only separate 5 balls of water. She also noted that it happened very quickly and without any problems for the boy. The balls of water separated. The girl counted 11 and asked not to move. The second girl expressed admiration for what she saw. Alusha continued counting out loud. Alfred looked at the 2 girls, quietly chuckling, and thought that they were cute, that he would enlarge the water ball where she could not see it. The girl counted 20 balls and cried out in surprise. She said that this was not all, no matter how she looked. Noticing that the balls were getting bigger, Alusha asked about it. Alfred looked up and thought that if they were enlarged, they could split the balls into 60 or so, remembering the snowball fight. In the past, he had several snowballs ready, but he couldn't throw them at his sister, wondering why this happened. He couldn't help but remember. Alfred thought with annoyance that he knew his sister had serious skills, but since then he had to train more in controlling and manipulating magic. The girl, watching the water balls, concluded out loud that, in other words, if she could not control and manipulate magic like Alfred did, then she would not be able to use ice magic. The protagonist thought that he only wanted to give her advice out of consideration, but he felt that he ended up breaking her heart. He apologized to her in his mind. Another girl asked how one could acquire such an ability. Alfred thought, trying to find the words. He replied that one must think about magic all day, live by it while one eats and sleeps, that the more magic a person has, the more practice he will get, and then he needs to work hard on increasing and emptying the magic. The boy winced, admitting that it was hard to continue using more magic while his body was becoming sluggish. Seeing the girl in front of him with her head down, he gasped and covered his mouth with his hand. Alfred hastened to reassure her, saying that the way he had shown her to do it was not always absolute. The girl did not agree with him. She shouted out that she heard that the third princess, Layla, who was famous for her ability to use ice magic, also had the ability to control her power, and that this must be an important point. Alfred thought about the third princess. She was said to be known as the Ice Doll and was born with a limp. The boy thought about how she had not shown up at the party in the capital, and he wondered what kind of person she was. The girl said that she heard that during the event in the capital, the princess made an ice sculpture, that her creations were of a surprisingly beautiful shape and did not look like the result of magic, that it was entertainment for the residents. Alfred asked if her ice sculptures were truly amazing. The girl answered in the affirmative. The hero thought about how he was interested in looking at a work of art created by the people of this world. He thought that he could always transfer to the capital and show up when the event was taking place. Alusha raised her hand and addressed Alfred. The girl asked if there was a trick to using magic without chanting. Her friend was also interested and mentioned it. Alfred was puzzled by the question. The boy began to think and expressed the opinion that the question was indeed a good one. The girls looked at him with anticipation. Alfred spread his hands and happily replied that he thought the chant was not necessary at all. The girls were amazed, the answer left them stunned. Alfred explained that chants were like a textbook that you don't use once you get used to it, and that it was much better to devote your attention to controlling and imagining magical power than to memorizing and singing something. He added that one should not let laziness take over and think that it is a thorn that needs to be gotten rid of. The boy said that after he explained it to his mother in this way, she was able to use magic without chanting. Alusha, hearing his answer, finally lost faith in herself. Noticing this, Alfred could only gasp. His friend called out to her, trying to bring her to her senses. The girl told her that she could do it and that she should remember her pride. Alusha shouted back at her not to mock her. Rumba called out to Alfred and invited him to go fishing. The boy, who had been resting peacefully on his hammock, shuddered. He thought he was really scared and asked if he really invited him to go fishing. Rumba answered in the affirmative. He shook his rod and shouted that they would go fishing to add variety to their dinner. Alfred, sitting on his shoulders, said that when fishing it was nice to just relax and enjoy the sea breeze. Rumba asked what he was talking about and said that fishing was only good for catching fish. The protagonist thought to himself that fishing was an enjoyment of the calm flow of time and pleasant conversations. But Rumba said the same thing as his sister. They approached the others, and Alfred noticed that they had already started fishing. Molt was glad that the boy had come too and said so. Erwin called Alfred to them. Erwin advised them to be careful with the rod as it was heavy and long. Alfred thanked them and asked what kind of wood it was made of. Douglas said it was basswood, which was water-resistant, strong, and flexible. The man said that the bait was already there, so it was time to cast the line into the water. Alfred asked if the bait was too big. The fishing rod was thrown into the water. Everyone fell silent, concentrating on fishing. Alfred thought about how nice it was to feel the sea breeze and look at the endless sea and sky. The boy thought that river fishing was fun, but sea fishing was no worse, that the wide open spaces of the sea and the feeling of freedom were amazing. He thought about his past life, where he was constantly in a hurry and nervously kept track of time, and thought how good it was to spend time in peace. Erwin said he would definitely catch a big fish this time. Molt noted that he had never caught anything worthwhile. The man angrily asked him what he had said. Erwin started grumbling and saying that if he caught something big, Molt wouldn't get a piece. Molt said indifferently that so be it, as long as he caught something first. Alfred looked at the angry Erwin and wondered if he was really that bad at fishing, and if it was because fish avoided people with dirty souls. Erwin shouted that he had caught something and that the float was twitching. The water began to splash as he tried to pull out his prey with force. Erwin shouted at Molt to look at his catch. He couldn't believe what was happening. The man pulled the rod hard and encouraged himself. His eyes sparkled and he managed to catch what had bitten. The boot fell onto the wooden floor of the ship. The three stared at him, not knowing what to say. Molt started laughing loudly. He said ironically that it was a really good catch. The man slapped Erwin on the shoulder, saying that no one would take the boot he had caught from him. He added that the man could eat it alone. Erwin grabbed him by the collar and demanded that he shut his mouth. Molt laughed and asked what the experience of the fight with the boot was like, but then called out to him. Erwin pinned him against the deck railing, and Molt shouted at him to be careful, as he could fall straight into the sea. He asked if he wanted to drown him and demanded that he stop. Alfred looked at them sideways, thinking about how noisy those two were, that fishing should be quiet. Douglas turned to them. The captain demanded that they stop making noise, as they could scare away all the fish. The two began to apologize to him. The captain exhaled and returned to fishing. Alfred reasoned that this was to be expected of him, that he was the absolute master of the ship. 3 people successfully caught a fish each, exclaiming. A dejected Erwin and Alfred were left alone. The boy wondered when his luck would come. His fishing rod twitched. He shouted that he had caught something, but the prey refused and pulled the boy into the sea. Rumba quickly caught him and intercepted his now heavier fishing rod. Alfred thanked the man. Rumba said that moments like these were what he was for, that the child didn't have to worry. Alfred asked, confused, what kind of handsome image was this that he had suddenly transformed into. Rumba told the boy not to let go of the fishing rod. He agreed. Molt, with whom Erwin was arguing again, told him that this was the real catch. He demanded that Molt shut up. Something started to crawl out of the water. Rumba shouted that it definitely wasn't a boot. Alfred agreed with his statement. Irvine shouted Rumba's name in disappointment at his remark. Rumba and Alfred caught a huge fish. The fish fell to the floor. Rumba proudly said that the boy had caught a giant tuna and praised him. Everyone was shocked. Alfred wondered out loud how he managed to catch such a huge fish. Douglas explained that with such a large bait this was only natural. Alfred said that he understood now. He scratched his forehead, thinking that he had no desire to hunt for anything big, but simply wanted to enjoy fishing. Rumba asked the boy what he thought about it, since the dinner was going to be a grand one. The boy agreed, thinking that sometimes it wouldn't hurt. The captain ordered his men to catch something huge, adding that they could not lose to the guest. Alfred looked at them, thinking about how energetic the sailors were. The boy looked at his hand, thinking that he was completely exhausted after fighting the huge tuna, that he could do nothing with the weak body of a 7-year-old child. Alfred thought about how he couldn't wait to try the sashimi from the tuna he caught, especially since they had soy sauce. He mentally asked the chefs to try harder in the kitchen. An unexpected female scream distracted him from his thoughts and frightened him. The girl, doused with water, was scolding Alusha. She was shouting at her to practice water magic somewhere else if she wanted to. Alfred watched from the stairs and was surprised to think that Alusha had decided to practice magic. The girl, holding the staff in her hands, lowered her head in guilt. Her friend shrank and asked her to stop. Alusha tried to explain herself by saying that it was noisy and she couldn't concentrate. The girl responded that it was true, but she was still soaking wet. Alusha apologized. Alfred wished her luck in his mind. The protagonist wondered how the other men were doing. There was a pile of junk fished out of the sea on the floor. Erwin, depressed by his situation, stubbornly held onto his fishing rod and continued fishing. The man had caught a lot of trash, but he tried not to look at it. He was still trying to catch something worthwhile. Alfred moved toward him. He asked what the heap was if it was trash. Molt laughed and told Erwin that even the boy said it was trash. Erwin got angry and demanded that his friend shut up. Alfred looked at Erwin's catch and thought that it was also a kind of talent not to catch a single living creature from the sea. The main character's attention was drawn to the vase, and he became puzzled. The boy asked the man how he managed to fish out the vase in the first place. Molt remarked that he should have expected nothing less from Erwin. Something strange happened. Alfred turned around and asked what had happened, looking at the vase. He turned away and thought out loud that the vase had not originally been where it was now. He found it suspicious. The vase stirred and Alfred jumped up, turning around with a sharp movement. What he saw scared him seriously. Nervous sweat appeared on his face. The main character could not understand what was happening. He thought about how even in a fantasy world the vase couldn't move on its own. Alfred thought there might be a living creature inside, like a hermit crab, but the boy realized he was afraid to check. The boy called out to Erwin, turning away from the strange vase. Something came out of the neck of the vase, and the boy jumped up and screamed in fear. Molt also noticed and asked what it was, adding that the vase had grown legs. Rumba shouted from behind that it was a crab vase. Alfred asked the man what the crab vase was that he was talking about. Rumba replied that it was a monster that looked like a hermit crab the size of a man. Rumba was drawing his spear when Douglas asked him to stop and said that they were not legs but the tentacles of an octopus. The man, doubtful, asked if he was talking about an octopus. Erwin sat down by the vase and looked inside, saying that there really was an octopus inside. Alfred calmed down and exhaled, saying that he was afraid in vain. Rumba laughed and called the boy a coward. Alfred was indignant and shouted that none of this was true, justifying himself by saying that anyone would be scared if tentacles came out of the vase. Alfred said he was happy for Erwin because he managed to catch a living creature. Erwin got angry and asked if he was being sarcastic, adding that the octopus wasn't even edible so it didn't count as catch. Alfred thought about it. The boy wondered if the octopus was really inedible if it was poisonous. Erwin replied that the octopus was not poisonous, but no one usually ate octopuses. Alfred was surprised and asked if that was true. Molt replied that he had never eaten anything like that and that it was disgusting. Rumba agreed with him. Douglas said that he had never even seen anyone eat octopus. Alfred was shocked by their answer and fell silent. The protagonist reasoned that in this world there was no culture of eating octopuses, just like there was no culture of eating raw fish, that it was hard for him to imagine that someone would want to eat such a thing, but the person who came up with it was clearly a genius. Alfred said he would cook octopus for everyone. Molt shouted in disbelief, asking what he meant, and lamenting that the dish would obviously not taste good and that it was not worth doing. Erwin said curiosity was a good thing, but he shouldn't overdo it. Alfred assured him that everything would be fine, that if he cooked it right, the dish would be delicious. The boy said he was sure both men would like it. Molt looked at him in horror. Erwin shouted at him in disagreement. Alfred asked them not to worry and added that he would make a tasty dish out of the octopus, thinking that in his past life he had a fisherman friend and already knew what to do. Erwin said that he would not try the octopus for poison. Molt asked if the boy would really eat it. Rumba said that if Alfred was taking on the task, he would handle it. Douglas asked if Rumba was scared. Rumba repeated his question in disbelief. The man said that Alfred was always experimenting with food, that he would succeed, and reminded them that they had already eaten spaghetti and omurice that he had cooked in Okuritai village. The other asked if he had cooked it. Alfred thought that it was just the embodiment of knowledge from a past life, and Bartolo finished it all. The man shouted that this could not be. Irvine shouted that the person who was going to eat this unappetizing octopus couldn't have prepared such delicious and exquisite dishes, because they were popular even in the kingdom of Misfalite. Alfred laughed at his reaction. Molt hesitantly said that since the boy could cook such dishes, this would be delicious too, but still, the octopus was too strange a choice. Alfred replied that he did not insist, but they themselves would want it when the dish was ready. Alfred bowed to the assistant cook Elam and asked him to help with the preparation of the dish. The man tensed at this request. Douglas thanked the chef for his help. He said the kitchen was available for use, but asked if Alfred was serious about cooking octopus. Elam asked hesitantly if the boy was really going to cook. Alfred answered affirmatively, once again emphatically emphasizing that they would be cooking octopus. Erwin and Molt looked at the assistant, thinking that he was a poor guy. Alfred assured Elam that everything would be fine and that no one would suffer from this dish. The boy explained that cooking an octopus was easy. First you had to remove the contents of the head, then remove the eyes. The men listened to him in horror. Alfred continued, saying that after these steps it was necessary to rub with salt, boil and cool, adding that there would be no problems if you followed the steps he listed. The assistant cook, stuttering, agreed. The boy said that Elam had to kill the octopus first and then remove the contents of the head. Elam asked if the octopus head really had any entrails. The boy replied that it had its belly. Elam asked how to kill an octopus. The boy replied that there was a nerve between the eyes and that a knife had to be stuck there. Erwin and Molt listened to their conversation in horror. Erwin cried out, asking if it was definitely edible. The girls sat at the set table and talked. Erwin saw Alfred, waved to him and invited him to join them at the table. Douglas said it was time for dinner. The captain said that the catch was rich and everyone could eat as much as they wanted. But he reminded them that they had to set sail the next day, so they couldn't overdo it with alcohol. Erwin and Molt said with annoyance that with such delicious food it was difficult not to drink. The man asked if they could at least open some fruit wine. Alusha demanded that he be patient, saying that they had drunk enough in Esport. Everyone raised their mugs and Douglas proposed a toast. The captain pointed to the dish and said that Alfred had personally prepared it. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Molt asked if it was octopus. Irvine said it was. Alfred said he had already tried it with Elam and it was fine. The boy said that the octopus felt very fresh, sweet and firm when eaten immediately after catching it. He recalled Elam saying that it was very tasty. Irvine and Molt recalled the sous chef's disgust at the octopus's tentacles, his words about them being very slippery, and they did not believe Alfred. Alusha looked at the dish and said that she had never seen such a red color on a dish before. Her friend asked what it was, explaining that the dish did not look like fish. The men turned away. Molt said the girls didn't know it was an octopus, but Irwin slowed him down. He told the girls that they should try it because it had a sweet and firm texture. Alfred thought that he had repeated his words exactly. Alusha asked if it was true. The girls picked up the cutlery and wished everyone a bon appetit. Irwin watched as Alusha tasted the dish and nervously asked how she liked it. The girl beamed and replied that it was sweet and tasty. Her friend agreed with her, adding that the dish had no fishy taste at all, that she liked that it was firm. Irwin couldn't believe his ears. Alusha guessed it was a shellfish. Alfred mentally answered that it was an octopus. Her friend said that some people might not like the texture, but it was delicious. Molt asked if they were serious. Irwin also asked if it was really that delicious. Alusha smiled. Molt skewered the octopus with his fork. The man closed his eyes in fear and put the dish in his mouth. When he tasted it, his face changed. Molt said he hadn't expected it to be edible, that the more he chewed, the more sweetness and flavor came out. Irvine noted that it looked unpleasant but tasted good. Alfred agreed. Irwin was swearing that he was thirsty. Alfred handed him a bottle and told him to drink some fruit water, thinking that he understood the man very well. The others also tried the octopus and expressed their admiration for its taste. Alfred watched them happily. The boy thought that he was right, that this dish was very tasty. He picked up the bottle and thought that now it was time for him to begin the main delicacy of today's dinner. Alfred said out loud about the giant tuna sashimi with kagura soy sauce and wished himself bon appetit. He tasted the dish and his eyes sparkled with pleasure. Alfred thought about how the rich, fatty meat melted in his mouth, how wonderful the fish tasted, how the soy sauce enhanced the flavor while cutting through the fat, coming to the conclusion that the fish he caught was a different matter. The protagonist thought that thanks to this journey he could now use travel magic to get to the sea at any time, that getting miso sauce was not a problem. He found only advantages. He decided it was time for raw octopus and poked at it with his fork, noting out loud that the texture was very springy, which was great. Irvine asked if he was serious about eating raw octopus. Alfred chewed and thought about how delicious it was, how the more you chewed, the more the fresh sweetness of the octopus, the elastic texture, and the feeling of the suckers creaking when you bite revealed themselves. Alusha suddenly tensed up. The girl asked what the man had just said. Alfred looked at her with confusion. Irvine began to stutter, trying to answer her. She demanded that he speak, but he refused. Alusha assured him that she would not be angry if Irvine spoke. Alfred mentally persuaded Irwin not to believe her words. The man jumped up and shouted loudly that she would definitely be angry if he told. Alusha said that she would not be angry, but if he lied and she found out the truth later, it would be very bad. Irvine looked at her in horror and could not utter a word. Alfred panicked. In his head, he begged the man not to listen to the girl, not to give in to the sweet deception, because these were words that should not be believed and they did not guarantee any safety. Irwin was still silent. When the man decided to speak, Douglas came up and said that he was amazed, because the octopus Irwin caught turned out to be very tasty. Rumba indicated that he said that everything becomes tasty if Alfred cooks it. Alusha screamed out a question about whether it was an octopus. The girl next to her fainted from shock. Alusha pounced on Irvin, asking how he could have slipped her something like that. The man shouted that she had promised not to be angry, but the girl swung her staff at him relentlessly. Irvin could only scream. Douglas asked Rumba if it was tasty. He answered in the affirmative. On the morning of the second day after sailing from Eastport, the ship was already halfway to Kagura. The man called out to Alusha and asked if she could use wind magic. She replied that she could. Alfred asked if the girl was going to speed up the ship using wind magic. The girl answered affirmatively, adding that when using wind magic, the speed increases significantly. The boy asked why it couldn't be used all the time. The girl replied that it was not that simple, because sometimes sea currents made it impossible to use magic, and on windy days, accelerating with magic made it difficult to control the ship. Alfred said that it was clear to him. The girl added that their main task was to protect the ship, so they couldn't waste a lot of magical energy. Alfred said that she had been actively practicing magic yesterday. The girl replied that it wasn't necessary. Alfred asked if Alusha alone would be enough for such a task. The girl replied that she did not possess the attribute of wind magic. The boy remembered this only thanks to her words. Alusha used a spell to summon wind magic. Alfred thought of two girls doing something completely different and blushed. The ship sped up. The boy remarked that the wind was pleasant. The man next to him said that sailing slowly was good, but breaking through the wind at speed was also impressive. Alfred jumped up in fright and called Tori's name, saying that he had scared him. Tori asked why he had been scared. The protagonist asked how long he had been around. The boy said that the man had been almost invisible yesterday, as if they had not met for ages. Tori explained that he had been studying the slime pillows in the cabin and thinking about how to sell them. Alfred was delighted, thinking that Tori was truly a real merchant who was ready to do anything for the sake of profit. And he was so carried away by the journey that he forgot about it. The girl asked Tori how his business with the slime pillows was going. The man replied that there were problems with ensuring their safety and feeding. Tori said that to ensure safety, they needed to be thoroughly studied in the lab, and that he was currently choosing what would be easier to feed them. He gave the example of making a hole in the container to easily drop food. He smiled and said he had many ideas. Alfred asked how the man had become such an experienced trader. The main character was talking about how he used to seem like a lucky guy who got rich playing board games and checkers, but now he was calm about the pillows. Someone shouted that a fast ship was great. Molt said they would reach Kagura quickly if this continued. Irvine demanded that Alusha increase the wind. The girl ordered him to shut his mouth and said that she would quickly run out of mana. Alfred thought that he wanted to enjoy the speed a little more, but he also wanted to get to Kagura faster, but Alusha had to guard them. He and Tori exchanged glances. The man asked why Alfred wouldn't help the girl if he could use wind magic. The boy asked if he wanted to make him work for free, but added that he was free anyway. The boy approached Alusha and waved his index finger as if nothing had happened. The gust of wind grew considerably stronger. Irvine was amazed and asked if the ship could be that fast. Molt said that at that rate they could get there in 2 days. Alfred thought about using wind magic more often, if that would shorten the journey so that they could quickly reach Kagura. Alusha looked at him silently in shock. The girl admitted with annoyance that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't do it even close. Alfred said that all this was due to the control of magical power. The girl became embarrassed and shouted that she would try. Alfred said he would go get some air. Alusha was surprised. The girl wondered out loud to herself if he could really maintain magic even like that, and said that it was impressive. Alfred hung on the railing and said that it was nice. Tori noted that there was almost no wind today, and with such magic he would like to sail forever. The boy said that they would get to Kagura faster this way too. A school of fish appeared under the ship. Alfred told Tori to look at it. It was beautiful. The man noted that it was not good because they were swordfish. The hero asked him what it meant. The boy remembered being told that swordfish swam close to the surface of the water and did not attack people. But if a large school of them started jumping out of the water, then there was trouble to be expected. Alfred tensed up. The fish began to jump into the air one after another. Tori called out to everyone that they should pay attention to the school of swordfish approaching them. Molt and Irwin frowned when they heard him. The captain shouted at the sailors, scolding them for not saying anything. They began to apologize and justify themselves by saying that the fish had appeared unexpectedly. Douglas ordered them to watch for anything else nearby. Everyone accepted the order. Alusha asked if it was possible to avoid a collision by interrupting the wind magic and slowing down. The girl answered that it wouldn't work because the fish were already too close, and that she would try to disperse the school with magic. She shouted to Alusha and Alfred to keep up the speed. The girl answered that she understood everything. Molt shouted that there was nothing behind. Rumba said that the front and the right were also clear. Alfred reflected that it was reassuring to know that everyone knew how to deal with sea monsters. The girl turned to the main character and said that it was dangerous near her and he needed to stay closer to Alusha. He agreed and ran in that direction. Alusha asked if it wouldn't be better for him to hide in the cabin. Alfred replied that maintaining magic was also important. She agreed with him. The protagonist thought that this was just an excuse to watch them deal with the swordfish. And if anything happened, he would protect them with a shield, and they didn't need to worry. Rumba and Molt stood next to him in defensive positions. Alfred chuckled and mentally asked Molt not to repeat Gate's fate. The girl cast a spell to summon raging flames and explosions that would shake the entire world, and resolutely raised her staff upward. A fireball instantly appeared. The ball flew towards the sea. Alfred thought that he had seen something like this in a book about spells. He thought he wasn't very impressed as he watched the proceedings. The ball fell into the sea and there was a violent explosion. The impact was powerful. Rumba grabbed his hand and asked him to hold on. The boy thought he should take it back. It was impressive. Water splashed on board. The hero jumped up scared. Rumba held him back. The man shouted to everyone to be careful, that swordfish were falling from the sky. Alfred summoned a shield and took cover from the falling fish. The girl called out to Alusha. She replied that she knew everything. She cast a spell to summon a raging wind to act as their shield. The wind enveloped the ship. The sailors noticed that the swordfish were being thrown away, said that the magic was a good thing. Irvine noted that it was well done. Alfred froze. The boy looked at his hands and thought that his thoughts were only about his own protection, that he could protect the ship if he used wind magic like Alusha. His thoughts were filled with the fact that he was ashamed, even though everything happened suddenly. While the girls clapped their hands in joy, the boy thought that even if he could use magic, there was no point in it unless he chose the right spell at the right moment. But Alfred thought that he had no intention of being an adventurer, so this skill was not necessary for him, that there were no such ferocious creatures in Okuritai, and minimal self-defense would be enough. He looked at the sailors, thinking that his goal was to enjoy a quiet life, not to protect people from monsters, that he was not a valiant hero from some fairy tale. Meanwhile, one of the sailors thanked the girls. He said that they saved everyone. Alusha replied that it was nothing and she was glad that the ship was intact. Molt asked if Alfred was okay. He said yes. Irwin said that was the most important thing. The boy clenched his fist and decided that next time he would do everything right. He ran to the railing and looked over the side, saying, "There's a school of swordfish." Alfred reflected on the fact that most of them had scattered or floated away somewhere far away, which made him realize that such an effect could be achieved by directing explosive magic into the sea. The boy reasoned that the strategy was good, but they had to be careful about the ship capsizing and the falling swordfish. Douglas asked if everyone was okay. The sailors answered affirmatively, saying that everything was fine and the ship was almost undamaged. The captain replied that he was glad to hear it. Douglas asked if anyone had fallen overboard. The sailor replied that they had checked and everyone was in place. The sailors discussed how they had foreseen that the magical blast might tilt the ship, and so they held on tightly to the ropes. Alfred thought that the sailors were, as always, good fellows. Irwin told Molt to collect swordfish, as they were said to be tasty. The girl agreed and added that they had tried them in a sport, and that they would be very tasty if fried with salt. Everyone began to collect the fish, exclaiming how they would fry it. Alfred thought that the adventurers had also behaved well. Douglas said there were a lot of monsters in those waters and almost no wind, which is why such situations happened often. Alfred replied that he now understood why everyone was used to it. Douglas said that was true. The boy said that he also wanted to help everyone with wind magic. Douglas asked if he really was going to help. Alfred replied that he needed to know when magic could be used and when it couldn't, and it would be good if Douglas taught him that. The captain happily agreed. The boy thought he could be useful now. Now Alfred helped Alusha using wind magic. He continued to eat the delicious fish with Irwin and Molt, thinking that there had been a lot of strange people on the ship lately. On the way, they encountered a huge crab. Alfred saw a huge sea serpent and admired it. 5 days had passed. The man saw the land through a telescope and told Alfred about it. The boy was drinking tea at the time and asked if it was true. The man answered in the affirmative, and Alfred jumped up and ran to the side, exclaiming that it was Kagura. On the 6th day, the ship reached her. The boy with shining eyes looked forward and exclaimed. On the 13th day of departure from Okuritai village, they reached Kagura. The boy shouted out the name. The pier was filled with people going about their business and talking to each other. Alfred looked at the houses and said that the roofs were made of tiles, and there were a lot of them. Irwin said that as he had heard, the cityscape was very different from the royal one. Molt said that the roofs, although simple, still looked quite harmonious, and the view was excellent. The girl called out to Alusha, covering her mouth with her hand in surprise. She said that most of the people of Kagura had black hair. Alusha did not express much surprise. The girl, clutching her hair, asked if she would look strange here. Alusha replied that she was talking nonsense because her hair attracted attention in the kingdom too. Alfred thought that the Silver Wind members were in Kagura for the first time, and that this landscape probably seemed like a completely different world to them. The boy was thinking that his house also had a tiled roof, although it was in an even more rural place, that he had the feeling that he was in a historical film. Something caught his attention. He saw the castle and was amazed. Alfred thought about how big it was and that a shogun or a princess probably lived there. His imagination was running wild. The feet touched the ground and the boy cried out about it. He stretched, sighing, and said he missed the land so much he still felt like he was rocking. Molt chuckled and noted that they had been on the ship for 6 days. Irwin said that this voyage was not the longest, that sometimes they had to live on the ship for several months. Rumba was amazed by what he heard. He asked what it was like to be at sea for a few months. Irvine flexed his arms and said he couldn't say it was fun, but he was well paid and they were famous for the job. Molt nodded. Irwin added that he would not take on any more long-term sea contracts. Alfred thought that it had become clear to him that troubles were more frequent at sea than on land. Alusha shouted at them to stop, saying that they were too happy, even though they had just landed. The girl walking behind her grinned and said that she was skipping along too. Alusha didn't answer but was embarrassed. Trier thanked everyone for their work. Alfred ran up to him and asked if he needed any help. Trier said he didn't need anything, and Alfred made a face at him and said nothing. He asked what they should do next. Trier wanted to answer, but he was interrupted by the people who addressed him. It was a man in the company of 2 guards. She apologized for disturbing him. Alfred asked if they were samurai. Trier explained that these men were Toshi warriors, that they served a role similar to knights in the kingdom. The man asked if they were from Trier's trading company. He said they weren't due to arrive until tomorrow. Trier explained that the weather was fine and it was early, and they had a mage, so they used wind magic. Alfred was surprised that he understood the language. He thought that in this world it seemed that the language was common. People could usually understand each other anywhere. And that the reason was thought to be that one day, people from the center of the continent migrated in search of rich lands. The boy remembered being told that there were local dialects and accents, but he was glad to know that there was no language barrier. He watched Trier solve work issues. Irvine approached the warrior and asked him to show his katana, asking if it was a local specialty. The man was not pleased with this request. His partner shouted at Molt that he would never show it because the katana was the soul of a warrior. The man said that their armor was different from the knights. The warrior insisted that a katana is not shown for no reason and demanded that it not be touched. Alfred thought that the two were being impudent. Trier said that the entry permit was ready. Alfred exclaimed with joy and said that it was time for them to go to the hotel then. Trier said that they had a carriage too. Alfred looked towards the city and suggested that they walk and see the surroundings. Trier said that he would join him then. Alfred nodded with a smile. The others also came forward and expressed their desire to go with them. The boy looked around at the villagers, thinking that their clothes were like kimonos as he had guessed, that their hair was mostly black, and that he wondered if their ancestors' hair was like that too. The girl asked Alusha if she stood out too much, adding that she felt people looking at her. Alusha smiled and replied that nothing could be done since their hair color was unusual for the locals. She added that thanks to this they would definitely not get lost in Kagura. The girl asked if she could be of help. Alfred, listening to their conversation, thought that it would be possible to find them by asking the locals. A familiar aroma reached his nose. The boy turned around and cried out that it was soy sauce. He immediately ran in the direction of the smell and stopped at a large jug, shouting that it was soy sauce. He was shaking in front of the jug, and the merchant was silent, nervously looking at him. What was happening raised questions in him. Trier grabbed Alfred and said that he had run at the speed of light, that the area was crowded, and it was dangerous for a child to run away like that. The boy kicked and talked only about the sauce. Alfred thought about how much soy sauce there was, that with that amount he could make even more variety of dishes, that he could make new ones and improve the old ones. Irwin suggested putting it off. The man said that he was too tired after a long journey and it would be better to rest at the inn, and asked if the soy sauce would run away from him. Trier said that there were obviously dishes with it at the inn. Alfred agreed with them. Trier apologized to the merchant for disturbing him and told the boy that they hadn't even changed money yet. Alfred agreed, but was still upset. Trier asked them to calm down and said that they would do some shopping tomorrow, but Alfred smelled yakitori and started screaming again. Thus began their days in Kagura. The girls met everyone at the entrance to the hotel and greeted the guests. Everyone was amazed and happy with such a reception. The hotel staff said they were happy to welcome them. The worker approached Alfred and asked his name, saying that he had come a long way and asked the guest to make himself at home. Alfred thanked her. She asked to be taken to the room and told him to follow her. The woman told the guests that their outdoor shoes could be left outside and asked them to change into house slippers. Irwin was surprised and asked if this was possible. The woman replied that in Kagura it was customary to change from street shoes to indoor shoes when entering a building. Irwin's raised foot reached halfway. He was amazed by this custom. Rumba looked at the slippers and said that they looked just like the ones Alfred had at home. The woman asked to be taken inside. They entered the inner corridor. Alfred stopped, noticing a lake with a bridge stretching over it. The boy said that this garden was luxurious. He thought that even walking around this inn brought him great pleasure. Trier behind him was also amazed by the beauty of the landscape. The woman explained to Alfred that their rooms were on the second floor, fully booked for them, so they would not run into other visitors and there was no need to worry. The boy was shocked. He told Trier that it was quite generous. Trier replied that he would do anything for the company's employees. Alfred remarked that it was splendid. He remembered the girls who had greeted them. and thought that for such a price the warm welcome outside was quite justified. Alfred thought that he should enjoy the holiday to the fullest, so that the money would not be wasted. The woman said that there was still time before dinner and asked if he would like to go to the baths. Both girls shouted out a question about whether there was a bathhouse in the hotel. They were excited. Alusha said she wanted to go there right away, that she was tired of the ship's baths. Her friend added that her skin was sticky because they were also in the salty sea wind. Rumba shouted that the bathhouse was great. The girl suggested leaving the things in the room and going to the bathhouse. Everyone agreed and went their separate ways. Alfred's eyes sparkled with happiness and his lips spread into a wide smile. He was very pleased with what he saw. The boy walked inside the room and expressed his surprise at how large it was. He sat down on the tatami and thought about how he would buy the same for his house in the village. The hero thought about nostalgia, about how the tatami smelled nice. He looked around and thought about how all the accessories were already ready. Pleased with his situation, he left the room, wondering out loud what the bathhouse would be like. The worker called out to him and said that he should go in that direction. Alfred froze at the sign, examining what was written on it. He was very interested. He read out loud that this establishment did not have mixed baths, and wondered out loud if Kagura had a tradition of using mixed baths. The men came up to him and asked him in one voice what a mixed bath was. Alfred turned to face them and was confused that they had no idea what it was. Molt said that he thought the word was very important, even though he didn't know its meaning. Erwin scratched his chin and said that this was a question that needed to be answered. Rumba asked if it tasted good. Alusha was also interested and asked about the mixed baths. Her friend asked if she was right in thinking that it was related to the baths. Alfred chuckled. The boy confidently replied that mixed baths where both men and women could wash. Molt and Erwin's expressions changed, and they asked in shock what that meant. Molt grabbed the boy and asked him if it was really possible in Kagura for men and women to wash together. Alusha's face flushed with embarrassment behind him. Alfred replied that this was not the case in this inn. The boy asked the owner if it was true. The woman replied that it was true, as the sign said they did not have mixed baths. The man, hearing this, cursed. The woman said that mixed baths were part of their culture. Molt and Irvine fell to their knees. Rumba didn't understand. The blonde girl noted that Kagura's culture was quite interesting though. Trier said that they had chosen this hotel precisely because they were trying to avoid such misunderstandings. Rumba noted with disappointment that he had thought it was about food. Molt had completely lost his composure. The owner said that they could enjoy delicious drinks from Kagura even while bathing. Rumba beamed and asked if it was true, adding that it was definitely worth taking. Alfred thought that he wanted the same thing. The hostess replied that everything would be as they wished. Erwin raised his head and suddenly asked that since there were no such baths in this hotel, it meant that they were somewhere. Molt, having regained his spirit, shouted that he was right, that they needed to find a hotel with mixed baths. Irvin said that they had to leave right away. When they were about to leave, Trier stopped them, saying that it was impossible and that the place was already reserved, that they were Alfred's guards and could not live separately from him. The two looked at him with cold eyes. The man spread his hands and said that this was how things were. Alusha behind him was gloomier than a cloud, and her friend covered her mouth with her hands in shock. Erwin swore loudly. Everyone moved into the bathhouse. Inside, everything was covered with a pleasant steam coming from the barrels. Alfred approached the bathhouse and cried out with joy that he had found it. The bathhouse was a large pool with an artificial waterfall attached to it. Steam was coming from the water inside. Rumba noted that the bath was very spacious. Molt expressed his surprise. Erwin intended to take a dip right away and shouted that it was time. Trier grabbed the man by the arm and asked him to stop. He asked if they had read the rules. He explained that they had to wash themselves first and then enter the water so as not to pollute it. Alfred watched them all and thought he understood them perfectly. He was eager to dive in too. The man suggested washing in one of the designated areas. Everyone agreed. Alfred took a wooden basin of water and broke into a blissful smile. He looked around at the things around him, thinking that this magical device was very similar to a shower. He noticed the handle and thought that hot water would probably come out if he turned the red handle. Rumba picked up the magical device and looked at it puzzledly. He asked what it was and turned the tap towards Alfred. He immediately noticed it and mentally asked Rumba where he turned the tap. Rumba turned the handle. Alfred realized that there was no time to waste and used magic to prevent the irreparable. The tap was successfully turned away from him and the water gushed right behind Rumba. It drenched Molt from behind and he cried out helplessly, dropping his basin from his hands. Rumba was thinking out loud that the water would be cold if he turned that way. Irvine was shocked and screamed that he was cold, trying to cover himself with his hands. Molt screamed the same, pressing his hands to his chest and calling for Rumba. Rumba turned the handle the other way and hot water came out. Molt shouted that it was hot. Alfred told Rumba that he had turned it the wrong way, thinking that it was dangerous because he was almost doused with ice water. The boy doused himself with water from the basin. Steam enveloped his body. He closed his eyes in pleasure and smiled. Alfred exhaled and said that he felt alive again. His smile grew even wider. He turned to the men and apologized to them in his mind. Erwin said he was warm. He already had a towel on his head. Molt was warming himself with warm water and said he had survived. Trier said that the big bath was a wonderful thing, that all the fatigue of the journey immediately went away. Rumba said that it was so. Molt shouted that it would have been so if Rumba had not directed the crane in his direction. Erwin said it would be better if there was a mixed bath. The man asked irritably if he was at it again.